The Killing Season. The Killing Season. A History of the Indonesian Massacres, 1965–66. Geoffrey B. Robinson. For Lovisa and Sophia. Contents. Chapter 1. Introduction. 3. Chapter 2. Preconditions. 27. Chapter 3. Pretext. 54. Chapter 4. Cold War. 82. Chapter 5. Mass Killing. 118. Chapter 6. The Army's Role. 148. Chapter 7. A Gleam of Light in Asia. 177. Chapter 8. Mass Incarceration. 208. Chapter 9. Release, Restrict, Discipline, and Punish. 237. Chapter 10. Truth and Justice. 264. Chapter 11. Violence, Legacies, Silence. 292. Notes 315. Bibliography 391. Index 413. Preface. The last time I saw Buddy Artjo, we shared a meal at his favorite Chinese restaurant near Piccadilly Circus in London. He told me a little about the evening classes he was taking and his time as a political prisoner. But mostly we talked about the changes that were then unfolding in Indonesia and his hope that he might finally be able to go home after more than 15 years. He looked weary, and as always the London cold was getting to him, but otherwise he seemed in good spirits. A few months later, I learned that he had died 10,000 miles from home, an exile from the country he had served and whose independence he had fought for. Buddy Artjo's experience was not unusual. In fact, in many ways, his is the story of millions of Indonesian nationalists and leftists, from all walks of life, who were caught up in the awful juggernaut of arbitrary detention, interrogation, torture, mass killing, and political exile that followed an alleged left-wing coup attempt on the morning of October 1, 1965. Blaming the attempt on the Indonesian Communist Party, the army organized a campaign of violence intended to destroy the party and its affiliates and to drive the popular left nationalist President Sukarno from power. That campaign was aided and abetted by the United States and its allies. By the time the violence ended, an estimated 500,000 real or alleged communists had been killed, and another million or so had been arbitrarily detained. Buddy Artjo was among them, imprisoned without charge or trial for 14 years, on his release he fled the country of his birth. If I mention him here, then, it is not because his experience was exceptional but because it was so common, and to make the point that the story I tell in this book is about hundreds of thousands of real people, just like him, husbands and wives, friends and lovers, whose lives were torn apart by the violence and can never again be made whole. When I first learned about these events and the complicity of foreign powers in them, I was sickened and outraged. Today, more than 30 years later, I am still sickened and outraged, all the more so because the crimes committed have been all but forgotten and those responsible have not yet been brought to account. Through these years, whatever else I have done, I have never managed to get these feelings to go away. That is probably the single most important reason I have written this book, to share what I know about these events in the hope that it will make some kind of a difference, at the very least by disturbing the unseemly silence that has surrounded them. I am not naive enough to believe that this act of writing will change the course of history or even make much of a dent in it. But if it moves even one person to act or speak out against these crimes, or think more deeply about their responsibilities as citizen or scholar, I will rest a little more easily. It goes without saying that in writing this book, I have accumulated substantial debts of gratitude. I first began to study the events of 1965–66 while still a graduate student at Cornell University in the early 1980s. From the outset, I was encouraged by Professors George Kaheen and Benedict Anderson, both of whom had been investigating the subject since 1965, and who continued to do so for many more years. I was also spurred on by Audrey Kaheen, a historian of Indonesia who served for many years as the editor of Cornell's prestigious journal Indonesia. Over the better part of 3 decades, George, Ben, and Audrey generously shared with me their findings and interview notes along with the hundreds of primary documents they had unearthed in Indonesia and elsewhere. They also offered me their honest reactions to my ideas, while gently prodding me to get on with writing. As if that were not enough, the Kaheens allowed me to live in their guest house for a year rent-free in exchange for feeding and building a shed for their pet goat, Sybil. For the Kaheens and Ben, untangling the events of 1965 to 66 was never simply an academic exercise. It was a matter of giving voice to people who had been wrongfully killed and imprisoned, rectifying a grossly distorted and dangerous official history, and holding those responsible to account. Through them, I was introduced to a community of scholars who had devoted many years to the study of the 1965 coup and its aftermath, and who likewise generously shared their insights and findings with me. I am especially grateful to Gabriel Calco, who in the late 1990s made available several thousand pages of declassified U.S. government documents that he had collected over the years, and Ruth McVeigh, who during a memorable week at her beautiful farmhouse in Tuscany in 1996, opened her extraordinary archive to me. It is no exaggeration to say that without the generosity, guidance, and encouragement of these inspiring people, and without their example of serious but engaged historical scholarship, I could not and probably would not have written this book. If I have any regret, and I do, it is that my dear mentors and friends George and Ben died before I reached the end of the path on which they set me so many years ago. I owe an equal debt of gratitude to the great many Indonesian friends and colleagues, some of them now gone, who have helped me over the years to make sense of the terrible events that are the subject of this book. For their insights, scholarly contributions, and friendship, I especially wish to thank Ben Abel, Andy Akdian, George Aditjandro, Harris Azar, Suwando Buddy Artjo, Arif Budiman, Leela Chudari, Handardi, Hilmer Farid, Jafar Siddiq Hamza, Sindhunata Hargayano, Ariel Haryantu, Dialarasathy, Lim So I Liang, Deed Edamo, Digung Santi Karma, Kumalasot Jatmako, Tony Supriyatma, Julia Suryakozuma, Galawandita, and Baskara Wardaya. I also want to thank the former political prisoners and human rights advocates in Indonesia whom I met or came to know in the course of my work as the head of Indonesia Research at Amnesty International's headquarters in London in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Because of the sensitive subject matter of this book, most of them would not wish to be mentioned here by name. For the same reason, I have not cited them in what follows. But they include a good number of former political prisoners and their family members as well as the activists and lawyers who bravely defended them, and spoke out in the name of human rights and the rule of law at a time when it was uncommon and sometimes unsafe to do so. To say that these people and experiences inspired me to write would be the grossest understatement. They did not inspire me to write, they left me no choice. Through these Indonesian friends and colleagues, I came to see a different, more intimate and distressing dimension of the story of the so-called coup and subsequent violence. In interviews and private gatherings across the country, I listened in stunned silence to stories of neighbors hacked to death with machetes, fellow prisoners raped by soldiers or militia members, and parents separated from their loved ones for years or forever through the deliberate cruelty of the New Order regime. In London, I read hundreds of letters sent by former political detainees and prisoners still being held decades after their arrest, thanking Amnesty International for its efforts on their behalf or asking for help in getting back on their feet. In Jakarta and elsewhere, I met some of those former prisoners when they gathered in private to share their memories and offer support to one another. From them, I learned about the obnoxious system of surveillance and control that disrupted the lives of hundreds of thousands of former political detainees and their families. My work with Amnesty International and later the United Nations also gave me new insights into the workings of the New Order state more generally, most notably in Aceh and East Timor, where Indonesian army forces and militias carried out campaigns of violence startlingly similar to those that had been waged in 1965 to 66. Through those experiences, and the practical day-to-day work of human rights reporting and analysis, I came to appreciate just how profoundly the events of 1965 to 66 had shaped modern Indonesia, giving rise to an extreme intolerance of dissent, a broad militarization of state and society, and a tendency to meet opposition with extreme violence. Beyond Indonesia, the list of friends and colleagues who have helped me at some stage through the slow germination of this book is also long. It includes academics, of course, but also journalists, writers, filmmakers, human rights activists, and friends who have inspired or sustained me in one way or another. With the certainty that I am leaving someone out, I wish to thank the following: Nancy Adler, Christine Bloch, Martin van Bruinissen, Carmel Buddy Artjo, Michael Buehler, Patrick Burgess, Amander Clark, Robert Cribb, Harold Crouch, Leslie Dwyer, Martij Nijkhoff, Jonathan Imant, Victoria Forbes, Adam Ross and Ardith Francis, Anthony Goldstone, Hilary Goyal, Wolf Gruner, David and Maria Harris, Vanessa Heerman, Evelata Hedman, Ann Lothoke, David Jenkins, Sidney Jones, Annette Keller, Gary Van Klinken, Robert Lemelson, Alex Lee, Bill Little, Hank Mayer, Ian Martin, Mike McClintock, John McGlynn, Kate McGregor, Jens Meyer Henrik, Jess Melvin, Joshua Oppenheimer, Landon Pearson, Nancy Lipaluzzo, David Petrasek, Annie Pullman, Tessel Paulman, Hume and Azucena Rogers, John Russa, Sarah Schonhardt, Hank Schult Nordholt, Laurie Sears, Brad Simpson, Carol Steenbrink, Karen Strassler, Scott Strauss, Eric Taliacozzo, Gay and Andrew Taylor, Unger, Patrick Walsh, Jessica Wong, David Webster, Saskia Waringa, and Juliana Wijaya. I especially wish to thank Douglas Kamen and Mary Zerbucken, as well as 2 anonymous reviewers, who read the entire manuscript with great care and made invaluable suggestions for its improvement. Sincere thanks as well to David Jenkins for sharing his wonderful photographs, George Dutton for much needed help with maps, and John Seidel for helpful comments on the manuscript and stimulating conversations over the years, some of them quite useful. Sincere thanks are also due to colleagues, staff members, and students at UCLA, my institutional home for the past 20 years. In their role as successive departmental chairs, Brenda Stevenson, Ned Alpers, David Myers, and Steve Aaron accommodated my requests for time off from teaching to write this book. Other colleagues contributed in no small measure through their collegiality, reading suggestions, and thoughtful comments in the course of many conversations, formal and less so. Among them, I especially wish to thank Jade Albero, Robin Derby, George Dutton, Nikki Keddy, Robin Kelly, Vinay Lal, Kelly Lytle Hernandez, Benjamin Madley, Bill Marotti, Michael Morans, Michael Salmon, and Peter Stacy, for their heroic efforts in making the Department of History a productive and congenial place to work, and keeping a sense of humor against all the odds. Heartfelt thanks and appreciation to B.B. Dillon, Diana Fonseca, Hadley Porter, and other members of the department's administrative staff. Last but not least, sincere thanks to many current and former graduate students in various disciplines whose own work and probing questions have kept me thinking in new ways about the issues raised in this book: Marie E. Berry, Sebastian Broer, Gustav Brown, Chao Yo Chang, Kimberly Clare, Nicole Idariaga, Viola Lasmana, Saskia Nauenberg, Rebecca Park, Aetwell Demishael, Maya Wester, Juliana Wilson, and Matthew Wright. Among these, a special note of thanks to Dalia Setiawan for her own important work on the events of 1965 to 66 in Surabaya, and her invaluable research and editorial assistance with this book. A tip of the hat, as well, to the excellent students in my undergraduate seminar on the history of human rights for their stimulating insights and comments as this book neared completion. Needless to say, I am also extremely grateful to Brigitta van Rynberg and Eric Weitz at Princeton University Press for encouraging me to write this book, and providing me with all manner of helpful advice and encouragement along the way. Amanda Peary and others at the press have also been models of collegiality and professionalism throughout. To all of them, my sincere thanks. As for my family, No words can properly express the depth of my gratitude. They have nurtured me and lifted me up. Although my father is now gone, I thank him and my mother for opening my eyes to a wider world, encouraging me to think a little less about myself and a little more about others, and showing me through their example how to fight against prejudice and injustice. I also thank my wonderful siblings, Catherine, David, and Anne, and their loved ones for their enduring kindness and support, even through their own trials and heartaches. Ever ready with a note of encouragement or word of advice, their confidence in me, though mysterious, has been a constant source of strength. Sincere thanks as well to all members of the extended Robinson and Stano clans around the world who have so generously opened their homes and hearts to me. Finally, to my wife Lovisa and our daughter Sophia, I can say only that my love and gratitude to you are without end. From the day we met in London more than 20 years ago, Lovisa has been a source of wonder and inspiration to me. A passionate advocate for the underdog, experienced and formidable human rights advocate, an expert editor with a keen eye for nonsense, it was she more than anyone else who insisted that I write this book and who, when I flagged, insisted that I keep going. She is also the love of my life and mother of our child, Sophia. Almost as passionate as her mother in her concern for fairness, Sophia has witnessed this book unfold over the past few years with a sense of genuine amazement that any assignment could possibly take so long to complete. At least as much as Lovisa and my editors, it is she who has insisted that I stick to the schedule, keep my promises, and finish my homework by the due date. And so as I write these words, I know she is looking on with a measure of pride that her dad has finally done what he said he would do. Note on spelling and translation. In grappling with the problem of variation and change in Indonesian spellings, I have opted for simplicity and consistency while trying to maintain historical accuracy. I have spelled the names of people and institutions consistently throughout the book, generally using the simpler modern spellings rather than the older ones, U not OE, J not DJ, Y not J, and C not TJ. The main exceptions to this rule are in quotations from other sources as well as citations of authors and titles that use the old spellings. I have also retained the old spellings of the names of people who are best known by or continue to use those spellings. The arcane vocabulary of Indonesian politics presents special translation problems, for the literal meanings of the terms are often either uninformative or misleading. To minimize confusion, I have sometimes provided a gloss along with a literal translation. All the translations from Indonesian and other foreign languages are my own unless otherwise indicated. Chapter 1. Introduction. I have never concealed from you my belief that a little shooting would be an essential preliminary to effective change in Indonesia, but it makes me sad to think that they have begun with the wrong people. Sir Andrew Gilchrist, British Ambassador to Indonesia, October 5, 1965. In a little over 6 months, from late 1965 to mid-1966, an estimated 500,000 members of the Indonesian Communist Party and its affiliated organizations were killed. 1 another million or so were detained without charge, some for more than 30 years, and many of them were subjected to torture and other inhumane treatment. Few, if any, of the victims were armed, and almost all those killed and detained belonged to what were at the time lawful political and social organizations. This was not a civil war. It was one of the largest and swiftest, yet least examined instances of mass killing and incarceration in the 20th century. The consequences of the violence were far-reaching. In less than a year, the largest non-governing communist party in the world was crushed, and the country's popular left nationalist president, Sukarno, was swept aside. In their place, a virulently anti-communist army leadership seized power, signaling the start of more than 3 decades of military-backed authoritarian rule. The state that emerged from the carnage, known as the New Order, became notorious for its systematic violation of human rights, especially in areas outside the heartland, including East Timor, Aceh, and West Papua, where hundreds of thousands of people died or were killed by government forces over the next few decades. The violence also altered the country's political and social landscape in fundamental ways, leaving a legacy of hypermilitarism along with an extreme intolerance of dissent that stymied critical thought and opposition, especially on the left. Perhaps most important, the events of 1965–66 destroyed the lives of many millions of people who were officially stigmatized because of their familial or other associations with those arbitrarily killed or detained. Even now, more than 50 years later and some 20 years after the country began its transition to democracy, Indonesian society bears deep scars from those events. Figure 1.1. Suspected PKI member arrested by soldiers in Jakarta, November 1965. In its sweep and speed, and its profound political and social implications, the violence of 1965–66 was comparable to some of the most notorious campaigns of mass killing and imprisonment of the post-war period, including those that occurred in Bosnia, Cambodia, and Rwanda, and it far surpassed other campaigns that have become iconic symbols of authoritarian violence in Latin America, such as those in Argentina and Chile. In terms of the numbers killed, the Central Intelligence Agency wrote in 1968, the anti-PKI massacres in Indonesia rank as one of the worst mass murders of the 20th century, along with the Soviet purges of the 1930s, the Nazi mass murders of the Second World War, and the Maoist bloodbath of the early 1950s too. And while there is still no consensus on the matter, some scholars have described the Indonesian violence as genocide. 3 Yet half a century later, this violence remains virtually unknown internationally. Thus, the World History Project website entry for the year 1965 includes the fact that Kellogg's Applejack cereal first appears, but fails to mention the killing of 500,000 people in Indonesia. 4. Even inside the country, the events of 1965–66 are still poorly understood, having only recently become the focus of serious discussion by historians, human rights activists, and the media. The massive production of testimony, memoir, truth-telling, and forensic investigation, to say nothing of reconciliation, memorialization, and justice, that has followed virtually every genocide in the 20th century has scarcely begun in Indonesia. Moreover, in contrast to most of the great mass killings of the past century, these crimes have never been punished or even properly investigated, and there have been no serious calls for any such action by international bodies or states. In this respect, Indonesia is arguably closer to the Soviet Union, China, and the United States than to any other country. This book aims to disturb the troubling silence. Its first aspiration is to clarify some basic historical questions: how many people were killed and detained? Who were the victims, and how did they die? Who were the perpetrators, and what motivated them? What happened to the hundreds of thousands who were detained and their families? These basic questions, testament to the significant gaps in our knowledge, need to be answered as a matter of urgency, especially as the number of reliable witnesses and participants declines with every passing year. The book also explores a number of deeper analytic puzzles elaborated below. Most important, it asks the following questions: how and why did this extraordinary violence happen? What have been the consequences of the violence for Indonesian society? And why has so little been said or done about it in the intervening years? With a few exceptions, scholars have viewed the events of 1965–66 as distinctively Indonesian, explicable mainly in terms of Indonesian culture, society, and politics. The implication has been that the dynamics at play are somehow unique and not comparable to other cases. While there is certainly much that is distinctive about the Indonesian case, my sense is that it shares many features with other instances of mass killing and detention, and that a more broadly comparative approach would be productive, both for understanding Indonesia's experience and enriching the general debate on such questions. And so, while focusing substantively on Indonesia, this book also seeks to engage wider debates about the dynamic of mass killing and incarceration, about the long-term legacies of silence and inaction in the aftermath of violence, and about the history of human rights. To that end, it asks, under what conditions are mass killing and incarceration most likely to occur? Why are some such serious crimes remembered, condemned, and punished, while others are forgotten and left unpunished? What are the political, social, and moral ramifications of such acts and silence for victims, for perpetrators, and for a society as a whole? My expectation is that a close examination of the mass violence of 1965 to 66 in Indonesia will provide insights into all these questions. The story in brief. The immediate trigger by some accounts, the pretext for the violence came on October 1, 1965. Early that morning, 6 senior Indonesian army generals and 1 lieutenant were detained and then killed by a group of lower-ranking officers belonging to a group called the September 30th Movement. The movement claimed that it had acted to prevent a planned coup d'état by a CIA-backed council of generals and that it remained loyal to President Sukarno. Ignoring those claims, the surviving army leadership, led by Major General Suharto, insisted that the movement had been masterminded by the PKI, and began a campaign aimed at destroying the party and forcing President Sukarno, whom they regarded as too sympathetic to the PKI, from power. By mid-1966 Sukarno's authority had been gravely diminished, the army had effectively seized power, the PKI and all leftist organizations had been decimated, and Marxist-Leninist teachings had been formally banned. The army leadership used a variety of strategies, political, judicial, and military, in its assault on the left. Within days of the alleged coup attempt, for example, it set in motion a sophisticated propaganda campaign blaming the PKI for killing the generals, accusing it of attempting to seize power by force, and calling on the population to assist the army in crushing the traitors down to the very roots. The most important strategy by far, however, was a campaign of violence that entailed outright killing as well as mass detention, ill treatment, torture, and rape. There were distinctive patterns to that violence that, when taken together, point strongly to the army leadership's central role in its planning and implementation. There were broad commonalities, for instance, in the manner of arrest, interrogation, and execution. Most victims were first arrested without warrant by the army, police, or local paramilitaries, and many were subjected to harsh treatment and torture while under interrogation. Following interrogation, they were sorted into 3 broad categories based on their alleged degree of involvement in the September 30th movement and leftist organizations. After screening, some detainees were released, some remained in detention, and some were selected for killing. Those targeted for killing were typically transported to execution sites by military vehicle, or handed over to local vigilante and paramilitary groups. Bound and gagged, they were then lined up and shot at the edge of mass graves, or hacked to pieces with machetes and knives. Their remains were often thrown down wells, or into rivers, lakes, or irrigation ditches. Few received proper burials. Many were subjected to sexual abuse and violence before and after their killing. Men were castrated, and women had their vaginas and breasts sliced or pierced with knives. Corpses, heads, and other body parts were displayed on roads as well as in markets and other public places. There were also clear patterns in the identity of those arrested and killed. In marked contrast to many other cases of mass killing and genocide, the victims in Indonesia were not targeted because of their ethnicity, nationality, or religion. On the contrary, with only occasional exceptions, they were selected for arrest and killing primarily on the basis of their real or alleged political affiliations. Moreover, while those killed and imprisoned included a number of high-ranking PKI officials, the vast majority were ordinary people, peasants, plantation workers, day laborers, school teachers, artists, dancers, writers, and civil servants with no knowledge of or involvement in the events of October 1. In other words, the attack on the PKI and its allies was not based on the presumption of actual complicity in a crime but rather on the logic of associative guilt and the need for collective retribution. The perpetrators also shared crucial commonalities. While arrests and executions were frequently committed by the army and police, many were carried out by armed civilians and militias affiliated with political parties on the right. In such cases, one or more individuals were selected as special executioners, sometimes referred to as algojo. The involvement of such local figures and groups has led some observers to conclude that the violence was the product of spontaneous horizontal conflicts among different social and religious groups. As I will elaborate below, that view ignores and perhaps deliberately obscures the fact that such groups and individuals almost always acted with the support and encouragement of army authorities. In the absence of army organization, training, logistical assistance, authorization, and encouragement, those groups would never have committed acts of violence of such great scope or duration. Despite these broad similarities, there were significant variations in the pattern of the killing. Geographically, they were most concentrated in the populous provinces of Central and East Java, on the island of Bali, in Aceh and North Sumatra, and in parts of East Nusa Tenggara. By contrast, they were relatively limited in the capital city of Jakarta, the province of West Java, and much of Sulawesi and Maluku. The timing of the killing was also distinctive. It began in Aceh in early October, and spread to Central Java in late October and to East Java and North Sumatra in early November. In December 1965, a full 2 months after the alleged coup attempt, the violence finally started in Bali, where an estimated 80,000 people were killed in a few months. Meanwhile, on the largely Catholic island of Flores toward the eastern end of the archipelago, it did not begin until February of the following year. The violence started to slow significantly in March 1966, shortly after the army seized power, but continued intermittently in some parts of the country through 1968.5 as discussed below. One of the enduring questions about the violence has been how to explain these variations. Figure 1.2. PKI members and sympathizers detained by the army in Bali, ca. December 1965. There was also significant variation in the levels of political detention in different parts of the country, and in the relative levels of detention and killing. For example, it appears that long-term detention was greatest where the levels of mass killing were lowest, such as in Jakarta, West Java, and parts of Sulawesi. The reverse was also true, where the killing was most intense, as in Bali, Aceh, and East Java. The overall levels of long-term detention were relatively low. In other words, long-term political detention and mass killing seem to have been inversely related. One possible explanation for that pattern is that the military authorities in different regions adopted different strategies for implementing an overall order to destroy the left. In some areas they opted for a strategy of mass incarceration, while in others they chose mass killing. 6. Acute political and social tensions were a critical part of the story, too. Some of these tensions were shaped by the Cold War, which fueled and accentuated a bitter split between the left and right inside the country. On the left was the popular and powerful PKI that had roots dating to the early 20th century. After an impressive fourth-place finish in the 1955 national elections, the last national elections before the alleged coup, the party grew dramatically in size and influence over the next decade. By 1965, it had an estimated 3.5 million members, and 20 million more in affiliated mass organizations for women, youth, peasants, plantation workers, cultural workers, and other groups. Arguably the most powerful and popular political party at the time, it also had the ear of President Sukarno, increasingly friendly ties with Beijing, and even some support inside the Indonesian armed forces, especially in the Air Force. Ranged against the PKI were most of the Indonesian army and a number of secular and religious parties. The most important and powerful of these were the Council of Islamic Scholars and the right wing of the secular Indonesian Nationalist Party. While these groups differed on many issues, they shared a deep hostility to the PKI. Like the PKI, moreover, the parties on the right all had affiliated popular organizations that were routinely mobilized for mass rallies and street demonstrations, as well as armed militia groups that played a central role in the violence of 1965 to 66. In short, by 1965, Indonesia was deeply divided, largely along a left-right axis, and politics was increasingly being played out on the streets by rival mass organizations and their armed counterparts. These internal divisions were exacerbated by the wider international conflict and heated rhetoric of the Cold War. Although it was an early proponent of non-alignment, by the early 1960s Indonesia was shifting markedly and, in the view of Western states, dangerously to the left. Between 1963 and 1965, for example, President Sukarno sought increasingly cordial relations with Beijing, launched blistering attacks on U.S. intervention in Vietnam, withdrew from the United Nations, and began a major military and political campaign called Confrontation against the new state of Malaysia, which Sukarno claimed had been created by the United Kingdom and other imperialist powers to encircle and weaken Indonesia. For all these reasons, the United States, the United Kingdom, and their allies saw Indonesia as a major problem. Indeed, by summer 1965, US and British officials were convinced that Indonesia was set to fall to the Communists. As CIA Director W.F. Raburn wrote to President Lyndon Johnson in late July 1965, Indonesia is well embarked on a course that will make it a communist nation in the reasonably near future, unless the trend is reversed. 7. Such anxieties were not new. From the late 1940s onward, the U.S. government had worked assiduously to undermine the PKI, and weaken or remove President Sukarno. It did so, for example, by covertly supporting anti-communist political parties in Indonesia's 1955 national elections, through a covert CIA operation supplying arms and money to anti-government rebels in 1957–58, and when that operation failed, through a program of military assistance and training designed to bolster the political position of the army at the expense of both Sukarno and the PKI. Under the circumstances, it is perhaps not surprising that the United States and its allies welcomed the Army's campaign against the left and Sukarno after October 1965. Nor should it come as a great surprise that these and others major powers eagerly assisted the Army in that campaign and its seizure of power. Capturing the heady mood of optimism of the period, Time magazine described the decimation of the PKI and the rise of the Army as the West's best news for years in Asia, and a New York Times story on the subject was headlined "A Gleam of Light in Asia 8." The reason for these jubilant assessments is not hard to discern. In the context of the Cold War and against the looming backdrop of the war in Vietnam, the mass killing and arrest of hundreds of thousands of people was a small price to pay for the destruction of one of the world's largest and most successful communist parties. Thus, after noting that at least 300,000 Indonesians were killed in the violence, a U.S. State Department postmortem from 1966 concluded that all in all, the change in Indonesia's policies has been a major break in the Southeast Asian situation, and a vivid example to many other nations of nationalist forces rising to beat back a communist threat. 9. Over the next few decades, the United States and its allies remained stalwart supporters of Major General Suharto's New Order regime, lavishing it with economic and military assistance, and loyally defending it in the face of domestic and international criticism of its abysmal human rights record. The U.S. government also went to extraordinary lengths to disguise its own role in the violence. In 1968, the CIA wrote and published an account of the alleged coup, Indonesia 1965, the coup that backfired, which largely embraced the dubious army version of events. Likewise, a succession of former U.S. government officials, including Ambassador Marshall Green as well as the Jakarta CIA station chief, Hugh Tovar, and his agency colleagues J. Foster Collins and John T. Pizzichero, published memoirs and articles that sought to divert attention from any possible U.S. role, while questioning the integrity and political loyalties of scholars who disagreed with them. 10. Although the mass killings subsided in mid-1966, the campaign against the left continued, most notably in the program of arbitrary mass detention. Of the estimated 1 million people detained following the alleged coup attempt, only a few thousand were ever charged with a crime, and they were sentenced in conspicuously unfair show trials. The rest were held without charge in appalling conditions, some of them in forced labor camps and penal colonies with no idea when or whether they might ever be released. While many of those detained were released after a few months or years in custody, a fair number were subsequently rearrested, and some 30,000 unchanged ARG political detainees remained in prisons or work camps until the late 1970s. In the face of unusual pressure from a newly credible transnational human rights movement and the administration of U.S. President Jimmy Carter, Indonesia finally released most of the remaining detainees in 1979. Even after their release, however, former detainees and their families continued to be subjected to egregious restrictions on their civil, economic, and political freedoms, and suffer an officially fostered social stigma. In addition, over the years hundreds of political prisoners who had been sentenced in show trials were executed or died in custody, while dozens remained in prison until President Suharto finally stepped down in May 1998. Suharto's resignation in the face of widespread protests stimulated lively demands for investigation into the events of 1965–66, a reassessment of the history of the period, apologies and compensation to the victims, and reconciliation and justice. In the intervening years there has been some progress on all those fronts. In 1999, then-President Abdurrahman Wahid, a former head of the NU, apologized for that organization's role in the killings and called for a revocation of the New Order law banning the PKI. In 2004, a bill was passed establishing a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and in 2012 the country's National Human Rights Commission issued a detailed report on the violence of 1965–66, calling on the Attorney General to conduct further investigations and bring charges against those deemed responsible. Unfortunately, these and many other initiatives have been met with angry resistance from members of the government, retired army officers, and civil society groups, and the most promising, including all the items mentioned above, have either failed to materialize or been rolled back. The backlash has made it clear that the New Order's dogmatic approach to the question of 1965 remains deeply entrenched not only in the Indonesian state but also in society as a whole. The same is true of the various mythologies that were the product of the Army's anti-PKI propaganda campaign. Meanwhile, Western and other states that abetted the violence of 1965–66, and roundly supported the New Order regime, have remained predictably silent about their role or the need to remedy those crimes so many years later. As a result, the prospects for truth, justice, and reconciliation in Indonesia remain elusive, more than 50 years after the violence began. Explanations and puzzles. Those who have examined the events of 1965–66 in depth have offered a wide range of explanations for them, focusing variously on psychological and socio-psychological dynamics, cultural and religious divisions, socio-economic conflicts, army planning, and international meddling. Indeed, the available scholarship on these events is now so rich that it is possible to draw on it to develop a more comprehensive account of the violence and its legacies. Point 11. That scholarship is discussed in some depth in later chapters, but it may be helpful to outline here some of the main contributions, while also highlighting questions and puzzles that remain unanswered. Many accounts of the Indonesian violence, both scholarly and popular, emphasize the personal and psychological motivations of the perpetrators. Point 12. Like Christopher Browning in his seminal study of the ordinary men of a German Reserve Police Battalion and Alexander Hinton in his work on the Cambodian genocide, they stress factors like peer pressure, fear, compliance with authority, and cultural norms in motivating participation and acquiescence. Point 13. Such motives were undoubtedly important in Indonesia. It would otherwise be difficult to explain why so many people took part in the violence. They may also help to explain the extraordinary societal silence that followed the violence. Few were prepared to risk speaking out against it. But as we know from other cases, and as the Indonesian experience confirms, such personal motivations alone cannot account for the onset and trajectory of mass violence. Crucial as personal motivations are in understanding those dynamics, they are necessarily shaped by other structural conditions, especially at the national and international levels. Other accounts seek to explain the violence of 1965–66 by reference to ostensibly distinctive features of Indonesian cultural and religious life. The most persistent of these interpretations suggests that the killings were rooted in exotic cultural patterns like running amok. An article in Time magazine from mid-1966 was typical. Amok is a Javanese word, and it describes what happened at the collapse of the communist coup. In a national explosion of pent-up hatred, Indonesia embarked on an orgy of slaughter that took more lives than the US has lost in all wars in this century. 14. This sort of explanation is favored by Indonesian officials and their closest allies, but it is generally not taken seriously by scholars, or at least it shouldn't be. Point 15. Apart from its problematic cultural reductionism and the way it fudges the vital question of responsibility, it does not account for even the most rudimentary facts of the case. Perhaps most obviously, it offers no explanation for the program of mass arbitrary detention that lasted more than a decade. By definition, a program of detention that extends across a vast country and lasts for years cannot be the product of spontaneous or pent-up rage. Nor does it offer any plausible explanation for the long years of silence and impunity that followed the mass detention and killing. More sophisticated analyses stress the importance of deeply rooted cultural and religious differences, for instance, between more pious and less pious Muslims in Java, in laying the foundations for the violence. Point 16. Such accounts provide insight into the kinds of grievances that may have driven enmity and conflict in certain areas, and help to explain why some of the language and symbolism of the violence varied as it did from one place to the next. At the same time, like most accounts that locate the origins of genocide in long-standing conflicts and tensions, they do not really explain why such tensions should have suddenly escalated to mass killing when and where they did. If the differences between the groups were so bitter and intractable, why had they not led to more than a few isolated instances of violence before the alleged October coup? Why was there such a long delay before the onset of violence in some of the most conflict-ridden areas? And why did comparable tensions elsewhere in the country not also result in mass killings? Some authors locate the root of the violence mainly in the socio-economic conditions that gave rise to bitter conflicts among Indonesians in different parts of the country. Point 17. Such tensions do appear to correlate with observed patterns of violence, with some of the worst violence occurring in Central Java, East Java, and Bali, where the conflict over land had been most intense in the years before the alleged coup, and the plantation belt of North Sumatra, where tensions between labor and capital had reached a critical peak in 1965. Still, like analyses that seek to explain mass killings by reference to deeply rooted cultural and religious tensions, those based on underlying socio-economic conflict fail to explain why such tensions should have escalated to the point of mass killing and incarceration. Nor do they offer a satisfactory account of the distinctive temporal patterns of the violence. A handful of scholars have argued that the mass killing should be understood as the result of planning and coordination by army and political leaders. Jess Melvin has recently made that case for a set on the basis of a rare trove of Indonesian army documents, and I have elsewhere made the argument for Bali. 18. Other scholars, including Douglas Kamen, John Rusa, and Robert Cribb, have likewise stressed that earlier studies overstated the importance of local social and cultural conditions, while underplaying the role of the army in fomenting and organizing the violence. 19. Others, however, have resisted this assertion, mainly on the grounds that significant geographic and temporal variations in the violence make it impossible to generalize. While accepting that the army may have played a significant role in some areas, they point to the variations as evidence that in other areas, horizontal social and cultural conflicts were the primary drivers of violence. 20. As elaborated below, my own view is that this latter interpretation is mistaken and that the marked temporal and geographic variations actually point to a wider national pattern. Finally, a number of authors have contended that the killings were mainly the result of a conspiracy, masterminded by foreign intelligence agencies like the CIA and the United Kingdom Secret Intelligence Service, in coordination with a handful of Indonesian army figures like General Suharto and Abdul Haris Nasution. 21. While there is no doubt that foreign agencies encouraged the army to act against the PKI and Sukarno before the supposed coup, and facilitated the violence after it, there are reasons to doubt that the entire affair was the result of a foreign conspiracy. Perhaps most important, that scenario probably attributes too much importance to a handful of CIA and MI6 operatives of doubtful competence, while ignoring the ample motives and capacities of Indonesian actors, chief among them the Indonesian army leadership. As such, it perpetuates a simplistic, neo-colonial narrative in which crucial political changes in the non-Western world, whether good or bad, are routinely attributed to the influence of the United States and other powerful outside actors. In any case, as I will elaborate later, the most careful studies on the subject do not support the claim of international conspiracy. These explanations clearly offer important insights, and without them we could scarcely begin to make sense of the violence that followed the alleged coup. Still, as I have suggested, they leave some key questions unanswered. What accounts for the distinctive geographic and temporal patterns and variations in the violence? That is, why was it concentrated in certain regions: Bali, Aceh, Central Java, East Java, North Sumatra, and parts of East Nusa Tenggara, and why did it begin and end at markedly different times in different parts of the country? Why, despite those variations, did the violence take broadly similar forms across the country? Why, for instance, did vigilantes or death squads everywhere play such a central role? Why did the violence so often seem to pit one social, cultural, or religious group against another, and why were methods like disappearance, bodily mutilation, corpse display, and sexual violence so common? How and why did deeply rooted cultural, religious, and socio-economic tensions escalate to mass killing and incarceration? What was the relationship between the mass killing and program of mass detention? Who was ultimately responsible for the violence? What role, if any, did foreign powers play in it? And finally, what have been the consequences of the violence for Indonesian society, and why has so little been said or done about it over the past 50 years? Wider perspectives. In answering these questions, I have found it fruitful to think of Indonesia's experience in a comparative way, by contemplating the events and legacies of 1965 to 66 in light of the wider literatures on genocide, mass violence, human rights, and the Cold War. Considering the near absence of Indonesia from much of that literature, moreover, it seems to me that the Indonesian example might also help to refine and enrich those discussions. A number of insights from the wider literature are especially germane to the Indonesian case. Among the most significant is the argument that genocide and mass killing are inherently political acts, initiated by actors with political motives and objectives. That is to say, genocides do not simply happen, they are not the natural byproduct of socio-economic or cultural conflicts, but instead are the result of deliberate and conscious acts by political and military leaders. This insight, compellingly argued by Benjamin Valentino, Scott Strauss, Helen Feen, and others, usefully shifts the focus away from purely psychological and social dynamics that explain popular participation and acquiescence in mass killing, to the intentional political acts of those in positions of authority who set mass killings in motion, and provide the encouragement and means through which they can be carried out. Point 22. That shift helps to train our attention on the structural conditions that permit mass killings to happen, and the vital question of legal and political responsibility for such acts. A related observation is that the capacities and character of states and state institutions are vital in creating the conditions for, and carrying out, programs of mass killing and incarceration. State capacity in the fields of logistics, propaganda, administration, and control over the means and organization of violence arguably mark the difference between isolated outbreaks of violence and sustained, geographically dispersed programs of mass killing and incarceration. Although it may seem self-evident, among the most important of these is the existence of institutions such as armies, police forces, paramilitaries, and militias with the logistical wherewithal and inclination to organize and carry out systematic violence. Point 23. A critical feature of such bodies is what I call their institutional culture, shorthand for their internal norms and patterns of behavior, which, depending on their historical experience and training, may be more or less violent. An important dimension of an institution's culture is its repertoire of violence, by which I mean the routines of violence learned and employed by all of those associated with the institution. Point 24. I believe that such institutional cultures and repertoires help to account for certain distinctive patterns of mass violence that are not easily explained by reference to personal psychology or peer pressure. The wider literature also points to the importance of ideology in fueling genocide and mass violence. Eric Weitz has argued, for example, that a unique conjuncture of mass politics, ideas of racial purity, and revolutionary utopian ideologies fueled 4 of the 20th century's worst genocides. 25 Other scholars have similarly highlighted the significance of ideologies rooted in racism, nationalism, and modernity together with fears of an existential threat to the state in explaining the onset and dynamics of genocide. 26 While the importance of state ideology can scarcely be denied, the Indonesian case raises some doubt about the significance of revolutionary utopianism and racial purity as the key elements in the equation. The ideology of Indonesia's new order could hardly be characterized as utopian or revolutionary, and it was not in any obvious way rooted in ideas of racial purity. The existential threat to the nation imagined by the army leadership and its allies did not come from a particular racial or ethnic group but rather from a political group and ideology, the PKI and communism. And the remedy lay not in racial purification or even revolutionary transformation but simply the excision of the offending political category through execution, incarceration, re-education, repression, and propaganda. Thus, if any ideology can be said to have driven the mass violence in 1965, 66 and the later violence in Aceh, East Timor, Papua, and elsewhere, it was an ideology of strident, even hysterical anti-communism and militarism, informed by a narrative that portrayed the left as an existential threat to the state and nation. Another insight from the literature on genocide is that local conditions along with the relationship between local and national actors influence the trajectory of mass violence and genocide in significant ways. As Strauss has argued, for example, local actors play a crucial role in implementing the plans and orders initiated by national leaders by identifying, detaining, categorizing, and killing designated enemies. 27 Mass violence may accelerate or slow depending on the willingness and ability of those local allies to carry out national plans, and the capacity of national leaders to mobilize and manage local allies and networks. Meanwhile, local socio-economic and political conditions matter because they shape what kinds of tensions, for instance, land, political office, wages, or religion become politically salient, and supply the language, symbols, and relevant collective memories through which such conflicts may be escalated or restrained. Existing studies also point to language and visual representation as crucial in setting the stage for genocide and other kinds of mass violence. 28 Depictions of a targeted group as less than human, threatening, treacherous, immoral, or sexually depraved together with explicit or implicit incitement to violence against members of the group effectively serve to place it, in Fine's apt phrase, outside the universe of obligation of the perpetrator, and make mass violence far more likely. 29. Whether in the context of mass rallies, print and electronic media, religious edicts, works of art, or carefully devised propaganda and anti-war campaigns, pejorative representations of a target group help to create frameworks within which acts of violence against it are seen as justifiable, legitimate, and even necessary. The association between language and violence appears to be especially strong where the negative portrayals resonate with pre-existing perceptions of the group, and where they are voiced or clearly condoned by powerful military, political, or religious figures. By removing the moral restraints on violent action, such representations help to forge the social consensus or at least popular compliance that is an essential component of mass violence. Turning to a wider canvas, several scholars have made the case that genocide and other kinds of atrocities tend to emerge in the context of war, offering a variety of explanations for that connection. 30 Some have argued, for example, that the experience of modern war results in a general brutalization of both soldiers and society at large, and the emergence of a culture of violence that makes the turn to mass violence more likely. Others have stressed the way in which the binary us versus them mentality of war, together with the fear of an existential threat to the nation, lays the rhetorical and political groundwork for mass violence and killing. While recognizing the importance of war in the logic of genocide, historians of international human rights have taken a somewhat broader view, showing how international legal regimes, normative environments, and transnational networks can serve both to facilitate and to constrain mass violence. 31 These contributions show, in other words, that war is only one of many ways in which international actors and context can contribute to genocide and mass violence. In addition to explaining why genocides may happen, moreover, they offer clues as to how they may be prevented, ended, or remedied once the violence has ceased. Likewise, historians of the Cold War have highlighted the many ways, short of all-out war, in which powerful states have historically helped to create the conditions for mass violence. Crucially, the best of this scholarship does not claim that Cold War calculations determine the course of events in other countries in a linear fashion, or that the military coups, wars, and rebellions of those years were solely the product of foreign conspiracy. 32 They show instead that the overthrow of neutralist or leftist leaders, and the rise of military regimes and violence that often followed, were shaped by a complex array of local interests and by the interplay of those interests with regional and international objectives and developments. 33 These findings suggest that there is a need for caution in attributing outbreaks of mass violence directly to foreign states and covert agencies. Still, as Greg Grandin has argued so powerfully for Guatemala, Cold War logic and interventions did have real, sometimes grievous consequences for governments and populations in these years. That was certainly the case in Indonesia, where foreign intervention formed a crucial element of the wider context within which politics took shape in the years before and after 1965. Finally, genocide scholars have underscored the pivotal role of historical processes, events, and contingencies in understanding the onset, dynamics, and end of genocide and mass violence. 34 They show, for example, how historical experiences, particularly as they are recalled in collective and official memory, may either encourage or constrain mass violence. They also argue that genocides and mass killings unfold in response to historically specific and changing conditions on the ground. This historically contingent and process-driven understanding of genocides is vital in explaining their geographic and temporal variations as well as how they end. One might add that historical memory along with official histories can have an especially profound effect on the ways in which mass violence is remembered, memorialized, and remedied. Where those responsible for the violence remain in power, they are in a strong position to write its history, and thus to construct a social memory that diverts blame, obscures responsibility, and obstructs all efforts at redress. A new account. Based on these insights and building on the rich body of existing work by Indonesia scholars outlined earlier, I want to suggest here a new approach that addresses many of the questions posed above and accounts for the variations and particularities of the Indonesian case while also making possible its comparison to other instances of mass killing and detention. That approach entails three broad claims, each of which is spelled out briefly below and which together form the basis for the discussion in the remainder of this book. The Army. My first claim is that the violence of 1965-66, its patterns and variations cannot be properly understood without recognizing the pivotal role of the Army leadership in provoking, facilitating, and organizing it. I do not mean that the Army single-handedly carried out all the killings or acted alone, that was not the case. It faced pressure from a variety of social, religious, and political groups for firm action against the left, and the success of its campaign depended on the often willing collaboration of a great many Indonesians. What I am arguing, rather, is that the resort to mass killing and detention was neither inevitable nor spontaneous, but was encouraged, facilitated, directed, and shaped by the Army's leadership. In other words, without the Army leadership, those pressures and the personal, socio-economic, religious, and cultural tensions that fueled them would never have resulted in mass killing or incarceration on such a wide scale, and would not have been followed by 5 decades of silence and inaction. Figure 1.3. Army officer briefs soldiers and local militia members about the campaign against the PKI in a village in central Java, ca 1965. The Army's decisive role had 5 crucial dimensions. First, in the immediate aftermath of the alleged coup attempt, the Army developed and disseminated a discourse of existential threat to the nation that provoked and valorized acts of violence against real and alleged leftists. Through a carefully crafted media and propaganda campaign, it demonized and dehumanized the PKI and its affiliates, and called for them to be destroyed down to the very roots. In doing so, the Army leadership gave license to the party's enemies to do the same, and provided an essential ingredient in transforming underlying tensions and conflict into actual violence. Second, the army leadership took a series of decisions and gave orders to detain, transport, categorize, register, interrogate, and prosecute vast numbers of people. To implement those decisions, it had to build and manage a network of local allies, and then sustain that network over an extended period of time. In the absence of such central planning, and without the army's unique organizational and logistical reach, the mass violence could not have extended to so many different areas of the country and could not have been sustained for so long. The army's central role also helps to explain the distinctive features of that campaign. Disappearance, bodily mutilation, corpse display, sexual violence, and torture were elements of the army's repertoire of violence, shaped by its institutional culture. Third, to carry out its plans, the army leadership mobilized an extensive network of civilian militia groups like the Nusbanser and PNI's Pemuda Marhen and encouraged them to do the essential groundwork for the campaign of mass violence, such as identification, detention, transportation, and killing. While it is true that some groups occasionally acted without explicit army sanction, notably in East Java, such instances were localized and limited. In the vast majority of cases, militia forces operated with the full knowledge, and usually under orders from, local or regional army commanders. As a consequence, they were deeply influenced by the army's institutional culture, and the violence they committed drew on the army's standard repertoire. It was through these officially sanctioned militia groups, moreover, that long-standing tensions were transformed into mass violence, that violence was sustained for long periods over wide stretches of the country, and that so many people became complicit in the crimes committed. Fourth, while the army alone had the unique organizational and logistical capacity to implement this plan, its capacity was not unlimited. In some areas, it was unable to mobilize local allies or even met resistance from local authorities, thereby delaying or derailing the implementation of the plan. In Bali, for instance, the Central Army leadership met resistance from the governor and regional military commander, resulting in a 2-month delay in the onset of killings. By contrast, in Aceh, where the local civilian and army leadership were united in their support of the Central Army Command's plan, the violence began almost immediately. Thus, the army leadership's uneven capacity to mobilize local allies helps to explain both the geographic and temporal variations in the violence. Finally, by virtue of seizing power, the army leadership was able to write and disseminate its own history of the violence while silencing alternative versions. The army used various methods to do that, including public rituals, show trials, popular education, films, and other propaganda that evoked the latent threat of communism and reminded potential critics of the dire consequences of being labeled a leftist. The result has been a profoundly misleading, but also remarkably resilient, account that has been crucial in enforcing the more than 50 years of silence and inaction that has followed the violence. International context. My second principal claim is that the actions of powerful foreign states, especially the United States and the United Kingdom, together with aspects of the international context, were instrumental in facilitating and encouraging the Army's campaign of mass violence in 1965–66. I am not suggesting that the United States or other foreign powers plotted the supposed coup or violence in advance. The evidence does not support such a claim. But I think it can be shown that in the absence of support from powerful states and in a different international context, the Army's program of mass killings and incarceration would not have happened. An account that highlights the international context, and the acts and omissions of powerful states, also explains better than most others how the Army got away with it, and why there has been such deafening silence and inaction over the 5 decades since it ended. This claim is based on 5 main observations. First, contrary to blanket denials that the United States and its allies played any role in toppling Sukarno and destroying the PKI, there is now abundant evidence that they did. In fact, for more than a decade before the alleged coup, the United States and other Western powers worked assiduously to undermine Sukarno and the PKI through the provision of covert assistance to anti-communist parties and military backing to anti-Sukarno rebels. After 1958, moreover, they encouraged anti-communist elements in the army to act forcefully against the PKI and to play a leading role in politics by providing them with increased military assistance as well as secret assurances that they would support such a move. And in the final year before the supposed coup, the United States and its allies carried out a covert campaign designed to tarnish the reputation of the PKI and Sukarno, and supply a pretext for the army to act against them. Second, the available evidence shows unequivocally that in the weeks and months after the alleged coup, the United States and United Kingdom encouraged and facilitated the violence that followed. They did this through a covert campaign of disinformation and propaganda designed to further blacken the name of the PKI, a policy of deliberate silence in the face of what they knew to be widespread army-instigated violence against civilians, and the provision of covert economic, military, and logistical assistance to the army leadership. These interventions, set in motion within days of the purported coup, provided vital assurance to Suharto and his allies that they could move against the PKI without fear of criticism, and buttressed the army's violent campaign at a critical juncture. Third, the violence was crucially shaped by the broad international political context and more specifically the Cold War. As noted above, that context dominated the Indonesian political scene and helped to create the highly polarized left-right division that was arguably a precondition for mass violence. The Cold War was also essential in influencing the substance and style of Indonesia's international relations, especially after 1963, driving it ever closer to China while alienating it from the United States and other Western powers as well as the Soviet Union. It was Sukarno's drift to the left, after all, that led the United States, the United Kingdom, and their allies to view Indonesia as a major problem, and therefore to support the army leadership's move against the PKI and Sukarno, regardless of the cost in human lives. And it was Indonesia's decision to side with China after the Sino-Soviet split that led the Soviet Union to do so little to protect the PKI once the killing began. Fourth, I think it can be shown that the violence was facilitated by the prevailing weakness at the time of international norms, institutions, and networks related to human rights. Perhaps most important was the near absence in 1965–66 of the transnational human rights and civil society networks that from the mid-1970s began to play an important part in efforts to prevent or stop mass violence. In the absence of such networks, the United Nations took no notice of the violence, most states expressed satisfaction or said nothing at all, and the mass media largely parroted official views. By contrast, the rapidly growing credibility of international human rights organizations and discourse in the 1970s, and the brief conjuncture of that new authority with the administration of U.S. President Carter, helped to explain the anomalous success of the campaign on behalf of Indonesia's political prisoners leading to the release of most by the end of 1979. Finally, powerful international actors facilitated the Indonesian army's work of rewriting the history of the violence. Through their economic, political, and military support for the regime that came to power in the wake of the killings of 1965–66, and their almost total silence about them ever since, Western governments have helped to ensure that the official version of events prevailed, and have prevented the proper investigation and prosecution of what, by any measure, were among the worst crimes of the 20th century. These conditions have also meant that unlike the survivors of some genocides, most notably the Holocaust, the survivors of 1965–66 have had neither the opportunity nor power to generate world attention about those events in the half-century since they happened. Historical conditions. Lastly, this account highlights the role of historical conditions and antecedents in understanding the dynamics of the mass violence of 1965–66. More specifically, I argue that in addition to the underlying cultural, religious, and socio-economic tensions that shaped the violence, 5 crucial historical conditions related to Indonesian political life made the mass killings in Indonesia much more likely to happen. They did so by influencing political ideas and conflicts, shaping key political institutions and structures, and providing the basis for politically powerful historical reconstructions and memories. The first of these conditions was a colonial and anti-colonial history that made bitter ideological differences between the left and right a key fault line of Indonesian politics after independence. Notwithstanding its enormous linguistic, cultural, and religious diversity, by the 1920s Indonesia's anti-colonial politics had begun to crystallize as much along ideological lines as on the basis of ethnic or cultural identities. Within that political constellation, the left was unusually strong, and the PKI held an especially prominent position. The position of the left was repeatedly challenged, however, not only by those who favored colonial rule but also by those who saw it as antithetical to Islam, and some who believed it represented a threat to national unity and stability. Those lines of tension survived into the post-independence period and laid the foundations for the deepening left-right conflicts that culminated in 1965. The second condition was the emergence of a perception within the army and the political right more generally that the PKI represented an existential threat to army unity and to the nation. That perception dated back at least to September 1948, when an armed group supported by the PKI, sought to establish an autonomous political command around the provincial town of Madiun in East Java. Alarmed by this apparent threat to their authority, the army and the national leadership acted quickly to crush the movement, detaining and executing its principal leaders. From that point onward, the army and its allies on the right portrayed the events in Madiun as an armed rebellion by the PKI, and evidence of the party's essentially treacherous inclinations. As such, they became a rallying point for the goal of suppressing the PKI, especially after October 1, 1965, when the army and its allies repeatedly invoked the memory of Madiun as a reason to crush the PKI once and for all. The third crucial historical condition for the violence was a process of state formation in the context of war and revolution that gave rise to a conservative and politically powerful army along with a highly militarized state after independence. If the idea of an Indonesian nation had already been articulated in the 1920s, the sinews of a new Indonesian state only began to form in the course of Indonesia's wartime occupation by Japan and in the four-year fight for independence from the Dutch known as the National Revolution. Notwithstanding certain outward concerns with democracy and human rights, and a nominally civilian leadership, the state that emerged during these years was underpinned by a national army whose commitment to civilian rule and democracy was superficial at best. In the post-independence period, the army repeatedly asserted its right to be directly involved in political life, and with the President's declaration of martial law in 1957, it secured both substantial political and economic power that it was reluctant to relinquish. Over the same period, the state itself became increasingly militarized, both in style and substance. The fourth condition was the early development of an army doctrine and practice of mobilizing civilian militia forces to combat domestic enemies. Influenced by the Japanese occupation forces with whom its members had trained during the wartime occupation, and in response to the challenges of fighting returning Dutch and Allied forces on Indonesian territory after 1945, the army relied to a great extent on the support of local populations and their struggle organizations known as Massacres. That strategy was eventually formalized into a doctrine of total people's defense, which in essence called for the mobilization of local militias to fight domestic and foreign enemies. The strategy was used to considerable effect not only against the Dutch and their allies but also against domestic groups that in the army's view, threatened its preeminence or the nation. The strategy as well as the particular tactics and repertoires that were used in that campaign were employed again after independence, and formed an essential foundation for the mobilization of militia groups to detain and kill leftists after October 1, 1965. The final condition was the consolidation by the early 1960s of a politics notable for its militancy and high levels of mass mobilization. That condition was accelerated by the polarizing logic of the Cold War, the compelling but sometimes bellicose language of Sukarno's anti-colonial nationalism, and the often obnoxious behavior of the United States and other powerful states both in Indonesia and elsewhere. U.S. support for regional rebellions in the late 1950s and its armed intervention in Vietnam were especially provocative, British support for the newly formed state of Malaysia over Sukarno's objections did nothing to relieve tensions. On the other side, increasingly strong ties with China in these years encouraged militancy on the left, while heightening anxieties on the right. Together, these factors accentuated existing left-right divisions inside Indonesia, and a growing sense of crisis in which rumor, suspicion, and hostility flourished, providing a crucial backdrop and stimulus for mass political violence. In short, the account presented here, and elaborated in the rest of the book, stresses the critical role of the army leadership, the influence of international actors and context, and the impact of historical conditions in shaping both the mass violence and the long silence that followed. In making these arguments, I do not mean that personal motives, social psychology, cultural and religious tensions, and socio-economic conflicts were unimportant in generating mass violence, only that their significance was always shaped and circumscribed in decisive ways by the broader historical and political context. Similarly, in stressing here certain structural conditions for the violence of 1965 to 66, and referring to the intentional acts of the army leadership, I do not mean to suggest that the mass killing and incarceration were preordained, or planned from start to finish. On the contrary, it is worth emphasizing that the violence emerged and changed in response to conditions on the ground. That is to say, this account leaves room for contingency and mere happenstance as essential parts of the explanation. The most important of these contingencies, though certainly not the only one, was the alleged coup of October 1, 1965, itself. Whoever the architects of that action were, the killing of the 6 generals provided a crucial opportunity for the army and its allies to move forcefully against the left. In the absence of that event, and without the army leadership's decision to turn it to its political advantage, one cannot say with any certainty that the political tensions in Indonesia, profound as they were, would ever have resulted in violence on such a massive scale. Chapter 2. Preconditions. Revolution is only truly revolution if it is continuous struggle. Not just an external struggle against an enemy, but an inner struggle, fighting and subduing all negative aspects which hinder or do damage to the course of the revolution. In this light, revolution is a mighty symphony of victory over the enemy and over oneself. President Sukarno, Independence Day Speech, August 17, 1957. It is commonplace to invoke Indonesia's history in explaining the mass violence of 1965 to 66, and there is no doubt that the violence was in some way informed by historical experience. There is less agreement about what sort of history matters, and in what ways history and the violence of 1965 to 66 were connected. Official Indonesian accounts, for example, focus almost exclusively on the history of the PKI's alleged treachery, highlighting its armed uprisings against the colonial authorities in 1926 and the fledgling republic in 1948, and its supposed plans to seize power again in October 1965, as though this depiction were sufficient to explain the violence that followed the alleged coup. By contrast, many popular and some scholarly narratives implicitly locate the origins of the violence in a timeless Indonesian past, from which exotic cultural patterns, like running amok, deference to authority, and religious fanaticism, emerged fully formed to shape and guide the actions of those who killed and were killed. Neither of these portraits provides a satisfactory account of the historical forces that gave rise to the violence of 1965 to 66. This chapter offers a different perspective, emphasizing the historical forces, actors, and contingencies that I think were most important in facilitating and shaping the violence of 1965 to 66. It begins with a brief look at Indonesia's colonial history, before tracing the emergence of leftist and nationalist movements in the early 20th century, the Japanese occupation from 1942 to 1945, the struggle against Dutch rule that culminated in independence in 1949, and the first tumultuous decade and a half of independence. It then examines in more detail each of the principal political actors that emerged in the post-independence period and the tensions that developed among them. The last section provides a description of the final year before the alleged coup when these tensions came to a head, and shows how a number of key decisions and events helped to create the preconditions for the events of October 1, 1965, and violence that followed. Through this account, the chapter underscores 5 aspects of Indonesia's modern history that appear to have been especially important in facilitating mass violence against the left, a colonial and revolutionary experience that fueled acute ideological difference, and gave rise to widely divergent and conflicting historical narratives, an early perception within the army and among some Muslims that the PKI represented an existential threat to the nation, a process of state formation that entailed the development of a powerful, centralized, and politically conservative army with a strong stake in the status quo, the development within that army of an institutional culture, repertoire, and doctrine that supplied the template for the violent suppression of its domestic enemies, and a post-colonial politics characterized by mass political mobilization, militancy, and polarization. Colonialism and revolution. The country we call Indonesia today, a vast archipelago stretching some 3,000 miles and encompassing hundreds of different linguistic groups, is a relatively recent invention. Its modern geographic contours were the product of Dutch colonial rule over territory that had not previously been a single political entity. Point 1. That is not to say that the archipelago was a blank slate before the arrival of Europeans. On the contrary, these islands Java, Sumatra, Bali, Sulawesi, Borneo, and hundreds of others and the waters that linked them were the site of impressive civilizations and vast trading networks dating from the early centuries of the Common Era. These included the great Hindu-Buddhist trading empire of Srivijaya, based in today's Sumatra, and the kingdom of Majapahit, whose influence covered most of Java and Bali, and extended to southern Borneo, Sumatra, and the islands of today's eastern Indonesia. Important and impressive as these civilizations were, none was known nor can correctly be described as Indonesia. That name, and the national idea that lay at its heart, did not emerge until the early decades of the 20th century, when a handful of natives formed the first nationalist movements to articulate the idea that despite their many differences, all the disparate peoples of the Indies shared a single predicament, identity, and destiny. Point 2. That was also the moment when a regional trade and administrative language, Malay, was renamed and pressed into service as the new national language Bahasa Indonesia. Like the idea of a unified national entity called Indonesia, the choice of that language, rather than one of the hundreds of local languages or indeed Dutch, was politically significant. It underscored the broader principle of the nationalist movement that no particular ethnic or religious group, no matter how large, economically dominant, or sophisticated, would dominate or define the nation, and that Indonesia would only succeed on the principle of unity and a civic as opposed to ethnically based citizenship. Colonial and anti-colonial legacies. That ideal, while sometimes contested or dishonored, informed political debate for a century. Despite Indonesia's enormous ethnic and linguistic diversity, and notwithstanding some inevitable tensions, ethnicity and religion did not define Indonesia's political debate or national identity. That is to say, in marked contrast to the situation in many other colonial and post-colonial states and the United States, race, ethnicity, and religion have not been the main fault lines of Indonesian political life. Instead, the principal debates and disagreements have been ideological or philosophical. What kind of anti-colonial struggle should we wage? What kind of nation will this be? In accordance with what political ideology should we construct our new state and nation? Indeed, in the 1920s and 1930s, the secular nationalist position that eventually came to dominate the debate was only one of many political visions articulated. Apart from those that sought the maintenance of colonial rule in some form, the main contenders included various manifestations of Islamism along with both revolutionary and moderate leftist positions. Sukarno, an early advocate of unitary Indonesian nationalism, aspired to draw these together into a single movement by insisting that nationalism, religion, and communism were not fundamentally incompatible but rather equally vital aspects of one struggle. Point 3. That idea, which was later expressed by Sukarno in the acronym Massacres, became a crucial element of the nationalist struggle, but also a point of bitter contention in the years afterward, right up until the alleged coup of 1965. Yet both the bitterness and the attempts to overcome it only serve to underscore that the central debates, the key fault lines, primarily concerned ideology and political vision, and not identity claims based on ethnicity, race, or religion. Figure 2.1. Sukarno with colleagues and lawyers in front of the colonial courthouse, Bandung, ca 1926. Colonial rule also gave rise to, or exacerbated, political and social tensions in the archipelago, both between colonizers and colonized and among the native peoples of the Indies. These included conflicts among rival claimants to aristocratic or other privileges, who then mobilized local populations against their rivals, often with the help of Dutch officials and military forces. Other tensions were rooted in class conflict, such as between disgruntled peasants and their landlords, or agricultural laborers and plantation owners, who were frequently backed by the Dutch. And some were conflicts over religious and cultural beliefs or practices, with Dutch authorities often supporting ostensibly traditional prerogatives against the claims by modernizers and nationalists. 4. Other features of the colonial period that had lasting consequences for Indonesia were the routine use of native auxiliaries to put down rebellions, and the practice of sending critics and opponents into internal exile. Commanded by Dutch officers, native forces comprised the vast bulk of the colonial armies that fought anti-colonial rebel movements from Aceh to Bali in the late 19th and early 20th century. In effect, native solidars dominated the colonial armed forces, and were then deployed, under Dutch command, to kill and detain other natives. That left deep scars, and arguably influenced the strategy and tactics used by Indonesia's armed forces in the revolution and period after independence. Likewise, Indonesian authorities later adopted the Dutch colonial approach to dealing with the leaders of rebel movements and other opponents, sending them into exile in remote parts of the archipelago, such as Boven Digul on the island of Papua. It was to such penal colonies that the Dutch sent the leaders of the 1926 PKI uprising and nationalist figures, like Sukarno, in the 1930s. The brief Japanese wartime occupation also had important consequences for Indonesia's political development, encouraging the rapid spread of nationalist ideas, quickening the pace of mass political mobilization, and in Anderson's words, giving Indonesians their first taste of a militarized state with a militaristic ideology. 5. In addition to facilitating the activities of older nationalist figures like Sukarno, Japanese authorities drew young people into mass political organizations in unprecedented numbers, and encouraged them to participate in a variety of military and paramilitary bodies. 6. Those organizations fostered a sense of militancy and fighting spirit among the country's youths, and became a breeding ground for the many youth-centered paramilitary units known as Massacres and struggle organizations that played a central role in the Indonesian national revolution after the Japanese defeat in August 1945. The most important of those organizations was a native auxiliary force known as Defenders of the Fatherland, established by the Japanese in late 1943 in the face of Allied military advances. Significantly, PETA provided the bulk of the officers for the Indonesian Army from late 1945 through to the late 1970s, among them General Suharto. 7. Crucially, Japanese occupation authorities also introduced to Indonesia's nationalist fighters and through them, to its national army some of the more notorious techniques and practices employed by its fighting forces, including torture, harsh treatment, arbitrary imprisonment, and collective punishment. 8. Indeed, many of the specific techniques of torture and punishment used by Indonesian forces in 1965-66, including mock execution, immersion in fetid water, sexual assault, burning with lighted cigarettes, and electrocution using army field generators, appear to have been borrowed directly from Japanese wartime practice. Likewise, in their form as well as the system of inmate control and punishment they employed, the highly militarized prison camps used to detain political prisoners after 1965 bear a striking resemblance to the POW camps established by Japanese forces in Indonesia between 1942 and 1945. 9. In other words, the Japanese occupation appears to have influenced the institutional culture of the Indonesian National Army and its repertoires of violence. Figure 2.2. Indonesian nationalists parade before Japanese military authorities in Jakarta, ca 1942-45. Indonesian National Revolution. The Indonesian National Revolution was especially important in establishing the main contours of Indonesia's post-colonial state, leaving an indelible imprint on its institutions and founding narratives, and forever shaping the main fault lines of political conflict. 10 Although it was a complex affair defying easy characterization, the revolution was mainly a war of national resistance precipitated by the Dutch attempt to return to their former colony at the end of World War II. Indonesian nationalists who had declared independence on August 17, 1945, just days after the Japanese surrender but months before the Dutch and their allies were in a position to return, resisted that attempt. By the time Allied troops landed, in November 1945, Indonesian nationalists, especially the secular nationalist Republicans led by Sukarno and his colleagues who had declared independence, were in no mood to relinquish their newfound freedom. The Dutch, for their part, were adamant that the Indies belonged to them, and that the Republicans represented a handful of radicals and terrorists who had no credibility because they had collaborated with the Japanese during the war. That charge was made especially against Sukarno, who had indeed worked with the Japanese in the furtherance of his nationalist objectives. The arrival of Dutch and Allied forces led to bitter and protracted fighting, which continued on and off until late 1949, when under pressure from the United Nations and United States, the Dutch finally accepted Indonesia's independence. Notably, that external pressure on the Dutch only began in earnest after Republican authorities crushed the leftist uprising in Madiun in September 1948, thereby establishing in U.S. government eyes their anti-communist bona fides. The military dimension of the revolution shaped Indonesian army norms and practices, its institutional culture and repertoire in significant ways. 11 Angered by the apparent collaboration of Indonesian nationalists with the Japanese, and embittered by their own appalling experiences in Japanese POW camps, Dutch forces employed methods that at the time some called Nazi tactics and have more recently been described as war crimes. 12 Perhaps mimicking the methods of their former enemies, they detained thousands of suspected supporters of independence without charge or trial, tortured detainees as punishment or to obtain information, and burned entire villages in retribution. Dutch colonial forces also carried out mass executions in villages thought to be supporting Republican rebels, disposing of the corpses in nearby rivers and irrigation canals just as Indonesian death squads would do with their communist victims 20 years later. 13. On the other side, Indonesian nationalist forces often adopted techniques that their opponents described as terrorist and that today would be considered grave violations of human rights. Fueled by the militancy and fighting spirit they had imbibed from the Japanese, and probably borrowing methods they had seen those forces use during the occupation, they too burned villages whose residents they suspected of supporting the other side, tortured detainees to obtain information, and sometimes killed suspected collaborators in their custody. These methods became part of the institutional repertoire and culture of the Indonesian armed forces after independence in 1949, and remained in place when the army began its campaign against the left in late 1965. The Indonesian National Revolution also had long-lasting consequences for army doctrine and structure. 14 It was the seedbed of the doctrine of total people's defense, according to which the army would rely on close cooperation with the civilian population to combat internal rebellion and subversion. That notion lay at the heart of the strategy of mobilizing civilians as vigilantes and paramilitaries in the years after independence. The revolution also gave rise to the idea that Indonesia should have a territorial army, with armed units permanently stationed in every province, regency, district, and village, again with a focus on combating the threat of internal unrest and subversion. Finally, over the course of the revolution, the army became ever more centralized and ideologically homogeneous, as it assimilated independent struggle organizations into its central command, and sought to purge both leftist and Islamist units such as Pesandu and Hizbullah that threatened its authority. 15 All these aspects of Indonesian army doctrine and structure facilitated, and were arguably crucial preconditions for, the mass killing and incarceration of 1965–66. Of course, the revolution was much more than a military contest between Indonesian and Dutch forces, and its ramifications extended beyond the military realm. At stake as well were fundamental questions about who should lead the fight, how the struggle should be conducted, and what form the new nation-state should take. The manner in which these debates were resolved, or left unresolved, affected the character of the post-colonial state and the configuration of political forces that emerged in the post-independence period. They also reinforced the politics of bitter ideological conflict that was a second precondition for the mass violence of 1965–66. The impact of the revolution on the post-colonial state was perhaps most clearly evident in the constitution that was promulgated in the first heady days after the Declaration of Independence. Sensing the need for swift action and obvious arguments in favor of strong centralized rule, the small group that gathered to draw up the Constitution in August 1945 devised a basic document that placed substantial authority in the President's office and envisioned a unitary, that is to say, non-federal republican government. But this vision of a secular, authoritarian, and unitary state was by no means the only option on the table. The other possibilities advanced included a socialist but non-communist state with democratic institutions modeled on those of the West, a communist state modeled on Joseph Stalin's Soviet Union, a federal state in which different regional governments would be granted substantial autonomy, and a theocratic state in which some version of Islamic law would be the law of the land. Each of these positions had its strong proponents who jockeyed constantly for influence and power in the constellation of forces leading the fight for independence, and who recalled their victories and losses with some clarity and bitterness in the years after independence. The earliest challenge came from the Islamist position, which demanded at the time of the Declaration of Independence that the Constitution should include the provision that Islamic law would prevail for the vast majority of Indonesian citizens who were Muslim. That demand, articulated in a document known as the Jakarta Charter, was narrowly and according to its proponents, unfairly rejected in favor of a secular state in which all religions would have an equal footing. 16 That defeat did not put an end to the Islamist challenge. On the contrary, by 1948, a rebel movement known as Darul Islam had emerged that demanded the formation of an Islamic state. Darul Islam, and its armed counterpart, Tentara Islam Indonesia, found strong support in some parts of the country, notably in West Java and Aceh, but also in South Sulawesi and South Kalimantan, and represented a continuing threat to the Republic until it was finally defeated in the early 1960s. 17 The campaign against Darul Islam represented a significant deepening of Central Army power both within and beyond Java, and the rebellion itself left a legacy of deep mistrust of Islamism among secular nationalists and within the army. The long military campaign against Darul Islam also provided an opportunity for the army to develop its counterinsurgency strategies and tactics, including the notorious fence of legs tactic, in which villagers were mobilized to flush out rebels by forming a human chain around presumed base areas. Such tactics eerily foreshadowed and arguably provided the blueprint for the army's campaign to crush the PKI after 1965. A second significant challenge came from parties of the left, which by 1948 found themselves increasingly at odds with the Republican leadership, especially its conservative Massacres supporters. Convinced of the need for genuine social revolution rather than merely national liberation and threatened by the plan to rationalize the armed forces, parties of the left came to adopt positions critical of the Republican leadership. Criticism turned to open opposition in mid-1948 shortly after the return to Indonesia of a pre-war PKI figure named Musso, who regrouped the left under a newly radicalized PKI leadership. It was against that backdrop, in mid-September 1948, that leftist officials and military units in the provincial town of Madiun, East Java, clashed with Republican forces and declared the establishment of a National Front government. 18 Although the uprising in Madiun appears to have been a local affair that caught the national PKI leadership by surprise, Republican leaders and foreign governments quickly accused the PKI of staging a coup as part of a broader Soviet plot to overthrow nationalist governments throughout the region. Massacres leaders joined in by calling for a holy war against the atheistic PKI and mobilizing their paramilitary forces, the Hizbullah and Sabilillah, to assist the army. Over the next several weeks, Republican troops conducted raids throughout the area, ranging as far as Wonogiri to the west and Kediri to the east. In the course of those operations, they arrested some 35,000 PKI members and killed many, sometimes in grisly mass executions, including Musso and at least a dozen other top PKI leaders. 19. While the number killed in Madiun was relatively small and most of the PKI detainees were soon released, the affair dramatically deepened the divide between the PKI and both the army and Massacres. In that and other ways, too, Madiun helped to lay the foundation for the violence of 1965. In its campaign to crush the PKI in Madiun, for example, the army employed methods that presaged those used in 1965-66, including summary execution, and imprisonment without charge or trial. As in the case of Dar al-Islam, the army mobilized local paramilitaries to assist it in identifying, detaining, and killing suspects. The affair also gave rise to widely divergent and politically charged historical narratives that informed and inflamed political debate right through 1965. On the one hand, the PKI and its allies insisted that Madiun was the result of a provocation designed by the Republic and its imperialist allies to entrap the party and annihilate it. 20. Meanwhile, its opponents, particularly Massacres, viewed Madiun as a clear example of the PKI's treachery and a warning that as a willing servant of foreign interests, it could never be trusted. 21. Indeed, in the immediate aftermath of the alleged October 1965 coup, the opponents of the PKI seized on that version of the history of Madiun as evidence of the party's disloyalty and subversive intentions. Calling the failed 1965 coup a second Madiun and blaming it on the PKI, they insisted that this time the party had to be crushed completely, lest it rise again. 22. The position that survived and emerged victorious from these various struggles was the secular, nationalist model articulated by Sukarno and the Republican movement. That model, and the compromises it sought to embrace, was articulated in the national ideology or philosophy known as Pancasila, penned by Sukarno in June 1945. 23. And it was Sukarno himself who emerged from the revolution as national hero, president, and indispensable mediator between competing political forces. Within that constellation, the army played a significant role. It was far stronger, more centralized, and more homogeneous ideologically than it had been in 1945. By contrast, both the left and Islamist forces emerged from the revolution weakened and politically compromised. But they had not disappeared, and their proponents looked to the period of independence as an opportunity to expand their power and roll back their defeats. Liberal and Guided Democracy, 1950-65. The negotiated settlement that led to the transfer of sovereignty in December 1949 provided an opening for educated, internationally oriented Indonesians to replace the authoritarian 1945 presidential constitution with one that was more consistent with liberal, post-war norms. The new liberal constitution embraced principles that had recently been enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, including freedom of speech and assembly, established a form of multi-party parliamentary democracy, and relegated the presidency to a far less powerful position. Against that backdrop, dozens of political parties emerged, and party competition for office and followers intensified. Observers praised the first national parliamentary elections, held in 1955, as a remarkable achievement in a country that had so recently emerged from years of colonial rule, war, and revolution. 24. More to the point, the elections revealed the strength of four main parties: the PNI, Massacres, NU, and PKI, and marked the demise of previously influential parties, like the Indonesian Socialist Party. The elections thereby forced a significant realignment of politics. Henceforth, cabinets and other political bodies had to take account of the actual electoral strength of the parties, giving both the PKI and its main opponents unprecedented power. Table 1. Results of the 1955 parliamentary elections, the Big Four parties. Party. Seats. Percent of vote. PNI. 57. 22.3. Massacres. 57. 20.9. NU. 45. 18.4. PKI. 39. 16.4. The elections of 1955 also led to the formation of a constituent assembly, which was entrusted with drafting a new constitution to replace the interim one enacted in 1950. Differences on key issues proved difficult to resolve, however, and by late 1957 the assembly had not completed its work. Meanwhile, two other developments, regional elections and regional rebellions, further exacerbated political tensions. Regional elections in parts of Java in 1957 and 1958 revealed that the PKI had grown even stronger in the years since the national elections. In fact, the party won the contests for mayor and other offices in several localities. 25 These rapid gains caused serious alarm among parties of the right and within parts of the armed forces that were nervous about the PKI. At about the same time, the country was rocked by regional rebellions on the outer islands, the PRRI rebellion in Sumatra and the Permesta rebellion in Sulawesi. 26 Although neither rebellion demanded independence, both sought fundamental changes in the relationship with Jakarta, pushing for a more equitable distribution of wealth, revenues, and power between the center and regions outside Java. In both cases, too, the rebels included regional military commanders, and had the support of the PSI and MASIMI and the US government, as discussed in Chapter 4. The rebellions provided the rationale for a series of decisions that strengthened the position of the army and the presidency, and changed Indonesia's course in fundamental ways. In March 1957, at the urging of the army leadership, Sukarno declared martial law, thereby giving the military new and sweeping powers over economic and political life. Under martial law, many recently nationalized industries, including foreign-owned plantations, oil fields, and refineries, ended up in the hands of the army officers and units. 27 That shift deepened the army's economic and political stake in the status quo, and substantially altered the balance of power between the army and PKI. Then, in 1959, Sukarno called for an end to liberal democracy and a return to the 1945 presidential constitution. Declaring that parliamentary democracy was a foreign import ill-suited to Indonesia's traditions, he announced the establishment of a new system called guided democracy, which he said was better suited to Indonesian culture. 28 That move was welcomed by the army leadership as well as more conservative civilian figures, who judged that the parliamentary system had been a source of political instability, and moreover, had worked to the advantage of the PKI and other parties of the left. 29 By guaranteeing military representation alongside political parties in all major legislative and executive bodies, by restoring the 1945 constitution that enshrined the principle of appointive representation by functional group, guided democracy strengthened the army's position and stake in political life. It also marked the end of parliamentary democracy in Indonesia for some 4 decades. At least initially, guided democracy seemed to offer an answer to the divisiveness and paralysis of the parliamentary system, in large part because it played to Sukarno's considerable political talents. In rallying the population behind the demand that the vast territory of Irian Jaya kept by the Dutch under the terms of the 1949 independence agreement be returned to Indonesia, for instance, Sukarno appeared to have struck on a formula that would unite the population behind a common goal. Political parties and mass organizations of all stripes organized huge rallies and demonstrations, endorsing Sukarno's passionate nationalist rhetoric. But when the Irian dispute was settled in Indonesia's favor in 1962, the magic began to wear off, and Sukarno's subsequent attempts to find a national cause that would unite the country proved unsuccessful. 31 Of those efforts was the confrontation campaign he set in motion in September 1963 in response to the creation of Malaysia out of the remnants of the British colonies on the Malay Peninsula and northern Borneo. Far from uniting the country, the campaign to crush Malaysia arguably helped to create an atmosphere in which politics became increasingly polarized, the PKI became more militant, and the army became ever more determined to prevent its political rise. 31. In short, while it strengthened the president and army, and sought to weaken the parties by dispensing with elections, guided democracy did not in any sense signal the end of contentious politics. On the contrary, in the absence of elections, politics increasingly took place in the streets, as parties of the left and right sought to demonstrate their power and win the president's ear through the mobilization of ever larger crowds and the performance of mass rallies and demonstrations. In that way, huge numbers of people from all walks of life, including youths, women, workers, peasants, artists, and writers, became directly involved in politics and the sometimes bitter conflicts that ensued. 32 The language and tone of these demonstrations mimicked the president's increasingly nationalist and anti-imperialist declarations. The effect was that even parties of the right framed their demands in the language of the revolution, declaring that their goal was to fight neocolonialism, colonialism, and imperialism, that they supported the new emerging forces, that Sukarno was the beloved mouthpiece of the people, and that they were stalwart defenders of Pancasila, Nasacom, and so on. This climate of mass mobilization and the often bellicose language of revolution that was part of it accelerated in the final years of the old order. The key players. The escalation of mass politics after 1959 marked the onset of another of the main preconditions for the violence that followed the events of October 1, 1965. Alongside a deeply politicized and increasingly powerful army with a strong stake in the status quo, the bitter political divide between parties of the left and right, and the tradition of mobilizing civilians into militia groups to fight internal enemies, the new mass politics laid the essential structural foundations for the alleged coup and the violence that followed. Beyond these general features of Indonesian political life, the actions of key players coupled with the unpredictable unfolding of events in the final year before the alleged coup served to heighten tensions and make violence more likely. Sukarno. At the center of the system of guided democracy was President Sukarno, a pivotal figure in Indonesia's modern history and the story of the alleged October 1965 coup. 33 Although seen by his critics as a demagogue, womanizer, and dangerous leftist, inside Indonesia Sukarno was and to some extent still is widely regarded as a national hero. Jailed by the Dutch colonial authorities in 1929 for his leadership of the secular nationalist movement, he was a courageous, intelligent, and charismatic symbol of anti-colonial resistance. 34. Figure 2.3. President Sukarno of Indonesia, ca. 1951. Sukarno was also a wily political operator, who used his considerable political skill to forge a successful nationalist coalition from an extraordinarily diverse and contentious set of ideological, regional, and political groups. Though his brand of nationalism contained a powerful anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist strain, he was not a communist, nor ever a member of the PKI. Indeed, his support for leftist regimes notwithstanding, his ideological positions could more accurately be described as populist than communist. There was certainly little in his programs and policies that one could reasonably associate with Marxism-Leninism. He rejected the notion of the proletariat and the very idea of class analysis, and coined instead a concept of the little man Marhen and a somewhat amorphous ideology that he called Marhenism, a term later appropriated by the PNI. More than anything else, Sukarno was a passionate defender of the idea of national unity, a concept that he and his contemporaries contrasted emphatically with the despised federalism that Dutch colonial authorities had attempted to use to defuse the strength of the anti-colonial republican movement. His most famously ambitious concepts, Pancasila and Nasacom, were both attempts at synthesis to bring together in a single whole seemingly disparate and even contradictory impulses, beliefs, ideas, and political tendencies. 35 Nasacom, as we have seen, was an acronym for nationalism, religion, and communism, while Pancasila sought to combine modern, secular notions of social justice and humanitarianism, with older, religious ideas like a belief in one God. For more than a decade after independence, Sukarno also played the role of essential political mediator and unifier, carefully balancing the demands of the two most powerful political groupings in the country, the army and the PKI. Over time, however, he moved perceptibly to the left, lending his support to various PKI initiatives and adopting a more aggressively anti-imperialist posture abroad. That trend accelerated in the final 2 years before the alleged October coup, as Sukarno repeatedly denounced communisticophobia at home and Nicolim abroad. 36. After 1963, for example, Sukarno launched blistering attacks against the United States and United Kingdom, and encouraged or at least tolerated physical attacks on their properties and diplomatic installations. As relations with the West soured, Indonesia drew ever closer to China. Indeed, by 1965, China was probably Indonesia's closest and most reliable ally, and official missions between the two countries were frequent. In January 1965, Indonesia withdrew from the United Nations on the grounds that it was dominated by imperialist and neocolonial powers, and had voted to admit Malaysia as a member, and in May Sukarno addressed a huge rally on the occasion of the PKI's 45th anniversary. Then, in his August 17 Independence Day speech, written with the help of key PKI figures, he announced, "We are now fostering an anti-imperialist axis, the Jakarta-Phnom Penh-Hanoi-Peking-Pyongyang axis 37 in short." In the final year before the alleged coup of October 1, the PKI and its allies could feel confident that they had the support of the president, while the army and its allies on the right had reason to worry about the direction the president and country were heading. The PKI. Another key player was the PKI. The oldest communist party in Asia, formed in 1920, it was older even than China's, and by 1965, it was also the largest non-ruling communist party in the world. 38 In 1963, it claimed to have some 3.5 million card-carrying members and another 20 million who belonged to affiliated organizations. 39 More remarkable still, it was a legal party with no armed wing and no plan for revolution. By some accounts, discussed below, the party's adoption of the parliamentary road was a strategic blunder and major reason for its sudden demise after October 1965.40. But in the short term, that approach had brought the PKI to the very threshold of power through peaceful means. As such, it seemed to represent a novel strategy for leftist success at the height of the Cold War. Figure 2.4. PKI chair aide speaks at a party rally, September 1955. The PKI had not always followed the parliamentary path. In November 1926, with the Indies still firmly under Dutch control, it had launched an armed insurrection that it hoped would precipitate a crisis that would in turn bring an end to colonial rule. Instead, Dutch forces quickly crushed the uprising, and the party was banned. Some 13,000 party members were arrested, and more than 800 were sent to a penal colony in Bovendigul in the remote eastern reaches of the archipelago. 41 The party emerged again during the Indonesian National Revolution, and as described earlier, supported another failed uprising, in the town of Madiun, East Java, in September 1948. That uprising too was crushed, this time by Indonesia's own army, a bitter confrontation that continued to resonate in Indonesian politics 20 years later. Despite these repeated setbacks to its organization and reputation, the PKI emerged yet again shortly after independence. Soon, the party's older leaders were replaced by a new generation that committed it to the lawful, parliamentary path to power. The key figures were Adit, Lukman, and Anyoto, all in their 20s or early 30s, who formed the core of a new Politburo in January 1951.42. Although the PKI was more or less excluded from high political office for several years thereafter, its new strategy appeared to pay off handsomely in Indonesia's first national elections in 1955, when, as noted earlier, it surprised political observers by placing fourth in a crowded field. That strong showing provided the PKI with previously unheard of political influence and opened the possibility that the party might come to power through parliamentary means. The party's further success in the regional elections of 1957-58 made that possibility appear even greater. It was partly for that reason that the army and parties of the right supported the idea of martial law in 1957, and the replacement of liberal democracy with Sukarno's guided democracy in 1959. But the shift away from electoral politics and toward the politics of mobilization did nothing to weaken the party's popularity. Indeed, the PKI proved to be exceptionally adept in the work of mass mobilization. The PKI's success and popularity was partly due to its organizational effectiveness, but there were other factors at work. 2.43 For one thing, it had a reputation for being the least corrupt of all the major parties. It also articulated and fought for policies like land reform, higher wages, price controls, and union rights that were attractive to a substantial number of people. Moreover, despite its internationalist tendencies and connections, it consistently supported Sukarno's ardently nationalist positions on Irian Jaya, confrontation, nationalization, and against Nicolam powers. In short, it was a popular party with an organizational capacity and message well suited to the times and to the politics of guided democracy. Even the party's enemies recognized its strengths. As the executive secretary to the U.S. National Security Council, James Ley, wrote in December 1960, the PKI is relatively well organized, well financed, and well led. It is unique among Indonesian political parties in its discipline, unity of purpose and command of the techniques of political action. It controls the labor movement, it has shown electoral strength, and it refrains from illegal actions, and so is in a strong psychological position. 44. The party's popularity together with its growing militancy, especially after 1963, caused considerable alarm within the army and among parties of the right. On a wide range of issues, from foreign policy to land reform to control of the armed forces, they saw the party as a genuine threat to their interests. They also worried that with Sukarno's evident backing, the PKI might soon take on a more central role in the political leadership of the country. Despite its many short-term advantages, moreover, the party's strategy carried significant risks. For one thing, its apparent commitment to a peaceful, non-revolutionary path after 1951 sometimes constrained its ability to articulate and advance the interests of the very working classes in whose name it was mobilized. That led, in turn, to diminishing esprit de corps and loss of internal control over its mass base, as seen famously in the unilateral action campaigns in which the base in some areas moved much more forcefully on land reform than the leadership desired. In addition, the party's ever greater reliance on Sukarno's patronage and protection left it vulnerable to any change in his position, whether as a result of ill health or political calculation. 45 Finally, and perhaps most critically, the commitment to a peaceful strategy left the party's huge membership exposed to physical attack by its enemies, most especially by the army. The army. Though less adept at mobilization politics than the PKI, the army was nevertheless a key player in the political constellation of guided democracy, and its power grew substantially in the years preceding the alleged coup of October 1965. Its influence stemmed, in part, from the fact that it controlled all or most of the guns, but also from the substantial political and economic power it had gained under martial law. 46 A crucial element of that power stemmed from another fact: the many foreign-owned plantations and other properties nationalized at this time were handed over to the military. Its political power and geographic reach also grew substantially as a result of a string of successful military operations, including those against the regional rebellions in Sulawesi and Sumatra as well as the Darul Islam rebellions in Aceh and West Java, and in support of the campaigns to win back Irian Jaya and crush Malaysia. 47 Lastly, as discussed in more detail in Chapter 4, the Army's power grew during these years as a result of its access to foreign military assistance. Foreign aid allowed the Army to upgrade and modernize essential equipment, and perhaps just as important, gave the Central Command access to largesse that could be used to strengthen patronage networks and consolidate its authority. As a result of all these developments, by the early 1960s the Army was stronger, more centralized, and more ideologically homogeneous than ever before. Moreover, both in theory and practice, its focus was almost exclusively on combating domestic subversion rather than external threats. The Army's power and its preoccupation with internal enemies were further reinforced by certain aspects of its structure and doctrine that dated back to the revolutionary period, but had been developed and refined in the period after independence. 48 These included the Army's territorial structure, which in practice meant that centrally commanded troops were stationed in every city, town, and village throughout the country, and the doctrine of total people's defense, according to which the Civilian population could be mobilized as auxiliary militia forces to fight internal enemies under army command. Building on these principles, by 1965 the army had established a network of auxiliary forces, known as Hansip and Hanra, which spanned the country and had the potential to mobilize quickly hundreds of thousands of civilians under army command. Also critical was the doctrine of dual function, first articulated in the 1950s, which dictated that beyond its role in national defense, the army had a legitimate part to play in economic, social, and political affairs. 49 That doctrine had an important influence on the army's role and self-image, and provided an essential foundation for its intervention in 1965 and after. Taken together, these elements of army doctrine and structure supplied critical infrastructure and models for the campaign against the PKI after 1965. Powerful as it was, the Indonesian military under guided democracy was not a politically unified institution. While the army leadership was generally suspicious of or antagonistic to the PKI, and genuinely feared its potential to seize political power, most officers were also loyal to Sukarno and broadly sympathetic to his nationalist and anti-colonial views. Moreover, some officers and enlisted men notably in Central Java, East Java, Bali, and North Sumatra went even further in supporting not only Sukarno but also the PKI. 50 Sympathy for Sukarno's left nationalist positions was strongest in the Air Force, whose commander, Air Vice Marshal Omar Dhani, often took positions that placed him in conflict with the army. 51 There was also a powerful suspicion within the army of radical Islam stemming from its experience dealing with armed Darul Islam rebels. From the late 1940s onward. 52 The lack of political unity within the armed forces was partly the result of deliberate PKI efforts. Since the mid-1950s, and indeed even earlier, the party had sought to win recruits, or at least gain the sympathy of officers and enlisted men in the army and other armed services. That was the main purpose of the party's secretive special bureau, which is said to have played a role in planning the September 30th movement. 53 But the disunity was also the natural outcome of a general weakness of state institutions in the years after independence, a weakness that left most of those institutions open to splits based on personal rivalries as well as divisions rooted in political influence, material interest, and ideology. 54 The disunity within the armed services in turn shaped the conflict that precipitated the alleged coup and violence that followed it. Other anti-communist parties ranged against the PKI in the mobilization politics of guided democracy were several religious and secular parties with more conservative orientations. The most important of these were the new Massacres and right wing of the PNI. 55 Alone and in combination, these parties competed with the PKI for the presidency and jockeyed for political positions in legislative and executive offices. In the absence of elections, their primary means of doing so was through the mobilization of mass rallies and demonstrations, palace intrigue, and the politically oriented press. One of the oldest and largest religious associations in the country, the new eschewed direct party politics for many years. 56 In the 1955 elections, however, it ran as a political party and won 18.4% of the popular vote, with most of its support in the heavily populated provinces of East and Central Java. That support gave it a strong voice in parliament along with the sometimes grudging respect of Sukarno and his allies. A traditionalist Muslim party, the new followed the leadership of respected rural Islamic teachers, but did not advocate an Islamic state. Nevertheless, through the 1950s and increasingly in the early 1960s, it adopted an openly hostile posture toward the PKI, accusing it, for instance, of being anti-religious and atheistic. The party was also deeply critical of the PKI and BTI's support for land reform and the so-called Aksi Sepihak, which not coincidentally, frequently targeted land owned by new and other Islamic figures. Like the PKI and other political parties in these years, the new mobilized a variety of mass organizations to demonstrate its political power and press its demands. Among these were two paramilitary youth organizations Ansar and Banzer that often clashed with the PKI's youth group, Pemuda Rakyat, and would later play a central part in the mass killing of PKI members and other leftists after October 1965, especially in East and Central Java. The second most influential religious party was Massacres. 57, a modernist Islamic party with an educated, westernized leadership and support base that extended well beyond the heartland of Java. Massacres was staunchly anti-communist. Indeed, the tensions between Massacres and the PKI dated back to the Indonesian National Revolution, and had come to a head over the Madiun affair. Largely because of its strong opposition to the PKI, Massacres had been favored by U.S. officials at that time, and received covert financial and strategic support from the U.S. government in the 1955 elections. 58 That aid helped it to win 20.9% of the vote, making it the second most popular party in the elections. Despite its strong showing in the polls, Massacres was dissatisfied with its political position and what its leaders saw as an imbalance of power between Jakarta and the outer islands. For these and other reasons, some party leaders, together with leaders of the anti-communist side, lent their support to the regional rebellions of the late 1950s. That move seriously damaged the nationalist credentials of both parties and led, eventually, to their banning. Despite their party's formal dissolution, though, Massacres and PSI figures continued to work behind the scenes, as critics of Sukarno and the PKI. In addition, the Massacres-affiliated Islamic University Students Association continued to operate above ground. 59 Both parties and the HMI were frequent targets of PKI criticism before October 1965, and all were centrally involved in the attempt to crush the PKI and sideline Sukarno in the immediate aftermath of the alleged coup. After the PKI, the most important of the secular political parties was the PNI, which traced its roots back to the 1920s. 60 With its long history and solid nationalist credentials, the PNI had made a strong showing in both the 1955 national elections and regional elections that followed. Yet it was plagued by problems of corruption, though not alone in this regard. PNI members had a reputation for using official positions to benefit themselves and party members. An internal split between the party's left and right wings also weakened it, with the two factions competing for leadership positions, both nationally and at the local level. While the left wing was broadly supportive of Sukarno's anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist positions, and was therefore open to cooperation with the PKI on some issues, its right wing was more conservative, deeply worried about too close an association with the PKI, and more inclined to cooperate with the army. Like the PKI and NU, by the early 1960s the PNI had mobilized a large number of mass organizations that carried out demonstrations and rallies in support of the party's objectives. These included the Marhenist Youth, which played an active role in the mass killings after October 1965. The Year of Living Dangerously. The tensions among these political actors, together with the broad historical forces that framed post-independence political life, mass politics, bitter ideological conflict, deep military involvement in politics, and the mobilization of civilian paramilitaries came to a head in the final year before the alleged October 1965 coup. The year saw a significant rise in PKI militancy, a marked leftward shift in Sukarno's position on a range of contentious issues, and a concomitant heightening of tensions between the PKI and the army leadership. It also brought worrying reminders of Sukarno's mortality, isolated but significant physical clashes between political groups, and rumors of foreign meddling in Indonesian affairs. While it was by no means inevitable that the result would be mass killings and detentions, these trends and events unquestionably contributed to that outcome. 61. As though he were already conscious of what was to follow, Sukarno coined his August 1964 Independence Day speech, "The Year of Living Dangerously." Over the next year, the PKI began to push for greater influence in government and adopted a number of increasingly militant positions that set the army leadership on edge. The most immediately threatening to the army was a proposal to create a fifth force by arming as many as 21 million peasants and workers. 62 PKI chair Aidid first floated the idea in January 1965, shortly after Foreign Minister Subandrio returned from an official mission to Beijing. 63 On that trip, China's Foreign Minister Zhou Enlai had reportedly proposed the idea and offered to supply 100,000 light arms for the new force. For his part, Sukarno appeared non-committal but did not dismiss the idea outright, thereby raising alarm among army leaders. Reactions to the Fifth Force proposal were mixed. The idea was supported by the Air Force, whose commander, Dhani, it will be recalled, tended to side with Sukarno and the left against the other services. Meanwhile, the Army, Navy, and police leaderships worried that the plan would undermine their near monopoly on the means of force, placing arms in the hands of millions of their most implacable enemies. On the other hand, they knew that direct opposition to the idea would lay them open to charges of being insufficiently dedicated to the confrontation campaign and perhaps even counter-revolutionary. Accordingly, they did what they often did in the politics of guided democracy, which was to feign support for the proposal while undermining it in practice. 64. The Army adopted a similar posture toward a second PKI initiative advanced in early 1965. Building on Sukarno's concept of Nassacom, which was by then widely invoked by all sides to demonstrate their loyalty to the president and justify their preferred political positions, the PKI proposed that there should be Nassacomization in all fields, including the military. What that meant, in practice, was that the armed services would have to accept the insertion of advisory teams representing the three main streams of political life: nationalism, religion, and communism within their command structures. The proposal would have given the PKI an unprecedented opportunity to influence the political thinking and direction of the armed forces. Once again, the Air Force leadership embraced the proposal while Army leaders viewed it with alarm. As they had done with the Fifth Force idea, the Army leaders pledged their support for the spirit of Nassacom in all fields while making it clear that they would never accept the proposal in practice. Through these experiences, some Army leaders gained a new determination to resist PKI advances, even if that meant conflict with Sukarno. 65. In early 1965, rumors began to circulate that an Army Council of Generals was plotting to overthrow Sukarno, with the assistance of foreign intelligence agencies. Despite denials by Army leaders and foreign diplomats, the rumors did not go away, and a document surfaced in May that appeared to show that the British and US governments were plotting some kind of clandestine action together with Indonesian Army officers. The document, which came to be known as the Gilchrist Letter, was a draft message from the ambassador, Sir Andrew Gilchrist, to the British Foreign Office. 66. The most inflammatory passage in the letter referred to plans for action in concert with our local army friends. While the army and most foreign embassies insisted that the letter was a forgery, Subandrio, Sukarno, and the PKI seized on it as evidence of covert, imperialist meddling in Indonesian affairs. Sukarno responded by summoning military service commanders to his palace, where he asked General Yani, the army commander, whether his officers had been in contact with the British and US embassies. Yani reportedly admitted that Generals Parman and Sukendro had been, and that senior army officers occasionally got together at Yani's house to let off steam. He denied, however, that there was a council of generals or any plot to overthrow Sukarno. 67. Despite these denials, Sukarno, together with Subandrio and the PKI, continued to insist that there was indeed a council of generals, and that the threat of an army coup was real. By the PKI's own account, that belief lay at the heart of its strategic planning over the next few months, and encouraged at least some in the party's leadership to step up efforts to work with more progressive military officers to prevent or forestall the army's planned coup. Beyond the backroom deals and rumors of Jakarta politics, 1965 was also marked by mounting political tensions in the countryside and on the streets of towns and cities across the country. Riding a wave of anti-imperialist feeling, in January and February 1965, PKI-affiliated unions spearheaded the takeover of US and British properties and plantations, provoking angry reactions from the army and anti-communist parties. In February, for example, the PKI-affiliated Plantation Workers Union of the Republic of Indonesia tried to seize plantations in North Sumatra owned by the U.S. Rubber Company. Far from repudiating their action, Sukarno told U.S. Rubber and Goodyear executives that the government was taking temporary administrative control over foreign rubber estates. He also endorsed the idea of a takeover of other Western properties, causing alarm among executives of the foreign oil companies, Caltex, Stanvac, and Shell Oil. 68. Elsewhere, the PKI and BTI campaign to implement land reform through unilateral land seizures led to conflicts with the new PNI and their respective mass organizations. 69. In some cases, notably in East Java, Bali, and North Sumatra, where the PNI and NU mobilized their mass organizations to resist land reform, those conflicts occasionally resulted in physical clashes and casualties. 70. Although the actual number of people killed or injured in those incidents was quite small, the clashes fueled antagonism between the groups, and formed a crucial backdrop to and precondition for the mass violence that followed the alleged October 1965 coup. A violent incident in May 1965 at the Bandar Betsy plantation in Simalungun in North Sumatra was a case in point. There, a retired army warrant officer had been killed while trying to force BTI members off plantation land that they claimed. 71. His death became a rallying point for the army and parties on the right in their campaign against the PKI after October 1965. Likewise, in towns and cities, mass demonstrations and rallies grew increasingly frequent and angry, and sometimes turned violent. Although all parties made sure to invoke the approved language and symbols of the revolution, declaring their support for Sukarno and Nasacom, firmly opposing Nicolim, calling for the destruction of Malaysia, and so on, the differences among opposing groups were abundantly clear. On the left, demonstrators demanded an end to the U.S. bombing in Vietnam, accused Western powers of interfering in Indonesian politics, called for the retooling of anti-communist figures including cabinet ministers, denounced communisticophobia and corrupt capitalist bureaucrats, and called for the banning of various political groupings, including the HMI. Meanwhile, on the right, demonstrators and the anti-communist press denounced the PKI's atheism, accused the BTI of terrorizing the population through its Aksi Sepihak campaigns, warned that the revolution was drifting off course, and insinuated that the PKI and Sukarno had become puppets of China. All these tensions were further accentuated by a rapidly deteriorating economic situation. 72. As a result of rampant inflation, the price of rice rose quickly, while wages and salaries for civil servants, teachers, and soldiers remained stagnant or declined. The dramatically falling value of the Indonesian currency, the rupiah, also meant that imported goods were beyond the reach of all but a tiny handful of wealthy or well-connected people. Apart from making life difficult for wage and salary earners as well as most urban dwellers, these conditions fueled corruption among government and military officials and politicians, and contributed to a general sense of uncertainty and anxiety. Against that backdrop, the PKI campaigns against corruption, and in favor of price controls, collective bargaining rights, and wage increases, were naturally popular with large sectors of the population. No wonder, then, that so many teachers, civil servants, university professors, writers, and even some soldiers began to lend their support to the PKI and its affiliated organizations. While all these tensions were important preconditions for the alleged October coup and violence that followed, a crucial turning point came in early August 1965. On August 4, less than 2 weeks before he was scheduled to deliver his customary Independence Day speech, Sukarno collapsed and vomited while receiving an official delegation. Rumors of his illness spread quickly, and though the details were hard to confirm, they suggested that he might not have long to live. Inevitably, that news generated anxiety, and set the different political parties and figures to planning for the eventuality of his death. The news was especially alarming to the PKI and its allies, who feared that Sukarno's death or incapacitation would put the party in a position where it was virtually defenseless. 73. Worried that they might suddenly lose their key political patron, their defender against the army and parties of the right, they started to consider how best to prepare for Sukarno's demise. Meanwhile, the army leadership understood that Sukarno's death, or even incapacitation, might present an opportunity for them to seize power or at least arrest what they viewed as the country's alarming drift to the left. The result was a dramatic escalation in political tensions between the main contenders for power, the army and the PKI, and the initiation of serious planning on both sides for a post-Sukarno scenario. During the following month, Harold Crouch writes, the political atmosphere became extremely tense. With the president's health in doubt and rumors of coups in the air, the armed forces were preparing for a massive celebration of Armed Forces Day on October 5 to match the PKI's huge anniversary celebrations of the previous May. As some 20,000 troops concentrated in Jakarta, there was a feeling that something might happen. 74. Early in the morning on October 1, 1965, it did. Chapter 3. Pretext. Power-mad generals and officers who have neglected the lot of their men and who, above the accumulated sufferings of their men, have lived in luxury, led a gay life, insulted our women and wasted government funds, must be kicked out of the army and punished accordingly. Lieutenant Colonel Untung, September 30th Movement. In the early morning hours of October 1, 1965, 6 of Indonesia's top generals were kidnapped from their homes in Jakarta by small teams of army soldiers. 13 of the generals resisted their captors and were shot on the spot before being taken to the Halim Perdanakusuma Air Force Base on the city's outskirts. 3 others were taken alive to the same place, where they too were either stabbed or shot to death. 2 A 7th General, Nasution, managed to escape but was injured, while his adjutant was killed. All 7 bodies were dumped down a dried-up well in a rubber grove called Lubang Buia, and covered with dirt and leaves. Shocking as these events were, it was neither obvious nor inevitable that they would lead to mass violence. Indeed, the crisis of that day might well have been resolved with relatively little bloodshed through the arrest and prosecution of the direct perpetrators of the killings and their commanders, and the deft intervention of the president. The fact that the operation instead led to killing and detention on an unprecedented scale has given it an importance that it would not otherwise have warranted. As a consequence, competing interpretations of those events, especially the question of who was behind the September 30th movement that carried them out, and what their motives were, have been the focus of contentious scholarly and political debate for some 5 decades. In some ways, that debate may seem like a distraction from the events that followed, particularly the mass killing and incarceration of hundreds of thousands of people. That violence was so reprehensible and so much more consequential than the events of October 1 that the question of who was responsible for the September 30th movement hardly seems relevant. And yet the debate about the movement is important because it takes us to the heart of the matter, whether the army and those who supported its campaign to vilify, imprison, torture, and kill PKI members and other leftists did so on the back of a lie. After weighing the evidence, I think it is clear that they did, and that they did so quite deliberately. This chapter lays the foundation for that case in 2 parts. It opens with an account of the events of October 1 and their aftermath, based on the few historical facts that are not in dispute. 3 It then outlines the various competing accounts of the movement, highlighting the implausibility and inconsistency of the official version, but also looking critically at the alternatives. Later chapters explore the ways in which the official narrative laid down at this time was propagated and exploited to provide a pretext for the move against the PKI and Sukarno, including the mass killing and incarceration and the army's seizure of power. The September 30th movement. The group responsible for the abduction and killing of the generals called itself the September 30th movement, and was led by Lt. Col. Untung, a battalion commander of the Presidential Guard. 4 As the abductions were taking place, troops loyal to the movement seized control of key installations in Jakarta, including the Presidential Palace and national radio station, Radio Republik Indonesia. At about 7:15 a.m., a statement by Untung was broadcast on RRI announcing that the movement had acted to safeguard the president and nation against a planned coup by the CIA-backed Council of Generals 5. The Council of Generals is a subversive movement sponsored by the CIA and has been very active lately, especially since President Sukarno was seriously ill in the first week of August of this year. Their hope that President Sukarno would die of his illness has not materialized. Therefore, in order to attain its goal, the Council of Generals had planned to conduct a show of force on Armed Forces Day, October 5 this year, by bringing troops from East, Central, and West Java. With this large concentration of military power, the Council of Generals had even planned to carry out a counter-revolutionary coup. 6. The statement said that President Sukarno was safe and under the movement's protection, and announced plans to establish a revolutionary council to uphold the principles of the revolution. Significantly, it stressed that the movement was an internal army affair, directed against the Council of Generals, which has stained the name of the army and harbored evil designs against the Republic of Indonesia and President Sukarno. It also decried their luxurious and corrupt lifestyles, neglect of subordinates, and womanizing. 7 On hearing of the morning's events, President Sukarno went first to the presidential palace and then to Halim Air Base. Informed that the generals had been killed, he ordered the action to stop, but for some time made no public statement about it. Meanwhile, within hours of the movement's first radio broadcast, other army units began to mobilize to crush it. The leader of that effort was General Suharto, the man who would eventually replace Sukarno as president. Though he was commander of the Army's Strategic Reserve Command, Suharto had mysteriously not been targeted, and therefore was free to seize command of the army and mobilize troops against the movement. His path was also cleared by the death of the generals, especially Army Commander General Yani, and by General Nasyushin's temporary removal from the scene due to an injury he suffered while escaping his would-be captors. In the mid-afternoon, the movement's leaders made a series of announcements whose mixed messages further heightened tensions. On the one hand, Decree No. 1 reiterated that the movement was entirely confined within the body of the army to put an end to arbitrary actions of generals who were members of the Council of Generals and their henchmen. 8 On the other hand, it declared that all power would henceforth be transferred to the newly formed Revolutionary Council and Sukarno's existing cabinet would be decommissioned. Thus, in contrast to the earlier announcement that spoke of protecting the president, the later decrees left the impression that the movement was acting against the president, or at least without his full approval. That impression was reinforced by President Sukarno's own silence. For that reason, and as a result of General Suharto's efforts, support for the movement quickly began to unravel. By about 6 p.m. on October 1, most of its forces in Jakarta had surrendered or fled, and troops loyal to Suharto had complete control of the city. In effect, the movement had faltered less than a day after it began. Shortly thereafter, the army commander for Jakarta, General Umar Wirahadikusuma, closed down most major media outlets with the notable exception of two army-controlled papers, Angkatan Bersenjata and Berita Yudha. Later that evening, Suharto took to the airwaves to announce that the movement was counter-revolutionary and the president was safe, but that he, Suharto, had assumed leadership of the army. He also issued what amounted to an ultimatum, saying that Sukarno must leave Halim and the military units there must surrender by the following morning, or he would send troops to remove them. At the air base, the situation was tense and confused. Over the course of the day, several key figures had gathered there, including President Sukarno, Air Force Commander Dhani, PKI Chair Adit, and a number of presidential advisors. Of these, only Dhani had come out in favor of the movement, while Sukarno, Adit, and the others had remained silent. 9 Also present were the remaining units of the movement forces, and members of the PKI-affiliated women's group, Jerwani, and youth group, Pemuda Rakyat, some of whom had taken part in the actions against the generals. With Suharto's evening announcement and ultimatum to those supporting the movement, decisions had to be made. By the following morning, October 2, most of the remaining forces at Halim had melted away or been detained, and all the key figures had left the air base Sukarno to the presidential residence in Bogor some 50 miles from Jakarta, and Dhani, Adit, and Untung to central Java. Sukarno on the defensive. The next few days saw the beginning of the erosion of President Sukarno's authority and an assertion of power by the army under General Suharto. At a meeting with military commanders and close aides on October 2, the president reiterated that he had named General Pranito Rikso Samudro to replace the deceased General Yani as army commander. Suharto, who had declared the day before that he was taking over from Yani, resisted the president's decision. Faced with the prospect of non-cooperation from one of the army's most senior officers, Sukarno relented, granting Suharto authority to restore security and order. In the early morning of October 3, Sukarno finally took to the airwaves to reassure the country that he was safe and in command, and call for calm. 10 But his reassurances were quickly outpaced by events on the ground. Less than 24 hours after his national radio broadcast, the bodies of the dead generals were discovered in the old well near Halim, and on the morning of October 4 they were exhumed. General Suharto was on hand to witness the exhumation. Against that grim backdrop, he spoke about the treachery and barbarity of those who had murdered the generals, and for the first time suggested the complicity of Jerwani and Pemuda Rakyat volunteers as well as the Air Force in the killings. A phalanx of soldiers, photographers, and journalists were present to record the exhumation and Suharto's remarks, which were later broadcast nationwide in print and electronic media. The grisly images that appeared in the army-controlled print and television media, together with General Suharto's inflammatory speech, set the stage for the military procession and funeral the next morning, October 5. Accompanied by soldiers and heavy military equipment, the bodies of the dead generals were carried through the streets of Jakarta to the Kalibata Heroes Cemetery. The procession was carefully designed as a display of military strength and unity. It also marked a turning point in the campaign to vilify the left. At the gravesite, Nasution, whose young daughter had been gravely wounded in his attempted kidnapping and was then still fighting for her life in the hospital, gave an emotional speech in which he described the generals as national heroes, and repeatedly referred to the treachery and brutality of those who had killed them. 11 The combined effect of the propaganda and military ceremony was electric. Crowds began to gather demanding vengeance against those who had killed the generals and the banning of all organizations connected to the movement. Soon, those angry demands descended into violence, with crowds ransacking and burning Pemuda Rakyat and PKI offices and homes. 12. In an effort to stem the tide of vengeance and violence against the left, and assert his own authority, the president called a cabinet meeting in Bogor on October 6. Invoking the spirit of the revolution and warning of the dangers of being duped by imperialists, he pleaded with ministers and military officers to remain calm, and await his political solution to the crisis. Yet once again, Suharto and his allies resisted the president's authority, and extracted from him still greater latitude to restore security and order. On October 10, with Sukarno's permission, Suharto established the Operations Command to restore security and order, the powerful extra-constitutional body that would become the principal institutional basis for the army's campaign against the left and assertion of army dominance over the next 3 decades. A week later, on October 16, Suharto was officially sworn in as army commander, paving the way for the eradication of the left and the army's eventual seizure of political power. Figure 3.1. Remains of the PKI headquarters in Jakarta, attacked and burned on October 8, 1965. The banner reads, "Death to the General's Kidnappers." A mere 2 weeks after the events of October 1, then, the situation in Jakarta was roughly as follows. The September 30 movement had been crushed militarily, and leadership of the army had been taken over by Suharto and those loyal to him. Formally, Sukarno remained in power, but Suharto held substantial de facto authority. The army also controlled the print and electronic media, and had begun to use it to great effect in spreading its version of events. Some mass organizations affiliated with the PKI, specifically Pemuda Rakyat and Jerwani, had been accused of involvement in the killing of the generals, and its members were being attacked and their houses and offices destroyed. Meanwhile, the PKI leadership was in disarray. Some of its leaders had fled to Central Java while others were in hiding or had been arrested or killed. Despite these dramatic developments, the move against Sukarno and the left was neither simple nor swift. Indeed, it took another 6 months before the army and its allies were able to seize power, and a further year before Sukarno was finally removed from office and Suharto named acting president. One reason for the delay was that the president was still enormously popular in much of the country. The army and its allies could not afford to act precipitously, like staging a coup d'état or arresting the president, as such a move could easily lead to charges of treachery and thus backfire. Instead, they needed gradually to undermine Sukarno's legitimacy and authority so that his final removal would appear natural and lawful. Their principal strategy for doing so was first to insinuate and eventually allege openly that Sukarno was somehow involved in the movement, or at least had given it his blessing. That strategy was pursued systematically over the next several months through the press, orchestrated mass demonstrations, and political trials culminating with a formal demand that the president answer charges of complicity in the supposed coup attempt. Complicating these moves against Sukarno was the fact that he, and many others besides, simply did not accept that the PKI was responsible for the movement. According to one of Nacion's top aides, as late as January 1966, not everyone was convinced the PKI was responsible, or whether it was an internal army affair. The army was in the corner actually, and it was a sensitive situation. We had to convince people that there was no council of generals. We played the tape-recorded confessions of Untung, but he was not convinced. 13. A second reason the move against the left took some time was that in parts of the country there was considerable support for the September 30th movement. The greatest challenge lay in central Java, where some key army units and commanders had supported the movement, and managed to hold their ground longer than the movement's leaders in Jakarta. 14 Even after those officers were detained or killed, a rough balance of political forces remained in central Java for almost 3 weeks. As discussed later, it was only when Suharto ordered the deployment of the crack army Paracommando regiment to the province that the balance began to shift and the violence against the left started in earnest. A third obstacle to a swift move against Sukarno and the left was the fact that notwithstanding Suharto's insistence to the contrary, there was considerable disunity within the army itself as well as between the army and other services, notably the Air Force. As discussed below, that disunity was arguably the condition that led to the movement's action in the first place, and was a problem that had to be solved before the army could move confidently against its enemies. Suharto also knew that there was some sympathy for the PKI within the army and civil service, and had to develop a plan to address that problem. The army leadership ultimately did that by undertaking a systematic purge of all officers, soldiers, and civil servants who had shown any signs of supporting the movement, or were judged to be sympathetic to Sukarno or any party of the left. Suharto's creeping coup. For all these reasons, the 6-month period from October 1965 through March 1966 was characterized by a tense standoff between the president and his allies on the left, and General Suharto and his allies. On one side, President Sukarno sought to use his popularity and the authority of his office to protect the PKI and its affiliated organizations from violent attack, and defend his key advisors, notably Subandrio, Oeit Jotat, and Dhani, against allegations of involvement in the G30s. He called repeatedly for calm and unity lest neocolonialist forces exploit the situation, denounced the spreading violence, and urged the population to await a political solution. 15 The president also refused to use the army-created term Gestapo to describe the movement, insisting that it should be known as the October 1st movement. On the other side, Suharto used a variety of strategies to erode Sukarno's authority and create the conditions for an attack on the left. Among the most important of these was a sophisticated media and propaganda campaign, described in detail in Chapter 6, which encouraged attacks against the PKI and its affiliates, and portrayed the army as the heroic guarantor of order and national salvation. The campaign was made possible by the army's closure of almost all Jakarta media outlets on the evening of October 1st and its invocation of national security to justify strict controls on all media thereafter. Popular fury against the PKI was stoked, for example, by media reports which later turned out to be false that the generals had been castrated and their eyes gouged out by women belonging to Jirwani, who had danced naked around them, cackling like witches. In the early morning light of October 1.16 within hours of the appearance of these false reports, large crowds began to form in Jakarta and throughout the country, first calling for the banning of the PKI, then ransacking the party's offices, and eventually attacking and killing PKI members themselves. Suharto and his fellow officers in the high command also achieved their political objectives by authorizing and mobilizing mass political action in the form of demonstrations, petitions, and public statements demanding the banning of the PKI and its affiliates, the ouster of Sukarno and his allies, and firm action against those responsible for killing the generals. Such orchestrated mass actions had long been a mainstay of political life under guided democracy, and the army now used the old model to good effect. With army guidance, these demands came together in early 1966 in the form of the People's Three Demands: banning the PKI, purging the cabinet of all Gestapo and PKI elements, and lowering the price of basic necessities. Suharto and the army readily acceded to these demands on the pretext that the demonstrations, rallies, and petitions were spontaneous expressions of the popular will. In reality, both the demands and the mode of their expression were discussed and coordinated by the army and its civilian allies. In pursuing this strategy, the army had enthusiastic civilian allies, many of them drawn from Indonesia's educated middle classes. Among the most important were the leaders of the new, which with the banning of Massacres and the split within the PNI, had become the largest and most powerful political party in the country. In the weeks and months after October 1, the new vice-chair, Ze Subchan, emerged as a key figure, simultaneously spearheading his party's attack on the PKI and Sukarno. The army's campaign also had the support of the Parti Catholic and influential Catholic figures, such as the stridently anti-communist Father Josephus Beek, whose close ties to military intelligence were well known. 17 Crucial backing also came from high school and university students, many of whom apparently believed that in opposing Sukarno and the PKI, they were striking a blow against authoritarianism and economic collapse. Grouped into various action commands such as Kami and Kapi, they took part in relatively peaceful street demonstrations, but more ominously, coordinated sweeping actions to identify and arrest suspected leftists. Finally, the campaign had the energetic backing of a broad spectrum of liberal intellectuals and cultural figures. These included a cohort of Western-educated economists, often referred to as the Berkeley Mafia, who worked with the army to end what they saw as Sukarno's disastrous left nationalist economic policies and open the country to foreign investment. They also included a number of prominent journalists and writers like the novelist Mokhtar Lubis, who in the final years of the old order had become outspoken critics of the country's shift to the left, and LCRA, the PKI-affiliated cultural association. Taken together, this middle-class coalition gave to the army campaign an aura of civilian respectability that it would otherwise have lacked, and made its drive to annihilate the left far more effective. Another important element of Suharto's strategy to destroy the left, which likewise aimed to give it a veneer of legitimacy, was the creation of new pseudo-legal bodies with the power to purge, detain, interrogate, and imprison anyone deemed to be involved in the movement, or considered to represent a threat to security and order. The most powerful body by far was Kopkamtib. With its sweeping power to do whatever necessary to restore security and order, it was beyond any effective control by political or judicial institutions, including the President and Supreme Court. In the weeks and months after its creation, Kopkamtib along with its regional and local commands became the key channels through which the cleansing and annihilation of the PKI and its allies were carried out. Orders issued by Suharto in the name of Kopkamtib were the basis for action by regional and local military and police commands. And they provided both essential guidance and justification for the statements and actions of anti-communist political and religious leaders. A related element of the army leadership's strategy was the formation of a quasi-legal judicial apparatus to generate evidence and publicity against Sukarno and his allies, which could be used either to justify their arrest or undermine their authority, or both. The key institutions in this apparatus were the extraordinary military tribunals, in which the most important political show trials were held for both civilian and military suspects. The Mamilub, and every other element of the apparatus, were under the ultimate authority of Suharto in his capacity as commander of Kopkamtib. In addition to those directly involved in the movement, like Untung, Key figures like Subandrio and Dhani were brought to trial before these courts, starting in early 1966. The clear purpose of these political trials was to implicate Sukarno's closest allies and inflict irreparable political damage on Sukarno himself, and in so doing pave the way for the complete eradication of the left. 18. By far the most important and grimly efficacious element of the army's strategy was the systematic campaign of violence set in motion in early October 1965. That campaign, as elaborated more fully in later chapters, entailed both mass killing and mass incarceration as well as ill treatment, torture, rape, unfair political trials, and enslavement. Directed primarily against members of the PKI and its affiliated organizations, in some places it also targeted supporters of Sukarno, members of the PNI and Bapurki, and even military personnel deemed to have leftist tendencies. The worst of the violence occurred in Aceh, Bali, Central Java, East Java, and North Sumatra, all but Aceh areas with strong and active PKI memberships. Most of the killing took place in the 6-month period between October 1965 and March 1966, but the campaign of violence did not stop entirely at that point. Suspected leftists and Sukarnoists continued to be subjected to arbitrary arrest and detention well into 1968. In 1967–68, the army conducted 2 major military operations against what it described as PKI holdouts, one of them in the vicinity of Blitar, East Java, and a second in West Kalimantan. 19 In addition, political trials of those accused of involvement in the alleged coup continued for several years, with some still taking place in the late 1970s. Figure 3.2. Anti-communist youths joined the army's search for PKI leader aided on Mount Merapi, Central Java, November 1965. Supersmar. In the power contest between Suharto and Sukarno and between the right and left more generally, March 1966 marked a critical turning point. With the PKI in disarray, hundreds of thousands of leftists in detention, on the run, or dead, and Sukarno weakened by the loss of his key advisors and insinuations of his association with the movement, the army emerged as the most powerful political force in the country. It remained now to formalize the change under the guise of an ostensibly constitutional transfer of authority. The pivotal moment in that process came on March 11, 1966, when in disputed circumstances, President Sukarno apparently signed an order granting executive authority to General Suharto, thereby signaling the end of his own authority in all but name and providing the crucial legal foundation for the army's seizure of power. That order, commonly known as Supersmar, the Indonesian acronym for Surat Perintah 11 Maret, or Order of March 11, has been the subject of intense debate and controversy inside Indonesia. While supporters of the new order have pointed to Supersmar as clear evidence that the transfer of authority was lawful, critics have insisted that it was a fig leaf for a disguised coup d'état. Some have claimed that the order was a forgery, while others have said that the army officers who presented the letter for Sukarno's signature explicitly or implicitly threatened the president with violence. They have noted, for example, that Sukarno was presented with the letter while heavily armed army units loyal to Suharto surrounded the presidential palace. Still others have suggested that the order may never have existed, or if it did, it was never signed, a claim that gained some credibility when government authorities were later unable to locate the original document. Whatever the truth of the matter, the Order of March 11 definitively marked the end of Sukarno's authority, the demise of the left, and the rise of the army as the dominant political force in the country. It paved the way for the purge of all Sukarnoists and leftists from the Provisional People's Consultative Assembly, as well as the June 1966 MPRS session in which Sukarno was called on to account for the G30S and his role in it. This was effectively an impeachment, the outcome of which was a foregone conclusion. Thereafter, despite occasional attempts to assert his authority, Sukarno was to play only a ceremonial role until March 1967, when he was officially stripped of the presidency by the MPRS, banned from political life, and placed under house arrest. He died 3 years later, on June 21, 1970. The order of March 11 also smoothed the way for the passage on June 5, 1966, by the MPRS of Resolution No. XXV, which banned the dissemination of Marxism-Leninism and communism, and outlawed the PKI and dozens of other organizations of the left. 20 Despite its dubious legality, that resolution became the essential legal foundation and justification for the repression of the left for half a century. Finally, it cleared a path for Suharto to become president through an ostensibly constitutional process. In March 1967, a thoroughly purged and compliant MPRS declared Suharto to be acting president, and in 1968 it elected him president, a position he held for another 3 decades. A matter of interpretation. If there is now some consensus about the broad outlines of what happened on October 1, 1965, and in the months that followed, there is no such agreement on who was responsible for the movement and what their precise objectives were. More than 50 years later, there are at least 6 different accounts of those questions. Most rely on circumstantial evidence, a balance of probability, and a rather limited and still contested trail of documentary evidence. One might therefore conclude that it is impossible to know which account comes closest to the truth. But the problem is not quite as vexing as that. Some accounts are inherently more convincing than others. What follows is an attempt to outline the main interpretations, and assess their strengths and shortcomings. The PKI as mastermind. The official Indonesian government version of these events blames the killing of the 6 generals wholly on the PKI, claiming that those killings were part of a brazen attempt by the party to seize state power. 21 While acknowledging that some army officers were involved in the movement, the official version insists that they were mere dupes and that the PKI leadership masterminded the alleged coup attempt. In this version, General Suharto and his allies appear as national saviors for stopping a PKI power grab, and the mass killing and arrest of PKI members, if they are mentioned at all, are portrayed as the regrettable, but inevitable, consequence of spontaneous popular anger and outrage at the party's treacherous deeds. The official version also insinuates that the PKI acted at the behest of the People's Republic of China and its Communist Party, while denying or obscuring any possible involvement by Western states. 22. A more complex version of the official narrative highlights the role of the PKI's Special Bureau, a secret body that communicated with and sought to influence active-duty military personnel, and of its purported leader, a mysterious character named Chum. While skeptics have suggested that Chum might have been an agent provocateur whose role was to draw the PKI into a catastrophic plot that could then be used as a pretext to crack down on the left, the army has insisted that he worked only for the PKI and was tasked with drawing army officers into a PKI plot. There are a number of problems with the official account. For one thing, it does not offer a plausible motive for a PKI attempt to stage a coup. As described in Chapter 2, by mid-1965 the PKI had achieved almost unimagined political success through its strategy of lawful political activity and its close association with President Sukarno. Under the circumstances, one needs to ask why the PKI would have risked all it had gained by trying to seize power. And why especially it would have opted for a strategy of armed insurrection, a strategy it had explicitly eschewed for 15 years and for which it was utterly unprepared, when such a move would almost certainly have provoked an angry and violent reaction from the army. Speaking to State Department officials in the Philippines in March 1965, the U.S. ambassador to Indonesia, Howard Jones, expressed doubts that the PKI had any motive to seize power. The PKI is doing too well through its present tactics of cooperation with Sukarno. Unless the PKI leadership is rasher than I think they are, they will not give the army the clear-cut kind of challenge which could galvanize effective reaction. 23 Indeed, the group that stood to gain the most from a military coup and had the wherewithal to do so was not the PKI but rather the army itself, or at least some part of it. These and other improbabilities were highlighted by foreign observers at the time, including embassies that had an interest in blaming the PKI. In an internal analysis of the alleged coup dated October 19, 1965, for example, British Ambassador Gilchrist concluded, it seems best to discount any theory which establishes the PKI as having plotted a major uprising or bid for power on the 1st of October, with Untung and his men as their shock troops. The unreadiness of the PKI and the general incompetence of the proceedings are far from characteristic of communist plots. 24 Likewise, in November 1965, U.S. Colonel George Benson, who had been stationed in Jakarta and had close ties to senior Indonesian army officers, told Benedict Anderson that it was out of the question that the PKI had any real hand in it. 25 As George Kaheen noted in 1971, it was hard to see how it was to the interest of either to risk killing the army officers and thereby providing a provocation which would make it easier for the army to strike back forcefully. 26. A second set of problems concerns the matter of evidence. Here, the official version is on even shakier ground. For one thing, the abductions and killings of October 1st were clearly carried out not by PKI members but by regular soldiers under the command of uniformed army officers. Moreover, the movement leaders in Jakarta were backed by some 2,500 troops, while those in Central Java had the support of a number of regular army commands and units. While it is true that members of PKI-affiliated organizations Pemuda Rakyat and Jerwani were at Halim Air Base, and some took part in the actions against the generals, their numbers and roles pale in comparison to the numbers and firepower of the army troops acting on behalf of the movement. The few bits of documentary evidence that have been produced to support the official version are also of questionable veracity. The most important of these was an editorial printed in the PKI's national daily, Harian Rakyat, on October 2, expressing support for the September 30 movement. That editorial turned out to be the sole piece of documentary evidence available to the army to implicate the PKI in the supposed coup. As such, the matter of its authenticity and authorship are crucial. On both fronts, troubling questions remain. Why, for example, would the official organ of the Communist Party decide to publish an editorial supporting a coup attempt that had already failed? Why, moreover, would the PKI's paper have been permitted to publish one last self-incriminating editorial on a day when all other national media outlets in Jakarta were in army hands or had been closed down? That is all the more suspicious considering that on the morning of October 1, the editors of other newspapers were explicitly advised by the army not to publish anything about the movement. 27 One of those was the Islamic newspaper, Suara Islam, whose editors later revealed that at 11 a.m. on the day of the alleged coup, 2 army officers had come to their offices to tell them not to publish the story they had already written and sent to the printer. As one of the editors explained to Kaheen in 1967, so we pulled the story back from the printing plant and did not publish it. But as you can see, we came very close to doing so. Why did no obliging army officer drop by the Harian Rakyat office that day to tell them not to publish? At a minimum, then, the available evidence suggests that the army leadership deliberately lured the editors at Harian Rakyat into publishing an editorial on the movement while explicitly warning others not to do so. Another possibility is that the incriminating editorial was not written by the PKI leadership at all but rather by someone with an interest in creating documentary evidence of the PKI's guilt, and with it a pretext for an aggressive campaign to destroy the party once and for all. As Anderson has noted, the CIA report suggests that must have been composed beforehand. Perhaps it was, but not necessarily by the party leadership. 28. Other evidence offered in support of the official version includes testimonies and confessions extracted from prisoners under torture or extreme duress. Even if one sets aside the obvious ethical and legal concerns about using such confessions as proof, questions remain about their reliability. Bearing in mind the circumstances under which such confessions were extracted, it is likely that some, if not all, of them were actually prepared by intelligence officers and interrogators for signature by the detainees. The alleged confession of the party chair, Aidit, is a case in point. According to Army information, he admitted his own and the PKI's responsibility for the movement in a statement written while he was in Army custody. We have no way of verifying that claim, however, because he was shot dead by his Army captor immediately afterward. 29. Serious questions also surround the testimonies of two key military conspirators, Lt. Colonel Untung and Colonel Abdul Latif, on which the official account relies heavily. Transcripts of their interrogations, selectively cited by the Army in November 1965, purport to show that the two had taken orders from the PKI. But both men later contradicted those official interrogation reports when they stood for trial. 30 There are similar doubts about the testimony of Enyano, a member of the PKI Politburo arrested on October 3, 1965, whose alleged confession of the party's responsibility was made public by the Army Information Center in early December 1965. His confession contains basic factual errors about the composition of the Politburo that no party leader could possibly have made, and outlines a conspiracy scenario that would have required several party leaders to be in Indonesia when in fact they were abroad. 31 Expressing doubt that Enyano could have been the author of this incriminating confession, Anderson and McVeigh wrote in 1966 that it seems more likely that at least the portion concerning the Politburo discussions was presented ready made for him to sign. 32. The only legally admissible evidence of high-level PKI responsibility for the movement was the courtroom testimony of the mysterious figure Shum. At the 1967 show trial of Politburo member Suedisman, Shum claimed that he was the leader of the party's special bureau and had coordinated the movement on its orders. As noted above, however, serious doubt remains about Shum's assertions. It is puzzling, for instance, that someone who admitted to playing such a central role in the movement remained at large for so long, when so many others were quickly rounded up, interrogated, and killed. Furthermore, although Shum was eventually imprisoned, tried, and sentenced to death, fellow inmates noted that he had unusually cordial relations with army and prison officials, was never ill-treated, and sometimes took part in the interrogation of other prisoners. 33 These and other oddities have led some observers to conclude that while he was undoubtedly a close confidant of Aidit, Shum may also have been working for the army. 34 Given the secretive nature of Shum's role and links to the party, the only person who could ever have contradicted his testimony was Aidit, whom the army had already killed. At a minimum, skeptics suggest, he may have reached a deal with his captors to provide incriminating testimony against the PKI in exchange for lenient treatment. As a high-ranking government official told an interviewer in 1979, when the government discovers evidence of something, Shum will readily confirm or deny it. Now consult him on everything concerning the PKI and the G30s. 35. Finally, the suggestion that the PKI acted at the behest or influence of China or its Communist Party is almost certainly untrue. At the time, the British ambassador wrote that there are rumors implicating the Chinese People's Republic, but these do not amount to much. I suspect that the extent of Chinese involvement was approximately the same as that of the PKI. Foreknowledge, some support, but no direct control. 36 Recent scholarship on the subject has largely borne out that assessment, even while confirming that the PKI leadership discussed political strategy with China's highest leaders. 37 Similarly, the official insistence that Western powers played no role whatsoever is contradicted by the available evidence, as outlined in some detail in chapters 4 and 7. The Cornell paper. An alternative account, first articulated in 1966 by Anderson and McVeigh of Cornell University, argues that the September 30 movement was more or less what it claimed to be, a move by a group of disgruntled middle-ranking army officers against an army high command they viewed as corrupt, disloyal to the president, and in the CIA's pocket. According to their preliminary analysis, Untung and his colleagues acted out of a sincerely held belief that the army high command, in collusion with the CIA, had set up the Council of Generals that was planning to stage a military coup on October 5, Armed Forces Day. 38. This account, later called the Cornell paper, was based on a close reading of the movement's own announcements, and analysis of existing tensions and divisions within the army. It highlighted, for example, the many ways in which the movement's statements and actions reflected the concerns of lower and middle-ranking officers. Noting that the key officers involved in the movement were all from Central Java, Anderson and McVeigh also argued that their actions were shaped by certain cultural norms and attitudes that distinguished them from the high-living, corrupt Jakarta generals whom they targeted. Their argument raised serious questions about the official account of the alleged October coup. What possible motive could the PKI have had for making such a move when it was doing so well politically? Why would a party that had achieved success through a strategy of peaceful mobilization suddenly change course and stage an armed uprising, especially when it had no armed wing? And if indeed the party did organize the putsch, why did it not take even the most rudimentary precautions against failure, like securing the support of the president and mobilizing its huge popular membership? In posing these questions and insisting that the alleged coup was mainly an internal army affair, Anderson and McVeigh exposed a dimension of the story that the army clearly wished to keep under wraps. In doing so, they ignited an angry polemic that has lasted until today and resulted in their being banned from Indonesia for some 3 decades. Indeed, it was in response to the Cornell paper that Colonel Suwarto, the former head of Indonesia's Army Staff and Command College, and General Suharto commissioned 2 authors to write the Army's second official account of the G30S in 1967.39. In the 50 years since the Cornell account was written, legitimate questions have been raised about it. For one thing, it seems to go out of its way to dismiss any evidence of possible PKI involvement in the movement. The presence of Jerwani and Pemuda Rakyat volunteers at Halim, sympathy shown for the movement by some Pemuda Rakyat units, and close cooperation between certain army officers and PKI officials in Central Java may not demonstrate PKI responsibility for planning the October 1 action. They do, however, suggest a degree of sympathy for and some measure of cooperation with it. Moreover, as discussed below, more recent scholarship has argued that PKI Chair Aidid was indeed directly involved in planning the movement, even if he did not share those plans with other members of the Politburo or Central Committee. By insisting that the PKI and its affiliates were not connected to or supportive of the movement in any way, Anderson and McVeigh appear to be protesting too much. These shortcomings notwithstanding, the central thesis of the Cornell paper remains compelling. Whatever might yet be revealed about the role of some PKI leaders in the plot, there is no doubt at all that army officers and soldiers played key roles both in its planning and execution, in Jakarta and elsewhere. Any explanation that obscures or denies the role of military officers and soldiers and underplays the existence of tensions within the army in triggering the action is simply misleading and must be regarded as a deliberate deception. Sukarno the devious Dalan? A third interpretation lays responsibility for the alleged coup at the feet of President Sukarno, describing him as a devious Dalan or shadow puppet master. According to this account, Sukarno either initiated the kidnapping of the generals himself or was aware that some kind of plot against them was in the works, and allowed it to proceed in the expectation that it would be to his political advantage. The claim of Sukarno's involvement was originally developed by the army and its allies in late 1965 and early 1966, as part of the concerted effort to undermine his legitimacy and ease him from power. The campaign drew on a vast array of state resources, including the intelligence apparatus and quasi-judicial bodies established by Suharto after October 1, and led eventually to something like an impeachment trial by the MPRS.40. Anthony Dake, a writer with close ties to the Suharto regime, later made essentially the same case in a book titled The Sukarno File. 41. More recently, the argument has been advanced by Salim Haji Said, an expert on the Indonesian military who in 1965 worked as a journalist with the army newspaper Angkatan Bersenjata. 42. In one version of this scenario, Sukarno devised the plan to kidnap, but not kill, General Yani and replace him with a more pliable figure. After all, the use of abduction to force political action had some precedent in Indonesia. Sukarno himself had been abducted on August 16, 1945, by militant nationalist youths who insisted that the leaders should immediately declare independence and lead a revolt against the Japanese. They were soon released, unharmed but chastened, and declared independence the following day. Given that history, proponents of this theory suggest Sukarno might have seen the kidnapping of Yani and the others as a way of dealing with politically troublesome opponents. But when the plan devolved into the killing of the 6 generals, Sukarno sought to distance himself from it. 43 In an interview in 1976, a former deputy prime minister in Sukarno's last cabinet, Johannes Limina, told Kahine that he did not believe Sukarno had ordered or expected the generals to be killed. He would not have agreed to such a course, such violence and brutality. 44. The main evidence offered of Sukarno's involvement in the alleged coup are his actions and movements before and immediately after the abductions began. His accusers claimed, for example, that the president met with Untung sometime in August, ostensibly to discuss plans for the kidnapping, and that he had signed an order removing Yani as army commander on September 30, 1965. They also noted that Sukarno elected to be driven to Halim Air Base early on the morning of October 1, and remained there until late that evening when it was clear that the movement had failed. While Sukarno insisted that he had gone to the air base, together with several other high-ranking officials, to ensure that he would have a quick route to safety in the event of a worsening crisis, his accusers argued that his presence at Halim was proof of his collusion with the movement. Sukarno's statements about the movement were likewise cited as evidence of his involvement in the plot. For instance, his reported comment that the events of October 1 were a ripple in the ocean of the Indonesian Revolution and his refusal to call those events a coup were seen by his accusers as demonstrating sympathy for the movement and insufficient remorse over the death of the 6 generals. Likewise, his repeated calls for calm, his refusal to ban the PKI, his protection of Foreign Minister Subandrio and other leftists in the cabinet, and his insistence that all parties show restraint and await a political solution were characterized as evidence of his involvement in and support for the supposed coup attempt. One serious problem with these arguments is that they rely heavily on evidence that is either suspect or open to plausible alternative interpretation. Thus, for example, key pieces of evidence concerning Sukarno's intentions and movements, including his alleged August meeting with Untung and September 30 order to replace Yani as army commander, are based on the testimony of Bambang Wijanarko, who stated that he was tortured while in military custody. 45 Given what we know about the ill treatment of suspects at this time and the fabrication of confessions made in custody, we must at least be skeptical about the veracity of that testimony. That is all the more true in view of the extreme importance that Suharto and his allies placed on finding evidence to weaken Sukarno at this time. The evidence amassed in the course of their investigations was frankly tendentious and far from definitive. But even if we set aside those doubts and accept Wijanarko's testimony at face value, the evidence would still not offer a prima facie case of Sukarno's complicity in the movement, for the simple reason that the explanations the president offered for his movements were at least as plausible as those advanced by his accusers. Likewise, his appeals for calm and an end to violence might as easily be seen as the voice of reason and political statesmanship as evidence of treason. 46. Suharto the missing link. A fourth theory points the finger at General Suharto as the mastermind, the missing link in the plot. 47 In this scenario, Suharto was a pivotal figure in a coup that was designed to fail, a deliberate provocation intended to supply a pretext for the army to take sweeping punitive action against the PKI and Sukarno. As one might expect, there is no conclusive documentary material to support this interpretation, but the circumstantial evidence is sufficient to raise serious questions about Suharto's role. First, there is the curious fact that Suharto, the commander of the Army's elite Strategic Reserve Command and an officer who routinely filled in for Yani in his absence, was not targeted by the movement, leaving him free to use his troops and authority to crush the movement within hours of its start. The proponents of this theory argue that only rank incompetence or deliberate design could explain this apparent oversight, and that deliberate design is the more plausible explanation. Why else would such a powerful figure be left untouched? One answer to that puzzle lies in the fact that the main military plotters Untung and Latif had long-standing personal and professional ties to Suharto, and had reason to believe that he would support their initiative. 48 Suharto had been Untung's commander during the Indonesian National Revolution and in the West Irian campaign. In April 1964, he had traveled to Central Java to attend Untung's wedding. Latif had also served under Suharto during the revolution and was a close friend of the Suharto family. On the basis of those strong ties, Untung and Latif apparently believed not only that Suharto was no threat to their plan but that he was a likely ally, too. As Latif wrote in his trial defense statement in 1978, I was firmly convinced that if anybody could be considered loyal to the leadership of President Sukarno, it was he. I knew him already from Yogyakarta and I truly did know who Bapak General Suharto was. 49. A second and related answer to the puzzle is that Suharto may well have had foreknowledge of the movement's plans. The main evidence to that effect was the curious meeting between Latif and Suharto on the evening of September 30, just hours before the movement was set in motion. 50 There is no dispute that the two met in the main military hospital in Jakarta, where Suharto's youngest son was being treated for scald burns suffered a few days earlier. But the purpose of that meeting remains a subject of dispute. When asked about the meeting, Suharto maintained that Latif had come to the hospital either to kill him or to confirm that he was too preoccupied with his son to interfere with the plot. Latif, however, insisted that he had gone to the hospital to inform Suharto of the movement's plan to preempt a planned coup by the Council of Generals, so as to be able to appeal to him at any time for support. 51 In other words, while Suharto claimed that he had no prior knowledge of the movement's plans and in fact had narrowly escaped being one of its victims, Latif said that Suharto knew of the movement's plans in advance but did nothing to stop them. These conflicting accounts may never be fully resolved, but at a minimum, the meeting between Suharto and Latif on the night before the generals were kidnapped and killed raises serious questions about the extent of Suharto's foreknowledge of the plot. A third piece of evidence suggestive of Suharto's involvement in a plot that was designed to fail is that he was known to be a rival of at least one of the targeted generals, Yani, and to have harbored a deep grudge against another, Nasution, who had once disciplined him for corruption. 52 The removal of the 6 generals of the High Command would have ensured that Suharto's main rivals were gone, leaving him as the highest-ranking army officer in the country. Apart from any interest that he may have had in crushing the left, then, Suharto may have seen the plot as a chance to advance his own career. In short, the available evidence arguably points at least as strongly to Suharto as one of the plotters of the movement, as it does to either the PKI or Sukarno. Even if one does not accept the claim that Suharto orchestrated the plot, there is at least a reasonable suspicion that he knew of the plans in advance and perhaps gave the impression of supporting them, but then at the critical hour turned against the plot, and used it as a pretext to crush the PKI and Sukarno. That approach would have fit well with the underlying political logic of the period. In late 1965, the PKI had the ear of President Sukarno, who was still enormously popular. Under those circumstances, no group no matter how powerful would have dared to move directly against the PKI. By blaming the movement on the PKI, Suharto and his allies would have had exactly the pretext they needed to crack down on the party and seize power on behalf of the army. A foreign plot. A variation on the provocation thesis is the theory that the action of October 1 was the product of a covert operation devised by foreign intelligence agencies, especially the CIA and MI6 in collaboration with Indonesian allies, designed to provide a pretext for anti-communist forces to crush the PKI and ease Sukarno from power. Sukarno himself first made this claim when he blamed the movement on deviation of the leadership of the PKI, the machinations of neocolonialist forces, and the criminal conspiracies of certain individuals. 53 But foreign scholars, most notably Peter Dale Scott, and some Indonesian observers have further elaborated this case. 54. Needless to say, the claim of U.S. involvement has been hotly debated. 55 On the one hand, U.S. government officials strongly deny that the United States had anything at all to do with the alleged coup. Echoing the official line, the U.S. ambassador at the time, Marshall Green, wrote in his memoirs that the events of October 1, 1965, came as a complete surprise to us. 56 Likewise, Suharto insisted that the operation to destroy the PKI was totally and successfully done by Indonesians alone. There was not one grain of aid from the CIA. 57 Given the terrible loss of life that followed these events and the great importance of Suharto's anti-communist New Order regime to U.S. interests in the region, it is easy to understand why both the U.S. and Indonesian governments have stuck by this story so steadfastly. And yet, as discussed in detail in chapters 4 and 7, the documentary and circumstantial evidence that has so far been unearthed makes it clear that the United States and its allies shared both direct and indirect responsibility for the events of October 1, 1965 and for the violence that followed. The first piece in the probability puzzle is the fact that for more than a decade before the alleged coup, secret U.S. national security documents explicitly endorsed the use of all feasible covert means and all feasible overt means, including armed force, to prevent Indonesia from falling under communist control. 58 These were more than simply words on a page. In 1957-58, the United States had acted in accordance with this mandate by actively supporting armed rebellions against the Indonesian government. 59 U.S. support for those rebellions, moreover, involved the supply of military hardware and ammunition, and the provision of U.S. pilots and military advisors to those whose avowed purpose was to overthrow the Indonesian government. Given the overriding concern about the spread of communism, U.S. perceptions of the communist threat in Indonesia are also relevant. Here again, the evidence supports the probability of U.S. intervention. Available documents make it clear that by 1965, the U.S. government was convinced that Indonesia was sliding inexorably toward communism. As noted earlier, in mid-1965, CIA Director Raburn wrote to President Johnson that Indonesia is well embarked on a course that will make it a communist nation in the reasonably near future, unless the trend is reversed. 60 If the U.S. government was prepared to intervene militarily in 1957-58, when the threat of communism was relatively slight, it is hard to believe that it did not plan to intervene in some way in 1965, when that threat was perceived to be so much greater. The probability that the United States did so is further strengthened if we consider what it was doing elsewhere in the region at this time. After all, 1965 was the year that the Johnson administration began its major escalation of the war in Vietnam, with intensive bombing of the North and deployment of tens of thousands of U.S. ground troops in the South. If the United States was prepared to go to war to stop communism in Vietnam, we must assume that it contemplated some kind of action in Indonesia. Significantly, we also know from declassified documents that right up until 1965, the U.S. government was encouraging elements in the Indonesian military to take strong action against the PKI and Sukarno. One approach suggested was to provide assurances to friends in the Indonesian army that the United States and its allies would provide support as well as remain silent if the army were to move against the PKI. And despite heavy censorship, the available U.S. documents show that by 1965, U.S. officials had already identified Suharto as one of these army friends, the handful of staunch anti-communist military officers who might be counted on to act against the PKI. Perhaps most chillingly, one of the U.S. strategies proposed for defeating the PKI was almost identical to what actually happened in 1965. The PKI should be accused of an act of treachery, which would then provide a pretext for massive army retaliation. The perfect mechanism for setting such a chain of events in motion would be an act of provocation in the form of a rumor or document purporting to show plans for a right-wing coup that would lead the PKI and other progressive forces to take rash action that could be construed as treacherous and threatening to national security. The beauty of such a plan was that it could be accomplished with relatively few resources and little or no trace of foreign involvement. All that would be required would be some quiet cash, some help with producing the necessary documents, and secret assurances of support to reliable friends. Viewed in that light, the Gilchrist letter of early 1965 and rumors of coup plans by a CIA-backed council of generals may take on a new meaning. 61. Could the rumors and documents, and perhaps even the murder of the generals, have been products of an ingenious CIA and MI6 operation designed to provoke or justify an army backlash? 62. It is certainly possible, but it needs to be stressed that the evidence for that case remains largely circumstantial and there are reasons to doubt that the entire affair was the result of a foreign conspiracy. Nevertheless, as discussed in some detail in later chapters, there is abundant evidence that the United States and its allies played a critical role in encouraging the army to act against the PKI and Sukarno in 1965, and facilitating the mass violence that followed. A joint enterprise. The most recent interpretation of these events, by the historian John Rusa, takes issue with aspects of all these accounts. Drawing on new evidence, Rusa argues that the action of October 1 was a flawed scheme planned jointly by a handful of progressive army officers and PKI leader aided, through the intermediary of the mysterious figure Shum.63. The action was not designed to fail by Suharto, as Wertheim and others have argued, but collapsed as a result of poor planning, botched implementation, and Suharto's swift countermeasures. It was facilitated, furthermore, by the United States and other foreign governments that had been encouraging army leaders for some time before 1965 to plan for an eventual takeover. While acknowledging a role for aided, Rusa's account emphatically refutes official claims that the PKI Politburo or Central Committee planned the movement, and stresses that the party membership as a whole had nothing whatsoever to do with it. That the Indonesian authorities understood Rusa's book to be a direct challenge to their own account was confirmed by the Attorney General's decision in 2009 to ban it. .64. In this interpretation, the plotters' original intention was to abduct the 6 generals in order to preempt what they sincerely believed to be a planned coup by the Army High Command. In detaining the generals but not killing them, the plotters would have been acting in line with the time-honored tradition of abduction in Indonesian politics. Provided it received the endorsement of the president, which the plotters clearly expected it would, such a move would prevent an expected army coup while also opening the way for a further leftward movement in national politics. In the event, the murder of the generals, rather than simply their arrest, made it impossible for Sukarno to endorse the movement's action and led to its swift collapse. In suggesting that both Aidit and Shum were involved in planning the movement, Rusa challenges the contention that it was exclusively an internal army affair. At the same time, in contending that Aidit did not share those plans with the PKI Politburo or Central Committee and demonstrating that those plans were developed jointly with progressive officers, he distinguishes his argument from the army's, which seeks to implicate the entire PKI leadership and party, and insists that the PKI was the sole mastermind. .65 Indeed, if there is a central culprit, in Rusa's view, it is not the party or the army but rather Shum, the middleman between the military officers and the party leaders, unwittingly bamboozled both sides, dragging them both into an action that neither had properly planned. 66. Rusa's account also offers a plausible understanding of Suharto's role, explaining why he was not targeted in the alleged coup attempt, and how he was able to respond so quickly and effectively once it began. He thinks it unlikely that Suharto planned the action himself and rejects the suggestion that the action was designed to fail. On the other hand, he argues that it was quite likely that because of his friendship with both Latif and Untung, and perhaps also through his own Kostrad intelligence sources, Suharto knew of their plans in advance. That advance knowledge would explain how he was able to move so quickly on the morning of October 1. It is worth noting in this regard that if Suharto did have some foreknowledge of the action against the generals, but failed to report or take any action to prevent it, he would be guilty by his regime's own standards of direct involvement in the movement. And that would have been enough to have him jailed for many years, with or without a trial. 67. Finally, Rusa maintains that the swiftness and efficiency of Suharto's move against the PKI and Sukarno in early October before the army had any clear evidence of PKI responsibility stemmed from the fact that the army, with the encouragement of the United States and its allies, already had a plan to go after the PKI and Sukarno as soon as it had a pretext. From the morning of October 1, Suharto knew that the movement had the potential to serve as the longed-for pretext for bringing the army to power. The rapidity by which the army blamed the PKI, organized anti-communist civilian groups, and orchestrated a propaganda campaign suggests preparation. The generals had done contingency planning. The post-movement behavior of the army cannot be explained as a series of purely improvised responses. 68. Rusa's account has many merits. But like the other theories discussed here, it leaves some questions unanswered. One lingering problem concerns the matter of motive. Even if one accepts Russa's suggestion that the original plan was to kidnap rather than kill the generals, it is still not apparent why Adid would have taken such provocative action. Was he really so politically careless that he would have risked the party's strongly favorable position on such a gamble? The question of motive comes into even sharper focus when one recalls the serious doubts, mentioned earlier, about the identity and role of Sham. Bearing in mind the special treatment he received from the authorities after the movement collapsed and his apparent eagerness to testify to whatever the army wished to hear, one must ask who Sham was working for. That question is all the more important in light of the crucial role Russa ascribes to him in orchestrating the movement. If the answer leads back to the army or some part of it, like Kostrad's intelligence unit, then theories suggesting that the movement was a deliberate provocation by the army and its allies once again appear plausible. Of course, none of these questions undermines Russa's crucial assertion that the rank and file of the PKI knew nothing about the movement's plan, and Suharto and his allies used the events of October 1 as a pretext to destroy the party and seize power. To sum up, while there is reasonable consensus about what happened on the morning of October 1, 1965, and in following weeks and months, major differences remain about who led the movement, why they took the actions they did, and what their historical and political significance was. By some accounts, the seemingly endless debate about the origins and nature of the movement has threatened to distract attention from the much more consequential events that followed: the killing of 500,000 people, mass incarceration of more than 1 million others, and the complete annihilation of the left. It is certainly true that the mass violence of 1965-66 was vastly more important than the killing of 6 generals. It is also true that none of the competing interpretations of the movement, including the official one, can possibly explain, much less justify, the mass killing and incarceration of 1965-66 that followed. And yet that does not mean the debate over interpretation is irrelevant to the question of violence. That debate has remained salient, in part, because the different interpretations render the events that followed, especially the mass violence against the left, more or less reprehensible. If the official account has sought to justify the violence and exonerate those responsible for it, many of the alternatives make it clear that the violence was not only unlawful but also completely unjustifiable. More important still, the question of interpretation matters because the propagation of a particular narrative, the official one, was intrinsically linked to the mass violence that followed. Put differently, the mass violence of 1965-66 was the product of a particular interpretation of the movement that blamed the killing of the generals on the PKI, and portrayed the party as guilty of murder and treachery. That narrative both provoked and sought to justify acts of extreme violence. It also served to justify the army's seizure of power in the short term, while in the longer term providing the founding mythology for the New Order regime and its nominally democratic successor. Chapter 4. Cold War. A premature PKI coup may be the most helpful solution for the West provided the coup failed. British Foreign Office note on a report about Indonesia, December 1964. The events of October 1, 1965, came as a complete surprise to us. Marshall Green, U.S. Ambassador to Indonesia. The G30S was a communist coup arranged by the Peking regime as part of its concept of world revolution. Angkatan Bersenjata, Army newspaper. One of the most enduring and contentious questions about the alleged coup of October 1, 1965, is the degree to which it was the product of foreign influence or interference. One possibility is that the United States and its allies, working with key army officers, designed the action to fail as a way to justify a crackdown on the PKI Sukarno from power. One another is that the United States and its allies had nothing whatsoever to do with the alleged coup, and were in fact caught completely off guard by it. 2. A third claim, favored by the army and some foreign observers, is that the movement was the product of Chinese government interference in Indonesia's domestic affairs. 3. The truth probably lies somewhere in between these positions. Although important parts of the official record remain closed, there is to date no definitive evidence that the United States or its allies planned the affair in advance. In any case, that scenario arguably overestimates the competence of a small group of CIA operatives, and ignores the ample motives and capacity of local actors, especially within the Indonesian Army High Command. Nor is there any evidence that the supposed coup was masterminded by Beijing. But to say that the action of October 1, 1965 was not orchestrated by foreign powers does not mean that they played no role in bringing it about. On the contrary, there is now plenty of evidence that they did. That case has two elements. First, the wider international context, in particular the rhetoric and logic of the Cold War and anti-colonial nationalism, affected the contours of Indonesian politics, making it more militant and polarized. That general atmosphere, together with the actions of major powers elsewhere in the region and beyond, contributed to political conditions inside Indonesia in which a seizure of power by the army was much more likely to occur. In creating this atmosphere of polarization and crisis, several major powers played some part, including China. 4 Yet it was overwhelmingly the United States, the United Kingdom, and their closest allies that played the central roles. Second, in addition to such unintended or indirect effects, major governments, but again, especially the United States, the United Kingdom, and their closest allies pursued policies that aimed deliberately to undermine the PKI and President Sukarno, and to see them replaced by a coalition of anti-leftist forces, chief among them the army. More specifically, plans set in motion as early as 1958 sought to create conditions that would encourage the army to act forcefully against the PKI. To that end, the United States and its allies provided military assistance, secret assurances, and financial support to anti-leftist elements in the army leadership, and encouraged them to take action against the PKI and Sukarno. They also pursued a covert campaign designed to tarnish the reputation of the PKI and Sukarno, and to supply a pretext for the army to act against them. By contrast, while China also sought to influence the political equation in Indonesia, its actual impact on the course of events was limited, and there is no evidence at all to support the claim that it encouraged the PKI to seize power or was involved in planning the alleged coup of October 1. International context. In March 1965, the United States launched a massive bombing campaign against North Vietnam, dubbed Operation Rolling Thunder, and a few months later tens of thousands of U.S. ground troops began combat operations in South Vietnam. The intervention in Vietnam represented the culmination of several broader trends in international affairs that had been unfolding since the end of the Second World War and profoundly shaped the contours of Indonesian politics during that period. Chief among those trends were the onset and acceleration of the Cold War, the rise of a powerful anti-colonial nationalism in many of the newly independent states of Asia and Africa, and a pattern of overt and covert interference in the affairs of those states by foreign powers. This wider context served in various ways to heighten political militancy and polarization inside Indonesia, and to lend a new legitimacy to the use of force in politics, creating the perfect preconditions for a showdown, a military seizure of power, and widespread violence. Cold War, anti-colonialism, and covert operations. The decade and a half that preceded the alleged coup attempt of 1965 was among the most polarizing and bellicose of the Cold War. The divisive rhetoric and politics of the period were given an added dimension following the Sino-Soviet split of 1961, after which China became an increasingly important player in Asia. Indeed, like Fidel Castro's Cuba in Latin America, Mao Zedong's China became a beacon for leftists and revolutionaries across the region. 5 While the Soviet Union continued to provide economic and military assistance to various governments through the early 1960s, it was China and its allies whose positions on nuclear war, economic development, and revolution became ever more influential. That inevitably moved Indonesian politics to the left, while at the same time breathing new life into long-standing suspicions on the right about Chinese intentions. Far from being cold, moreover, in much of the world at this time the Cold War was decidedly hot, and entailed a rapid expansion in the use of paramilitary forces, the practice of torture, and extrajudicial killings. That was especially true in Asia, where Cold War calculations and military interventions, covert and overt, contributed to protracted and bloody conflicts in Burma, Cambodia, China, Korea, Laos, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. Taken together, these features of the Cold War served to exacerbate and give shape to long-standing political tensions between the left and right inside Indonesia, and set the stage for the violent showdown of October 1965. Equally crucial was the rise of a powerful anti-colonial nationalism, especially in the newly independent states of Asia and Africa. Leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru of India, Gamal Nasser of Egypt, and Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana openly challenged Western hegemony and imperialism, and sought a middle path between the two superpowers in the form of the non-aligned movement. President Sukarno was a leading figure in that group, and hosted its first major gathering, the 1955 Asian-African Conference in Bandung. 6 Although Washington and its allies tended to see the non-aligned movement as a Trojan horse for the advance of communism, and non-aligned leaders did not hesitate to accept military and economic assistance from major powers on both sides, the commitment to non-alignment and national self-sufficiency was genuine, and shaped Indonesian political life in significant ways. Most important, it guided Sukarno's interactions with neighboring countries, influenced his attitude toward the United States and its allies, and was a key source of his popularity with a broad cross-section of the Indonesian people. As these observations suggest, Indonesian politics during these years were also shaped by the actions of the United States and other Western powers elsewhere in the world, and particularly by their persistent efforts to undermine leftist and neutralist leaders, and replace them with figures more amenable to U.S. political and economic interests. The most notorious examples of that pattern included the overthrow of Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh of Iran in 1953, the ouster of Guatemalan President Jacobo Arbenz in 1954, and the failed attempt to overthrow Castro by means of an invasion by paramilitary forces at the Bay of Pigs in 1961. Less well-known though still important examples included U.S. support for the arrest and subsequent murder of Congo Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba in 1960–61, CIA efforts to ensure the defeat of the socialist candidate Salvador Allende in Chile's 1964 elections, and the U.S. role in creating the conditions for the military coup in Bolivia that removed the civilian President Victor Paz Estancaro from office in late 1964. 7 The landing of 20,000 U.S. Marines in the Dominican Republic in April 1965 to prevent the return to power of Juan Bosch further fueled perceptions that Western powers were intent on subverting regimes of the left. These developments, along with the broader pattern of foreign intervention of which they were seen to be a part, highlighted differences among Indonesians about the intentions of Western powers, and contributed to a growing political conflict between Indonesia and the West. Those effects were further accentuated by the actions of Western powers much closer to home, in Southeast Asia, where a pattern of interference was already well established by 1965. 8 The best-known case, of course, was the direct U.S. military intervention in Vietnam, but that was hardly the only instance of Western meddling in the region. In the aftermath of the Second World War, most of the European powers had sought to restore their colonial rule in the region, often by force of arms. France fought for 8 years to take back Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, while the Dutch war to prevent Indonesian independence lasted 4 years. Moreover, although the United States granted the Philippines its independence in July 1946, both there and elsewhere in the region, it began almost immediately to organize covert campaigns to destroy leftist and neutralist movements, most notably in Burma, Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. The CIA's secret war in Laos, set in motion by the Kennedy administration in 1962, was only the best known of those campaigns. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom returned to its former colony of Malaya after the war, granting the country independence only in 1957. During those years, and for some time afterward, it led a brutal counterinsurgency campaign against the Malayan Communist Party. Then in 1963, it backed the amalgamation of former British territories on the Malay Peninsula and the island of Borneo into a single nation-state, To be called Malaysia, an initiative that Sukarno viewed as an imperialist plot to encircle Indonesia. 9. These interventions, in the region and beyond, became lightning rods for Indonesian critics of imperial overreach and accentuated existing conflicts in Indonesian political life. Alongside the polarizing dynamics of the Cold War and the rise of a powerful new anti-colonial nationalism, they formed a crucial element of the wider context within which politics took shape in the years before 1965. The Communist menace in Indonesia. The Cold War also shaped the attitudes and policies of major powers toward Indonesia. A clear example of that dynamic came in late 1948, in the town of Madiun, East Java, where, it will be recalled, an uprising by leftist forces was crushed by Indonesia's own Republican Army. 10 In the context of the early Cold War, some observers immediately saw in Madiun the long hand of Soviet interference and dubbed the uprising an attempted communist coup. Although there is little evidence to support that view, it was widely accepted by U.S. officials at the time. The willingness of the Republican leadership to crush the movement was therefore seen as a sign of its strong anti-communist credentials and reason enough for the United States to lend its support in its quest for independence against the Dutch. But the anxiety about communist intentions lingered after independence. The seriousness with which the United States continued to view the possibility of a communist takeover in Indonesia was made clear in an NSC policy statement of November 1953, which described the principal objective of U.S. policy as being to prevent Indonesia from passing into the communist orbit. 11 Likewise, a statement on U.S. policy toward the Far East from December 1954 included the following paragraph. In order to preserve the territorial and political integrity of the area, the United States should employ all feasible covert means, and all feasible overt means including, in accordance with constitutional processes, the use of armed force if necessary and appropriate, to prevent Indonesia or vital parts thereof from falling under communist control by overt attack, subversion, economic domination, or other means, concerting overt actions with the other ANZUS nations. 12. Over the next decade, Washington and its allies saw cause for ever-increasing concern in Indonesia with regard to the issue of communist domination. Through much of the 1950s, that concern focused on the possible influence of the Soviet Union, which was providing substantial amounts of economic and military assistance in the hope of extending its sphere of influence in the region. Moves toward détente between the USSR and the United States did nothing to ease Western concerns over the communist menace in Indonesia. Indeed, after 1963, the year of China's refusal to sign the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, U.S. decision-makers evinced a growing anxiety about the region-wide implications of Chinese power. A 1964 NSC document, for example, mentioned the likelihood of a communist Indonesia tipping the balance toward communism in Malaysia and then on through mainland Southeast Asia. 13. The unmistakable signs of growing cooperation between Indonesia and China and their respective communist parties further heightened such worries. 14 Starting in late 1964, China's leadership took a number of initiatives that were aimed at bolstering Sukarno's leftist positions at home and abroad, and supporting the PKI in its struggle against the army and its allies. At a meeting with Indonesian Foreign Minister Subandrio in January 1965, for example, Zhou expressed strong support for the idea of a fifth force of armed workers and peasants. Later, Zhou and other high Chinese officials offered to supply Indonesia with 100,000 light arms, and began negotiations with Thani for an initial transfer of some 25,000 weapons to the Air Force. At about the same time, China also offered to provide Indonesia with expertise in developing a nuclear weapon, and by October 1965 a number of secret meetings had taken place to set that program in motion. Finally, from late 1964 through 1965, Chinese doctors sent by Beijing provided medical care to President Sukarno, who had come to mistrust the Western doctors he had previously consulted. For its part, China saw Indonesia as an increasingly important player in the region. It was impressed by the size and strength of the PKI, and pleased to have Sukarno in the anti-imperialist camp. Leaving aside for the moment the question of whether, or to what extent, These Chinese initiatives actually led to the alleged October coup and subsequent violence. There can be no doubt that just as the United States and its allies encouraged the Indonesian army and political right, so China and its allies, like Albania and North Korea, encouraged the Indonesian left and Sukarno. In that sense at least, China and its allies arguably played a role in creating the conditions in which both the supposed coup and violence were more likely to happen. Although the struggle between communism and the free world was a driving force during these years, in their dealings with Indonesia, foreign governments were not motivated solely by ideological concerns. Of equal importance were the imperatives of maintaining control over essential natural resources, securing markets, and protecting the interests of private capital. With its roughly 80 million inhabitants, Indonesia was the largest country in the region after China and regarded as a political linchpin. Economically, it represented a fantastic trove of minerals and resources, including tin, petroleum, and natural rubber. Strategically, the Indonesian archipelago, which lies astride the sea lanes linking the Pacific and Indian Oceans, was regarded as vital to military and commercial communications in Asia and the Pacific. As the NSC wrote in 1953, Indonesia is strategically important to the United States and the rest of the free world as a vast archipelago which commands the approaches between the Pacific and Indian Oceans and between Asia and Australia, is inhabited by 80 million people, and is a producer of rubber, tin, and petroleum. The loss of Indonesia to communist control would have serious security implications for the United States and the rest of the free world. 15. These political, economic, and strategic interests added a further dimension and urgency to foreign competition over Indonesia. The United States and United Kingdom were worried that Sukarno's shift to the left represented a direct threat to private investment, especially in the areas of oil and rubber, while China seemed poised to supplant the West as a major beneficiary of Indonesia's vast natural resources and export markets. Those fears came to a head in early 1965, as Indonesian trade unions and others began to demand the expropriation of UK and US properties, including oil facilities and plantations. The affected companies included major players like Mobil, Caltex, Stanvac, and Goodyear, all of which had good access to key decision-makers in Washington. 16 Moreover, as historian Brad Simpson has convincingly argued, the United States and its allies were anxious to ensure Indonesia's full integration into a liberal international political and economic order over which they presided, and to prevent the success of a nationalist or leftist economic experiment that would erode Western hegemony. 17. For all these reasons, in the years preceding the alleged coup attempt, the United States, the United Kingdom, and their allies saw Indonesia and particularly Sukarno and the PKI as a major problem. Polarization, radicalism, and militancy. Whatever their deeper motives and interests, the policies pursued by major foreign powers in the years before the alleged coup and the Cold War rhetoric they typically employed in justifying those policies helped to shape political differences and tensions inside Indonesia in a way that accentuated left versus right conflict, and increased political polarization, radicalism, and militancy. 18. The actions of the United States and its allies, for example, confirmed Sukarno's worst suspicions about the imperialist objectives of the West. His criticism of the United States and United Kingdom grew decidedly more vitriolic after the formation of Malaysia in 1963. The United Kingdom was an obvious target because it was seen as having created Malaysia as an imperialist bastion to encircle and threaten Indonesia. Anti-British sentiment reached a high point in September 1963, when an angry crowd burned and ransacked the British embassy, while Indonesian security forces looked on. The United States was seen as complicit in the neo-imperialist plot because despite its public claims of neutrality, it clearly took the British and Malaysian side, and insisted on an end to confrontation as a condition for U.S. aid. Other indications of U.S. collusion with Malaysia and the United Kingdom gave Sukarno and most Indonesians obvious reasons to wonder about the sincerity of U.S. expressions of neutrality. It was in this context that in March 1964, before a large crowd, Sukarno famously said, "America, go to hell with your aid." Figure 4.1. President Sukarno addresses a May Day rally in Jakarta, 1965. The panel above the crowd depicts workers of the world striking a blow against their enemies. U.S. intervention in Vietnam as well as elsewhere in Indochina was another major irritant and provided ample evidence of its imperialist intent. In a June 1965 memo to McGeorge Bundy on the side effects of U.S. actions in Vietnam, James Thompson accurately summarized the problem: "There is little to say on this sad subject except that our Vietnam operations have been a propaganda godsend to the powerful forces in Indonesia that seek to bring their country under communist control." 19 Sukarno's criticism predated the United States deployment of ground troops in Vietnam in mid-1965. In early August 1964, for instance, he offended U.S. sensibilities by recognizing the government of North Vietnam and breaking ties with Saigon. 20 And in a feisty Independence Day speech on August 17, 1964, he denounced U.S. policy in Vietnam and Malaysia. His remarks effectively threw open the floodgate, and anti-US attacks became central to the logic of domestic Indonesian politics. In April 1965, President Johnson sent a personal emissary, Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker, to Jakarta in a last-ditch attempt to smooth deteriorating relations between the two countries. The mission failed, in large part because Bunker was unable to promise a significant change in U.S. foreign policy. According to notes on one of their meetings, Sukarno explained to Bunker that U.S. actions in Malaysia and throughout the Afro-Asian world were burning, irritating obstacles to good US-Indonesian relations. 21 Apparent U.S. duplicity on the question of confrontation together with strong Chinese support for the campaign made the resort to radical mass mobilization politics all the more appealing as an alternative to a successful resolution of the issue in Indonesia's favor. But that approach also exacerbated tensions, polarization, and militancy, paving the way for crisis. Over the next several months, anti-US sentiment reached unprecedented heights. In July, Sukarno lectured the United States on Malaysia and Vietnam at the credentials ceremony for the new U.S. ambassador, Marshall Green. July and August saw in quick succession an angry demonstration outside Green's official residence, an attack on the U.S. consulate in Medan, and another on the U.S. consulate in Surabaya. Then in his August 17 Independence Day speech, Sukarno launched a blistering attack on the United States and other neocolonial powers. While the anti-US rhetoric kept some political challengers at bay, it also had the effect of more seriously polarizing the domestic political scene. 22. On the Indonesian right, Western states' actions in the region and beyond were understood as evidence of Western resolve to stop communism. In that way, the US and British posture elsewhere may have emboldened the army and its allies to move against Sukarno and the PKI in 1965. That is certainly what the United States hoped for. In a March 3, 1965, telegram to the Department of State, for example, the U.S. Embassy's country team wrote, "Over longer run we believe military and other actions which show clear evidence U.S. determination hold fast in nearby free world areas such as South Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, and Philippines, will have salutary effect on Indo behavior." 23. Confrontation was also the source of serious tensions between Sukarno and the army, and those tensions led to a critical congruence of interest between the army and both the United States and the United Kingdom. Although army leaders had originally supported the confrontation campaign, they soon began to see it as a liability on several counts. For one thing, they became uncomfortable with the political opportunities it provided to the left, especially the PKI, which backed the campaign. 24 They also saw it as a dangerous drain on military resources away from the center of PKI power on Java. 25 Finally, they viewed confrontation as a long-term threat to their chief sources of modern weaponry and military aid, the United States and the USSR. The fact that the campaign was strongly supported by China was small consolation, as up to that point, China's military assistance to Indonesia had been negligible, and the motives of its leaders were suspect. As a consequence, the Army High Command carried out a series of maneuvers designed to obstruct the effective implementation of the policy. 26. The right also saw Sukarno's improving ties with China as a boon to the domestic power of the PKI and the Army's service rivals, such as the Air Force. While Sukarno received high-level Chinese delegations, and air-marshaled Hani negotiated small arms contracts with Beijing, the army sensed that its own supplies of aid from the United States and USSR were being placed in jeopardy. China's support for the idea of a fifth force and its offer to help Sukarno build a nuclear weapon caused further alarm. For these as well as more purely ideological reasons, the army began to protest Sukarno's overtures to China, and to claim that the policies of the PKI and Sukarno were mere dictates from Beijing. While insisting that it was in no way beholden to any foreign power, moves like these placed the army clearly on the side of the United States and its allies in the struggle against communism. U.S. meddling. Beyond the indirect consequences of their actions elsewhere, in the decade before 1965, foreign powers pursued policies that aimed deliberately to influence the course of Indonesian politics. Although China and to a lesser extent the USSR played some role, the most consequential and fully documented interventions by far were those pursued by the United States. The United States meddling started at least 10 years before the alleged coup. By seeing what the United States was prepared to do to stop the spread of communism in the 10 years before 1965, we get a much clearer sense of what role it might have played in the events of October 1. A review of those efforts from 1955 and onward, then, provides a sense of their long-term trajectory as well as a foretaste of the thinking behind them and the methods employed. Covert operations, 1955–58. One of the more common forms of U.S. interference in Indonesian political life in the decade before the alleged coup was the provision of information and organizational assistance designed to give Indonesians a clear understanding of the international communist menace 27, and of course, such assistance was supplemented with quiet cash. The first clear instance of such meddling came in the run-up to Indonesia's first national elections in 1955. U.S. officials were confident that the two strongly anti-communist parties, the Islamic Party Masyami and the PSI, would come out on top and that the PKI would suffer a relative loss of position 28. In an effort to hasten that outcome, the United States provided covert funding, technical assistance, and political advice to Masyami and the PSI. An Operations Coordinating Board progress report from January 1955 referred explicitly to U.S. assistance in propaganda efforts designed to improve Masyami's electoral prospects and weaken the appeal of the PKI. As Masyami has become more actively and openly anti-communist, the party is showing increased willingness to seek assistance from USIS. The Post has made available films and pamphlets for Masyami meetings. It supplies party publications with anti-communist feature material, furnishes background information to party leaders, and is assisting Masyami in the publication of strongly anti-communist books. 29. U.S. efforts to influence the elections went well beyond the provision of anti-communist information. According to Joseph Smith, a former CIA official who worked on Indonesia in the 1950s, $1 million was made available to Masyami in advance of the elections. 30. Similarly, Hugh Cumming, the U.S. ambassador to Indonesia at the time, recalled that on a trip to Washington in December 1954 he was told that covert operations of some sort were about to begin in Indonesia. 31. The timing of that trip suggests that the operation in question probably involved covert financial and propaganda support to Masyami. The covert tie with Masyami was confirmed in an April 1957 memo to the Assistant Secretary of State that noted, U.S. contacts, particularly in the covert field, have in the past been principally with the Masyami. 32. The United States also had close ties with leading figures in the PSI and seems likely to have provided that party with support in the elections as well. In the event, U.S. efforts to influence the 1955 vote proved unsuccessful. Masyami, which had been widely predicted to win the election, polled a surprisingly low 20.9% of the popular vote, while the PSI received just 2%. 33. Meanwhile, the PKI and PNI received unprecedented levels of support, together winning almost 40% of the vote. Masyami's poor showing and the PKI's surprising success provoked alarm within the Eisenhower administration. 34. U.S. anxiety was further heightened when the PKI made even more dramatic gains in the regional elections held in 1957. At that stage, the United States began to intervene more energetically, using both overt and covert means to undermine the PKI and destabilize President Sukarno. Notably, in these operations it continued to rely on leading figures in Massacres and the PSI, while also seeking ever closer ties with elements of Indonesia's military. U.S. efforts to undermine Sukarno during these years took a variety of forms, most of them drawn from a repertoire of dirty tricks that were being used with some frequency elsewhere. A 1975 Senate committee reported, for example, that it had received some evidence of CIA involvement in plans to assassinate President Sukarno and a suitable agent had been identified. 35 The CIA also concocted a plan to produce a pornographic film and still photos purporting to show Sukarno in bed with a Russian airline hostess. Once completed, the film and photos were to be sent anonymously to news outlets in other countries, alongside reports suggesting that Sukarno was being seduced or blackmailed by the Soviets. Commenting on the plan in his memoir, a CIA officer involved wrote, "We had, as a matter of fact, considerable success with this theme. It appeared in the press around the world." 36. The most dramatic and consequential of U.S. interventions, however, came in 1957–58, when the Eisenhower administration undertook to provide covert funds, military equipment, and air support to two rebel groups that were then fighting the Sukarno government from base areas in Sumatra and Sulawesi. 37 Led by disgruntled military officers, the rebellions also had significant support from influential figures associated with Massacres and the PSI. Although the rebels did not seek to overthrow the government, Washington officials saw in the rebellions an opportunity to weaken Sukarno, strengthen the main anti-communist political parties, and forestall a feared communist takeover. Thus, an ad hoc interdepartmental committee on Indonesia concluded in late 1957 that the United States should strengthen the determination, will and cohesion of the anti-communist forces in the outer islands so that they could serve as a rallying point if the communists should take over Java. 38 The Joint Chiefs of Staff went even further, arguing that additional covert military support of the rebels was necessary in order to prevent a communist victory, not just in Indonesia, but also throughout the region and all the way to the Muslim Middle East. In an April 1958 memorandum to the Secretary of Defense, the chiefs made that somewhat exaggerated case. Present restrictions do not permit sufficient timely U.S. aid to the dissidents to ensure victory. Defeat of the dissidents would almost certainly lead to communist domination in Indonesia. Such a turn of events would cause a serious reaction in Malaya and Thailand, probable trouble in Laos and possible trouble in Cambodia. It could result in the disappearance of SEATO as a viable pact and an extension of communist influence in the Muslim Middle East. Consequently, if communist domination is to be prevented, action must be taken, including overt measures as required, to ensure the success of the dissidents or the suppression of the pro-communist elements of the Sukarno government. 39. Although U.S. assistance prolonged the conflict and made it more bloody, the rebels were eventually defeated. Worse still, from the U.S. perspective, the substantial U.S. financial and military support for the rebellions long suspected by Sukarno was proven beyond a doubt in May 1958 when the pilot of a B-26 aircraft shot down by Indonesian forces turned out to be an American named Alan Lawrence Pope. U.S. claims that Pope was a freelancer were quickly revealed to be nothing more than a weak cover for a covert military operation in support of the rebels, run by the CIA. 40 That revelation, presented at a news conference in Indonesia, came less than a month after President Dwight Eisenhower had insisted that the United States was playing no role whatsoever in the conflict. "Our policy," he had declared, "is one of careful neutrality and proper deportment all the way through so as not to be taking sides where it is none of our business." 41. Unsurprisingly, Sukarno and the left made the most of this fact as well as the discovery of U.S. military equipment in Sumatra to discredit the rebels and all those who had supported them, including leading figures in Massacres and the PSI. Convinced that they were continuing to plot against him even after the defeat of the rebellions, Sukarno eventually banned both political parties and jailed some of their most prominent leaders. Meanwhile, U.S. support for the rebels led to a dramatic souring of US-Indonesian relations, and left Sukarno with a deep and well-founded mistrust of U.S. intentions. As General Yani told U.S. Embassy officials in June 1965, only nation since independence that has openly supported a rebellion. This the president will never forget, and it is something that makes it very easy for anti-American charges to receive a sympathetic ear at Palace. 42. Military assistance, 1958–65. With the collapse of the regional rebellions in 1958, the United States embarked on a new strategy, though with the same objective in mind, to weaken Sukarno and destroy the PKI. Rather than seeking to dismember the country, a strategy that had not only failed but had also threatened to strengthen Sukarno and the PKI, it began instead to build ties with the Indonesian army. Portraying the army as the only reliable anti-communist force in the country, U.S. policymakers sought to encourage it to play a more direct role in politics, to see itself as a viable alternative to the country's civilian leadership, and more specifically, to act forcefully together with civilian allies to remove or replace Sukarno and the PKI. 43 It pursued that strategy through a program of military aid and training that was deliberately divisive in intent. The underlying idea behind the aid program was to accentuate political divisions and conflict inside the country, with a view to provoking a conflict from which the army could be almost certain to emerge victorious. In effect, a succession of U.S. administrations consciously provided support to one side of the deepening political struggle, while simultaneously alienating and withdrawing support from the other. In so doing, they helped to foster a political environment in which the military had encouragement and a strong motivation to act. Military aid had been rather limited through most of the 1950s. In fact, from 1951 to 1954, the United States provided Indonesia no military assistance whatsoever. 44 And when the decision was finally taken to supply some aid, the amounts were rather small. In June 1955, for example, President Eisenhower approved the disbursement of $200,000 under the Mutual Security Act of 1954 for the purpose of providing assistance to Indonesia for a training program in police administration and the procurement of police communications equipment. 45 But the absence of substantial military aid in these years was not the result of official indifference. It was based on the judgment that it would be unwise to negotiate any military aid agreement with a government that was influenced by or as yet insufficiently opposed to communism. That view changed significantly in 1958. The shift was partly the result of a realization, especially after the regional elections, that Sukarno and the PKI were becoming more powerful, not less so. It also stemmed from a belated concern that the USSR had been providing Indonesia with vastly more military assistance than the United States or its allies, an imbalance that was bound to influence the political equation. A memorandum from the Navy to the Joint Chiefs of Staff in March 1958, for instance, warned that aid from the Soviets might well lead to Indonesia's early domination by the Bloc 46. Accordingly, the United States began to ramp up its military aid program, although it made sure to channel that aid selectively to the army and police, but not to other forces. The army was targeted for aid not for any reason to do with national defense, but rather because it was considered the most reliable political ally and bulwark against the PKI. Thus, a 1958 memo from the Joint Chiefs of Staff to the Secretary of Defense noted that aid to the army was begun in earnest on the estimate that the Indonesian army is the only non-communist force in Indonesia with the capability of obstructing the progress of the PKI toward domination of the country, and given some encouragement in the form of U.S. aid, Indonesian Army Chief of Staff Nasution will carry out his plan for control of the communists. 47. As it happened, the army was also strongly anti-democratic, a posture that suited U.S. interests well, mainly because U.S. officials were convinced that free elections would benefit the PKI. Hence, in a January 1959 memorandum to the President recommending the doubling of military aid to Indonesia, the Department of State highlighted for praise a number of measured but significant steps to circumscribe communist activities that had been taken by the army. The most important step in this regard has been the postponement of the general election scheduled for September 1959, in which the Communists were expected to score heavy gains. This postponement of election offers Indonesia a period of relative political stability in which to develop an effective government as a demonstrable alternative to the Communists' program, and provides the United States and the free world with an excellent opportunity to greatly reduce if not eliminate the danger of a communist takeover. 48. Whether the army was solely responsible for this dubious achievement is open to debate. It was certainly not alone in seeking an end to electoral politics in Indonesia in the late 1950s. 49. Nevertheless, the active support of U.S. policymakers for those who wished to put an end to elections was unmistakable. So was the logic of U.S. policy. To the extent that elections seemed likely to produce victories for parties or coalitions favorable to the United States, they were to be championed. But as soon as there was a likelihood that the wrong side might win, elections were to be opposed. Although the dollar value of U.S. military aid after 1958 was still relatively small, especially when compared to massive Soviet aid, the focus on Army training at U.S. Army service schools was considered to be highly cost-effective. 50. As internal memorandums repeatedly stressed, the programs helped to develop a politically valuable personal association between U.S. and Indonesian military personnel. 51. In an April 1964 letter to General Nasyution, U.S. General Maxwell Taylor stressed the great importance of those personal ties and hoped that they might continue. The special relationship that has grown up between officers of the armed services of our two countries in recent years has been a source of gratification to me and to my colleagues on the Joint Staff. When we look beyond the issues of the moment to our mutual longer-range objectives in Southeast Asia, I think it is clear that continued cooperation between us is important to the national interest of both Indonesia and the United States. 52. The military training programs undertaken by some 2,800 Army officers in the period from 1950 to 1965 were also deemed valuable for encouraging anti-communist sentiments among the Army's officer corps. A 1960 NSC report, for example, noted that the military aid program had bolstered the determination of non-communist and anti-communist elements in Indonesia to counter the communist influence. 53. Perhaps significantly, 5 of the 6 generals killed on the morning of October 1, 1965, had undergone military training in the United States. Another focus of U.S. assistance to the Army was the Civic Action Program set in motion in 1962, modeled on programs that had been tried with some success in the Philippines, South Korea, and South Vietnam. 54. The idea of civic action, through which the Army would take the lead in projects considered helpful to the local population including public works, agriculture, and health, was not new for the Indonesian Army. Since the Indonesian National Revolution, it had been involved in social and economic activities down to the village level, an approach formalized in its doctrines of territorial warfare and Dwifungsi. But the plan now had strong U.S. backing and became a pet project of General Nasyution, who worked closely with the U.S. Special Advisor on Civic Action, Colonel Benson, between 1962 and 1965. 55. While it was overtly aimed at fostering rural development, civic action was also a useful cover for covert action aimed at weakening the PKI. Declassified U.S. government documents reveal, for example, that civic action was part of a plan approved by the special group, the secret NSC committee responsible for coordinating covert government operations. Minutes from a December 1961 meeting of that committee, though still partially censored, give a clear sense of the nature and dimensions of the program. For instance, they show that an undisclosed sum was allocated in fiscal year 1962 to support civic action and anti-communist activities to be executed through instrumentalities. They also reveal that an undisclosed sum was allocated for fiscal years 1962 and 1963 to assist in covert training of selected personnel and civilians, who will be placed in key positions in the Civic Action Program. 56. In short, covert action and civic action programs were closely interwoven, and both were part of a wider plan designed to undermine the PKI. U.S. aid and training programs also helped to foster close personal ties between Indonesian Army officers and U.S. officials. These eventually laid the foundation for a network of influence linking the Army leadership, selected academics, and U.S. government officials, including CIA operatives. 57 One such personal connection was forged between Guy Parker, a political scientist at the Rand Corporation, and Colonel Suharto, a Psi-leaning officer who was the head of the Army Staff and Command College. 58 With Parker's encouragement, Suharto came to embrace the idea that the Army was the most reliable socio-political institution in the country, and taught officers that the Army should prepare itself for a position of political and economic leadership, a role described as its civic mission. 59 It was through Suharto as well that a number of US-trained economists, many of them educated at the University of California at Berkeley, were invited to lead seminars at Cisco-AD. This group, sometimes referred to as the Berkeley Mafia, eventually formed a network linking the anti-communist Army leadership with modernizing economic technocrats. 60 Significantly, one of the officers at Cisco-AD during these critical years was Suharto, then a colonel. It was at Cisco-AD, in the early 1960s, that Suharto became involved in the formation of the doctrine of territorial warfare and the Army's policy of civic mission. 61 And it was there that he grew close to the network of officers and US-trained economists who would form the core of his kitchen cabinet after October 1965. During these years, Suharto's network also came to include a number of business people and officers who served as intermediaries between large foreign corporations and the Army. Such connections flourished after the declaration of martial law in 1957, as the Army gained control over major economic enterprises and royalties from foreign corporations began to flow directly into Army coffers. 62 In 1961, U.S. officials sought further adjustments in the aid program to make it more flexible and politically useful. In a top-secret telegram to the Department of State, U.S. Ambassador Jones recommended removing the political restrictions on military aid with a view to strengthening the confidence in the United States by the Indonesian Army, preventing a Soviet monopoly on conspicuous military equipment, and supplying modern, complex weapons systems to develop the need for a larger U.S. training presence. These changes, Jones argued, were based on recognition of fact fundamental purpose in providing aid is political, namely strengthening anti-communist military leadership. More specifically, Jones contended that the U.S. should supply equipment strongly desired by Nasution, Yani, and staff in order to improve leverage within the Indonesian Armed Forces. 63 If Jones's memo highlighted the degree to which U.S. decisions about military aid were based on political considerations, his reference to preventing a Soviet monopoly on conspicuous military equipment highlighted a worrying development. In 1960, Nikita Khrushchev had granted Indonesia $100 million in military aid, the first of several major disbursements over the next 5 years. By one estimate, between 1960 and 1965 Indonesia received roughly $1.1 billion in military aid from the Soviet Union, vastly outstripping U.S. contributions. As a consequence, by 1965 some 90% of Air Force equipment and 80% of Navy equipment was from the USSR. 64 Despite these developments, in fall 1963 Congress passed the new Foreign Assistance Act, which restricted military and economic aid to Indonesia. And as tensions between Indonesia and the United States escalated further in 1964, there was pressure from Congress and the U.S. media for even further restrictions. The Tower Amendment of August 1964, for example, called for an end to all aid to Indonesia. 65 Yet to those inside who understood that the real purpose of military assistance programs was political, it was far from obvious that a complete cut would best serve U.S. interests. To do so would be to throw away any hope of influencing the political balance in Indonesia. Thus, a memo from Secretary of State Dean Rusk to the President, dated July 17, 1964, stressed that U.S. military aid is not helping Indonesia militarily. It is, however, permitting us to maintain some contact with key elements in Indonesia which are interested in and capable of resisting communist takeover. We think this is of vital importance to the entire free world. 66. To avoid problems with Congress and the media, the Johnson administration publicly agreed to the cut while privately sustaining aid to its allies in the Army. In a summary of proposed cuts, From August 1964, Rusk reported to the president that our programs are now at the point where they maintain valuable ties with key Indonesian groups but do not bolster Sukarno or his Malaysia policy. 67. The aid cuts that were ultimately made were the most visible as well as those most likely to undercut Sukarno's confrontation campaign. But key programs considered beneficial to maintaining ties with the army were kept in place, notably the military training program. In a memo to the President, Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs William Bundy made a now familiar argument for maintaining that program. We have felt that it is an important link to the Indonesian military and this long-term asset value is still considerable. 68 Also retained was the Civic Action Program, Nation's pet project, which was a useful cover for covert action against the PKI, as well as technical assistance for the National Police to preserve U.S. influence in this important power center. 69. The guiding logic behind U.S. aid strategy at this time was summarized by National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy in a memo to the President in late August 1964. The very fact that we are on a slippery slope makes it all the more important not to burn our bridges to Indonesia. With Vietnam and Laos already on our Southeast Asia plate, we can ill afford a major crisis with Indonesia too. Just now, we ought to keep a few links, however tenuous, to the Indo military. Still the chief hope of blocking a communist takeover. We want to keep dangling the prospects of renewed aid, and we do not want to be the ones who trigger a major attack on U.S. investments. Their point 70. Despite these precautions, the passage of the Tower Amendment in mid-August 1964 gave rise to massive anti-US demonstrations in Indonesia. On August 16, the day after Congress approved the amendment, the New York Times reported that the Thomas Jefferson Library of USIS in Yogyakarta had been seized by a shouting crowd of young Indonesians, who claimed that the building was now official property of the Indonesian people. 71 Against the background of this increasing militancy and polarization in Indonesian politics, the differential and discretionary distribution of U.S. aid and support in the direction of anti-communist forces might have helped, in Ambassador Jones's phrase, to tip the balance in favor of those already possessed of a capacity and will to act against the PKI. In any case, that was the clear intention of U.S. policy. The critical question was whether and how such a move might be undertaken. Provocation. With the dramatic worsening of relations in 1964-65, and clear indications of Sukarno's increasingly close alignment with China, U.S. and British officials viewed the situation in Indonesia with ever greater alarm. The violent attacks on U.S. and British properties, attempted seizures of foreign-owned plantations and petroleum facilities, vitriolic anti-US speeches, and mass demonstrations all gave the United States and United Kingdom more immediate and vital reasons to fight back. 72 At the same time, they recognized that any overt display of support for their non-communist allies would be disastrous. And so, while outwardly maintaining a posture of non-interference and even disinterest, their prescriptions for action became commensurately more desperate and covert. From late 1964, they effectively abandoned the normal tools of diplomatic relations and contemplated instead a variety of unconventional methods, including covert action and Psy-war. Over the same period, China's leaders undertook a number of initiatives that may have emboldened Sukarno and the PKI to confront the army, thereby accentuating tensions inside Indonesia. Extraordinary measures. A series of internal memorandums from late 1964 through mid-1965 provide insight into the growing anxiety of U.S. officials and a glimpse of the courses of action that were being contemplated in the 9 months before the alleged coup. A State Department memorandum of December 1964 concerning the upcoming visit of British Prime Minister Harold Wilson to Washington advised the President to say that the US and Great Britain must be prepared to engage in full military battle against Indonesia. 73 In January 1965, a CIA memorandum stated flatly, the interests of the US and of Sukarno now conflict in nearly every quarter. 74 The same document argued that the chances of PKI success would only improve with time, making prompt and preemptive action by the army all the more urgent. It ended with the ominous assessment that the momentum and direction which has imparted to present trends are sweeping him along toward the eventual possibilities of war with the UK and the US, domination by Communist China, or takeover of Indonesia by the PKI. At a meeting of the NSC Secret 303 Committee successor to the Special Group in early March, a CIA official urged the development of a larger design or master plan to arrest the Indonesian march into the Chinese camp, noting that the loss of a nation of 105 million would make victory in Vietnam of little meaning. 75 In a telephone conversation with McGeorge Bundy on March 15, George Ball said that developments in Indonesia were moving very rapidly in the wrong direction, and in the long political term it may be more important to us than South Vietnam. 76 A top-secret June 1965 memorandum from the Assistant Secretary of Defense to McGeorge Bundy referred to Sukarno's regime as a menace of notable dimension. 77 Then, as noted above, in a draft letter dated July 20, CIA Director Raburn advised the President that Indonesia is well embarked on a course that will make it a communist nation in the reasonably near future, unless the trend is reversed. 78 A few weeks later, in mid-August, Under-Secretary of State Ball and National Security Advisor Bundy agreed that there should be a meeting to alert the President to the seriousness of the situation in which the Communists may take over Indonesia, a development that Ball said would be the biggest thing since the fall of China. 79. Thus in the months leading up to October 1965, there was consensus at the highest levels of the U.S. government on the need to take new and resolute measures to deal with a country whose slide to communism would gravely damage the position of the United States in the rest of Asia and possibly worldwide. In the midst of these deliberations, Ambassador Jones, who was now seen as a Sukarno apologist and ineffective, was replaced by the hard-hitting Green, who by all accounts arrived in Jakarta with a new game plan. 80 Against this backdrop, the United States and United Kingdom looked to their friends in the army and among anti-communist civilians for indications that they would be prepared to confront Sukarno and the PKI. When they discovered a reluctance to act forcefully, they discussed how best to prod their local allies into action and to create the conditions for a showdown with Sukarno and the PKI. One of the earliest ideas, proposed by the CIA in a secret cable from September 1964, was the formation of an anti-communist coalition combining reliable army and civilian elements. 81 The cable noted that such a coalition would have an especially good chance of gaining power in a succession struggle and judged that its success would rebound to America's advantage. It also made clear the agency's preference for having reliable army figures at the center of the coalition, noting that the presence of additional military figures in a successor government would tend to reinforce that advantage. More specifically, the CIA named those army officers it considered to be friendly and on the good side of confrontation and communism. They were Generals Nasution, Suharto, Sudirman, Aja, Sarbani, and in a middle category, less staunchly anti-communist at the present time, Generals Yani and Parman, and Admiral Martadenata. Thus, despite later U.S. claims that he was an unknown figure, by September 1964 at the latest, Suharto was on the CIA's radar as a friendly general, thought to be on the good side on both confrontation and communism. U.S. officials also identified at this time key civilian and religious organizations as likely collaborators in the fight against the PKI, and began to channel assistance and advice to them. These included the powerful NU, the large Islamic party whose members were later among the principal perpetrators of the violence, especially in its base area of East Java where the killing was intense and widespread. 82 Those identified by the CIA as potential assets also included a number of political insiders, like Third Deputy Prime Minister Cherul Saleh and Trade Minister Adam Malik. 83 According to a former CIA official who had been posted in Jakarta, Malik had been close to the agency since the early 1960s. 84 It was probably no coincidence that at about this time, Saleh and Malik were key figures in two strongly anti-PKI political organizations, the Body to Promote Sukarnoism and the Merba Party, both of which were later banned amid allegations that the CIA had backed them. 85 Creating the conditions. Beyond identifying potential friends and coalitions, the United States and its allies contemplated how to create the conditions for a showdown that the army could win. One proposal was to provide the army leadership with reassurances that Western states would not interfere should the army move forcefully against the PKI. U.S. Ambassador Bell in Kuala Lumpur suggested that strategy to his counterpart in Jakarta. In a telegram dated January 9, 1965, Bell pointed out that in the context of confrontation, anti-PKI elements in the army might be hesitant to act against the PKI out of fear of reprisals by British, U.S., and Malaysian forces. Bell's proposal was to quietly assure army leaders that they would be given a free hand to move against the PKI. Is there any way we could reach completely reliable Indonesian military with assurances that GAM and Commonwealth would refrain from interference, at least until it becomes apparent PKI going to come out on top? Our policy has depended on the army for some time. If we can give them this sort of shot in the arm, they might have more inclination to act. 86. Just 2 weeks later, the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta reported encouraging signs of receptiveness within the Army High Command to the idea of a military takeover before Sukarno stepped down. In a revealing secret telegram to the Department of State, dated January 21, 1965, Jones reported on a meeting between an excellent source and General Parman, the head of Army Intelligence. According to the telegram, Parman had indicated that there was strong sentiment within the top military command for a takeover of government prior to Sukarno's demise and that specific plans for such a coup were being developed. Moreover, as described in the telegram, the army leadership realized that no coup targeting Sukarno directly could ever succeed, so it was suggested that the coup would be handled in such a way as to preserve Sukarno's leadership intact but to leave him with a fait accompli. 87 That was a fair description of what actually happened on October 1, 1965. In March 1965, the NSC Secret 303 Committee also turned its attention to the Indonesian crisis and, more specifically, to the United States Covert Action Program in the country. A memorandum prepared for that meeting revealed that since summer 1964, the State Department and another agency whose identity remains classified but was most likely the CIA had been developing an operational plan for political action in Indonesia. The main aim of the plan was to reduce the influence of the PKI and Red China, and bolster anti-communist forces, by exploiting factionalism within the PKI, emphasizing traditional Indonesian distrust of China, and portraying the PKI as an instrument of Red Chinese imperialism. 88. Parts of that plan had already been implemented. Through secure mechanisms, the memorandum noted, some funds have been given to key personalities to bolster their ability and their resolve to continue their anti-communist activities, which essentially are in the U.S. direction. Beyond secret financial support for anti-communist individuals and groups, the new plan envisaged a range of Psy-war activities, discussed in greater detail below. Although the amount of funding and their source remain classified, the 303 Committee approved the proposed Covert Action Program, with immediate effect, on March 4, 1965. 1 month later, Ambassador Bunker visited Indonesia on behalf of President Johnson. Although ostensibly intended as a last effort to bring Sukarno on board, the visit provided an ideal opportunity to meet with opposition figures and to discuss contingency plans. 89 In the general conclusions to his April 1965 report to the President, Bunker outlined what was by then the prevailing U.S. position, to create the conditions in which anti-communist forces, led by the Army and its anti-communist allies, would take forceful action against the PKI and Sukarno. Thus, Point 12 of the general conclusions to his report read as follows: U.S. policy should be directed toward creating conditions which will give the elements of potential strength the most favorable conditions for confrontation. Elsewhere in the document, the elements of potential strength were explicitly listed as a. The military, especially the army, b. Moderate Muslim political organizations, c. Other moderate political elements now inactive. 90. Taken together, we have here clear evidence that in the year before the purported coup of October 1965, U.S. officials were seriously contemplating and indeed starting to implement strategies designed to encourage the Army and its civilian allies to act against the PKI, without leaving U.S. or other foreign fingerprints. While the momentum of anti-Americanism and the general radicalization of politics at this juncture limited the effectiveness of normal foreign policy tools, the extreme polarization and near balance between opposing political forces provided the United States and its allies with a unique opportunity to have Indonesians fight what was, at least in part, the United States war. By mid-1965, the Army High Command appeared to be on exactly the same page. At a meeting in July 1965, Yani reportedly told Benson, the U.S. Civic Action Advisor to the Indonesian Army, "We have the guns, and we have kept the guns out of their hands. So if there's a clash, we'll wipe them out." 91. Psy-War and Black Ops. Finally, in the years leading up to the alleged coup, the United States and United Kingdom sought to influence the political balance in Indonesia through a program of Psy-War and Black operations. These operations were designed to tarnish the name of the PKI and Sukarno, and importantly to provoke political conflict between them and anti-communist elements. Indeed, declassified U.S. government documents from this period reveal that provoking a showdown with the PKI was not simply a byproduct of U.S. policy in Indonesia but rather its very intention. A crucial focus of that campaign was the creation of conditions that would provide a pretext for a forceful move by the army against the left. That strategy was not new, but in the crisis atmosphere of early 1965, it was revived and implemented with renewed vigor. Eerily foreshadowing the events of October 1, 1965, a National Security Council policy document of December 1960 said the U.S. should give priority treatment to programs which offer opportunities to isolate the PKI, to drive it into positions of open confrontation with the Indonesian government, thereby creating grounds for repressive measures, politically justifiable in terms of the Indonesian national self-interest. 92. 1 month later, in January 1961, U.S. officials began to discuss Psy-War operations more explicitly. In a top-secret telegram to the Department of State, dated January 26, 1961, just days after President Kennedy's inauguration, Ambassador Jones recommended that the United States should prepare for a possible major psychological war campaign coordinating covert and overt resources, when proper climate can be developed. 93. It is probably no coincidence that the U.S. covert operation in Indonesia, conducted under the cover of the Civic Action Program, commenced less than 1 year later. Psy-War operations reached a new level of intensity and sophistication after 1963, as the United States, United Kingdom, and Malaysia began to work together to weaken Sukarno and the PKI in the context of the confrontation campaign announced by Subandrio in January of that year. 94. For the British and Malaysians, Psy-War plans were part of a wider covert operation, undertaken with the support of Australia and New Zealand, aimed at undermining Sukarno and even, in some scenarios, provoking the breakup of the country. 95. In addition to providing weapons, military training, and funds to a variety of anti-Indonesian rebel groups, British and Malaysian officials at the highest levels authorized and developed guidelines for a psychological warfare campaign designed to aid and encourage dissident movements inside Indonesia. 96. That campaign entailed, among other elements, clandestine radio broadcasts denouncing communism, and advocating greater autonomy or independence for areas outside Java. By early 1965, however, the British started to worry that support for secessionist movements would interfere with the army's capacity to resist the PKI and so adjusted their plans accordingly. Thus, in a March 1965 memorandum approved by senior ministers of Britain's new Labour government, the Joint Action Committee advised that in the long run effective support for dissident movements in Indonesia may be counterproductive in that it might impair the capacity of the army to resist the PKI, therefore attempt, by covert means, to make it clear to the Indonesian army that any support for dissidents is no more than a tactical response to confrontation. 97. These plans dovetailed neatly with the strategy of Indonesian army officers who were growing impatient with confrontation. 98. Two of the more significant elements of that army strategy began in mid-1964, and involved Major General Suharto and his close associates, Lieutenant Colonel Ali Murtopo, Colonel Yoga Sugama, and Major L.B. Murdani, all of whom had backgrounds in army intelligence. Through them, and with assistance from figures who had been involved in the 1958 rebellions, the army arranged a series of secret meetings with Malaysian officials at which a covert strategy of mutual avoidance of hostilities was planned. 99 In addition, Suharto took advantage of his position as deputy commander of the multi-service command for the confrontation campaign known as Kolaga to ensure that the forces on the front line with Malaysia were kept below strength and under-equipped. 100 Both strategies were clearly designed to subvert Sukarno's policy, and in so doing, undermine him and the PKI. In this, the interests of Suharto and his close associates coincided with those of the United Kingdom, Malaysia, and United States, and the covert actions they undertook achieved exactly what those powers wanted. Moreover, the position of Suharto and his colleagues as avowed critics of confrontation, and their involvement in these covert operations, laid a solid foundation for future army collaboration with those governments. Intriguingly, the plans discussed by UK and US officials in the final year before the alleged coup attempt looked much like what happened on October 1, 1965. The crux of the covert strategy was provocation. The PKI should be provoked into making an aggressive move that would both spur and justify a harsh reaction by the army. The ideal scenario, discussed with some frequency by US, British, and other diplomats beginning in late 1964, was more or less precisely what the NSC had proposed in 1960, a premature PKI coup that would trigger a forceful response by the army and justify the destruction of the PKI in the name of the Indonesian national interest. In the September 1964 intelligence memorandum on US-Indonesian relations mentioned above, the CIA offered a first draft of that strategy. Outlining the circumstances favorable to an anti-communist victory, the report made two crucial points. First, it said that the chances for success would be greatest in a succession struggle of some kind, and second, that the army would be more likely to respond forcefully if the PKI were to take some provocative action. An abrupt or aggressive move on the latter's part would surely evoke army reaction. 101 In March 1965, Jones echoed and endorsed the idea, telling a closed meeting of State Department officials in the Philippines, "From our viewpoint, of course, an unsuccessful coup attempt by the PKI might be the most effective development to start a reversal of political trends in Indonesia." 102. Figure 4.2. British Foreign Office note on a December 1964 report about Indonesia reads, "A premature PKI coup may be the most helpful solution for the West provided the coup failed." The idea of provoking a premature communist coup also began to circulate among Commonwealth governments at this time, alongside plans to expand covert operations in Indonesia. In a memo dated November 27, 1964, the Assistant Secretary of State in the British Foreign Office, Edward Peck, wrote that there might therefore be much to be said for encouraging a premature PKI coup during Sukarno's lifetime. 103 Responding to a December 1964 report on Indonesia prepared by New Zealand, another British official commented that a premature PKI coup may be the most helpful solution for the West provided the coup failed. 104 Shortly thereafter, in January 1965, the British moved to expand their covert operations by creating the position of Director of Political Warfare against Indonesia within the Information and Research Department in Singapore. 105. A March 4, 1965, telegram from the U.S. Embassy to the Department of State stressed the limited options still available for responding to anti-US actions. It concluded that the only effective retaliation we have is in military field, but argued against that course mainly on the grounds that it would damage the credibility and political position of the Indonesian army. 106 That conclusion highlighted the extent to which U.S. hands were bound in dealing with Indonesia. Under the circumstances, a resort to covert methods was an undeniable necessity and, as far as the available evidence demonstrates, the preferred approach. As it happens, a covert action plan was already in place. In early March 1965, as noted earlier, the NSC's 303 committee had approved a program for covert operations in Indonesia. Notably, That program included covert liaison with and support for existing anti-communist groups, particularly among the black letter operations, media operations, including possibly black radio, and political action within existing Indonesian institutions and organizations. 107. In light of this evidence and given standard practice for covert Psy-war operations, it is a virtual certainty that the operation launched at this time included the placement of untrue or provocative stories in Indonesian and foreign publications, the spreading of rumors regarding the intentions of various parties, and the dissemination of forged documents, all with the aim of developing a climate of heightened antagonism conducive to a forceful move against the left. The ideal endpoint of such manipulation, as envisioned in US and UK planning, would be the provocation of communists into taking compromising actions, ideally in the form of a failed coup attempt, thereby providing a pretext for their repression by the army. 108. Against this background, a number of documents and rumors that began to circulate in late 1964 and early 1965 take on new meaning. The first document of significance was a letter from Pakistan's ambassador to Paris, J. A. Rahim, to his foreign minister, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. 109. In the letter, dated December 1964, Ambassador Rahim reported on a conversation he had recently had with a Dutch intelligence officer attached to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The officer had told Rahim that Western intelligence agencies were organizing a premature communist coup in Indonesia. The coup would be foredoomed to fail, but would provide the Indonesian army with a legitimate and welcome opportunity to crush the communists and make Sukarno a prisoner of the army's goodwill. Indonesia, the NATO officer had concluded, was ready to fall into the Western lap like a rotten apple. This account lends credence to the suggestion that starting in late 1964, Western governments were colluding with elements in the army to create a scenario in which the army would be in a position to act forcefully against the PKI and Sukarno. 110. Late 1964 brought additional indications that some kind of Western Psy-war operation was underway. In December 1964, Cherul Saleh, who it will be recalled had been named by the CIA in September as a good bet, and was a key figure in the anti-PKI Merba party and BPS, began flashing about a document he claimed was a PKI plan to seize power. The PKI and Sukarno dismissed the document as a forgery, partly because it seemed so clearly designed to incriminate the PKI and partly because its language was so far from that used in most PKI documents. 111. Given the timing, so soon after Western agencies had started to discuss the creation of conditions for a succession crisis and plans for a premature communist coup, it seems possible and even likely that the document was produced by Western intelligence agencies. It would have been a relatively simple and cost-effective way to create an atmosphere of political threat from the left, which might in turn prompt a forceful army reaction. Then in early 1965, rumors began to circulate that a council of generals had been set up with CIA backing and had started planning some kind of coup. When confronted by Sukarno on the matter, Yani insisted that the story was untrue, but admitted that he had formed a brain trust of senior officers to discuss matters of promotion. 112. The U.S. Defense Attaché, Colonel Willis Ethel, who was close to Yani, later confirmed that the Army had formed an advisory group to develop contingency plans for an Army takeover in the event of Sukarno's death or PKI seizure of power. 113. Whether the story of the Council of Generals was true or not, it proved to be a crucial factor in the events that unfolded over the next few months. At a minimum, it gave rise to urgent discussions within the PKI and among progressive military officers about how best to forestall such a coup. At least some on the left and those loyal to Sukarno took the threat of a general's coup seriously enough to make plans to preempt it. 114. That was, after all, the declared purpose of the September 30th movement. In that sense, the rumor of a coup followed the Psy-war script perfectly, provoking the left to act and, as the NSC had prescribed in 1960, creating grounds for repressive measures, politically justifiable in terms of the Indonesian national self-interest. 115. In May, Indonesian intelligence officials claimed to have discovered a letter from the British ambassador to Indonesia, Gilchrist, which appeared to provide evidence of Western plotting. The letter, on British embassy letterhead, reportedly contained the following passage: "It would be as well to emphasize once more to our local army friends that the strictest caution, discipline, and coordination are essential to the success of the enterprise." 116. The letter sent shockwaves through the presidential palace and army high command. In a secret speech to regional commanders on May 27, Yanni reported that Sukarno had summoned him and other armed service chiefs the previous day, and that the president had demanded to know who these army friends were. 117. British and U.S. officials insisted that the letter was a forgery, and suggested that it had been concocted by Subandrio's intelligence agency to strike a blow at the British and his own domestic enemies. That might be true. But considering the timing and context, it is at least as likely that the letter was prepared by the British or Americans, either as a genuine communication with army friends, or a Psy-war trick designed to provoke the kind of careless action by the PKI that Western powers and the army saw as their best hope. 118. If the Gilchrist letter turned out to be a British or CIA forgery deliberately planted to provoke the PKI and Sukarno to act, we would have convincing evidence that the plans proposed by the CIA and other U.S. agencies since 1960 were actually being implemented. In the final weeks before the alleged October 1 coup, the rumor of a planned coup by a CIA-backed Council of Generals, to be staged on or before Armed Forces Day, was widespread, so widespread, in fact, that there is reason to suspect that its dissemination was also a deliberate provocation. Such a rumor, in the tense, precariously balanced political atmosphere of September 1965, would have had enough credibility, according to Crouch, to have provoked some kind of preemptive action from pro-Sukarno, pro-PKI, and anti-high command forces. 119. At the very least, it would have given these groups reason to consider supporting, if not initiating, a preemptive or retaliatory action. It is significant, then, that the forces that were in some way involved in the September 30 movement reflected precisely such an anti-Council of Generals orientation rather than a pro-PKI one. In some, forged documents, rumors, or other methods of spreading information, both on the eve of the alleged October coup and for many months before, may have been crucial in provoking an open act of violence against the alleged Council of Generals, an act that could then be used, in the NSC's proposed scenario, as a spur and pretext for forceful army action against the PKI. Although it cannot yet be definitively proven, there is good reason to believe that these rumors and documents were part of a deliberate effort to provoke the PKI into joining forces with the plotters of a preemptive coup. At any rate, the documents, together with the evidence of CIA and government proposals for dealing with the communist threat, lend credence to an interpretation that includes deliberate U.S. and other foreign efforts to provoke an open struggle between the left and right on the assumption that in an armed showdown, the right would win. 120. The China factor. None of this should be taken to mean that the United States and its allies were alone in seeking to influence the course of political events in Indonesia. Through its program of substantial military aid, for example, the Soviet Union was clearly trying to win Indonesia as a regional ally, and it seems to have succeeded, at the very least, in driving a wedge between the Air Force and Army. As noted earlier, moreover, in the final year before the alleged coup, China's state and party leaders took a number of initiatives that influenced Indonesian politics and no doubt were intended to do so. China's offer to supply Indonesia with 100,000 small arms, support for the Fifth Force idea, embrace of Sukarno's anti-imperialist foreign policy including confrontation, and willingness to assist Indonesia in developing nuclear weapons capability plainly bolstered the left, and probably emboldened the PKI and Sukarno to confront the army more directly in the year before the alleged coup. At the same time, caution is warranted in assessing the significance of these moves in explaining the events of October 1, 1965 and the subsequent violence. For one thing, a careful examination of Chinese government records indicates that the 25,000 small weapons that had been promised to the Air Force sometime in July 1965 had not yet been shipped by the last week of September, and so could not have been used by the movement on the morning of October 1.121 under the circumstances. Army claims that Chinese weapons had been found in the possession of Pemuda Rakyat members and other leftists must be treated with considerable skepticism. Indeed, there is every reason to suspect that those allegations were part of the propaganda campaign, devised by the army with help from the United States and United Kingdom, to tarnish the name of the PKI by, among other things, portraying it as a servant of Beijing. 122 Likewise, the plan to share nuclear expertise and technology was disrupted by the events of October 1, and so never came to fruition. Reviewing the Chinese documentary record, the scholar who has examined it most carefully, Dao Mojo, has concluded, Beijing's actual influence on political developments in 1965 was very limited. 123. Caution is also in order in assessing the evidence of China's involvement in planning or masterminding the September 30 movement. Zhou provides some important clues on that question, but no smoking gun. The documentary record appears to show that by early August 1965, it or the party had devised a plan that bore similarities to the events that unfolded early on October 1. In a meeting with Mao and other senior Chinese officials in Beijing on August 5, 1965, it reportedly described the plan as follows. In the first scenario, we plan to establish a military committee. The majority of that committee would be left-wing, but it should also include some middle elements. In this way, we could confuse our enemies. Our enemies would be uncertain about the nature of this committee, and therefore the military commanders who are sympathetic to the right wing will not oppose us immediately. If we show our red flag right away, they will oppose us right away. The head of this military committee would be an underground member of our party, but he would identify himself as neutral. This military committee should not last for too long. Otherwise, good people will turn bad people. After it has been established, we need to arm the workers and peasants in a timely fashion. 124. Zhou takes this passage to mean that it was centrally involved in planning the September 30 movement and shared those plans with Mao. While that is a possibility and is consistent with Rousseau's claims regarding its role, it is not the only way the passage can be read. Given the serious concerns about Sukarno's health at exactly this time he collapsed and vomited on August 4, 1965, it is at least as likely that it was spelling out for Mao what the PKI might do in the event that Sukarno became gravely ill or died. There is nothing in the passage, moreover, that indicates that such a plan is already in place, or indeed that the PKI had any intention of setting it in motion while Sukarno was still alive and in good health. Just as important, neither this document nor any other that has come to light provides any support at all for Indonesian army claims that China masterminded the movement, or had any hand in planning it. Indeed, after examining and weighing the available evidence, Zhou concludes categorically that contrary to army claims, Mao was not the architect of the coup. 125. Foreign covert intervention in the internal affairs of states is easy to speculate on, but difficult to prove. And so it is in the case of foreign involvement in the alleged coup of October 1, 1965. Yet if it is not possible to prove that the action was the product of a foreign covert operation, it is clear that foreign states and the wider international context contributed substantially to that outcome. Moreover, it is beyond dispute that the US government and its allies wanted very much to make such a contribution. These are, I think, sufficient grounds for us to be deeply skeptical of US and British claims of non-involvement, and Indonesian army claims of sole PKI responsibility under Chinese direction. I am not suggesting that the alleged coup attempt of October 1965 was planned and carried out by foreign operatives with a view to toppling Sukarno and wiping out the PKI. I am arguing rather that both indirectly and by intention, the policies and actions of major foreign powers helped to bring about that result. More specifically, I am suggesting that US, British, and Chinese foreign policy influenced domestic Indonesian politics in ways that ultimately made a military coup and violent conflict between the left and right much more likely to occur. Three related dynamics were at play. First, although not the only factor motivating the behavior of states, the general atmosphere of the Cold War had an important influence on Indonesian politics in the years leading up to 1965. It affected the language and style of politics, moving it in an ever more polarized, militant, and bellicose direction. That atmosphere was not by any means solely the result of the sometimes hysterical anti-communism of Western powers. China and its allies, and to some extent the USSR, were also responsible. The growing militancy of the left in Indonesia was not sui generis, after all, but part of a wider, global movement that had reached something of an apex in 1965. In addition to the general atmosphere of militancy, the Cold War context reinforced and accentuated existing ideological divisions inside Indonesia, sometimes recasting them as conflicts between the left and right, or driving a wedge between what might otherwise have been reconcilable positions. Second, through a number of specific actions and interventions in Asia and elsewhere, the US and British governments further exacerbated the left-right polarization and radicalization of Indonesian politics. Among other factors, the British creation of Malaysia in 1963 and United States support for it, and US bombing runs over North Vietnam and deployment of ground troops in South Vietnam in 1965, were influential in fueling Sukarno's vitriolic assaults on US imperialism and increasing the credibility of those charges among the Indonesian population generally. At the same time, China's evident support for the PKI along with the leftward shift in Sukarno's domestic and foreign policy alarmed the army leadership and parties of the Indonesian right, leading to further polarization between them and the PKI. It was at a crisis point in this polarization between the army and PKI-Sukarno alliance that the alleged coup attempt occurred. Third, in addition to the indirect effects of their actions, US and British policy makers sought deliberately to undermine and weaken the Sukarno government and to destroy the PKI. They did so in a variety of ways over at least a decade. In 1955, the US government sought to influence the outcome of the first national elections by providing financial and other covert aid to anti-communist parties. A few years later, it supplied direct military and financial support to armed rebels in the hope that they would overthrow Sukarno and defeat the PKI. Later, it placed its bets on the Indonesian army, providing substantial military training and aid in the hope that it would serve as an ally in the United States' bid to destroy the PKI and remove Sukarno from power. At heart, all these moves were designed to exploit and exacerbate internal political divisions with the intention of bringing about the demise of the established government and its partners. On top of the various measures taken by the State and Defense Departments to maintain U.S. support for and influence in the Army, the CIA and its British counterparts played a direct role in encouraging the Army to destroy the PKI and seize political power. In what appears to have been a coordinated initiative, starting in 1964, US and British officials set in motion a covert Psy-war campaign that was explicitly designed to tarnish the name of the PKI and Sukarno, and more important, to provide a pretext for the army to act forcefully against them, in the national interest. Under the circumstances, it is difficult to take seriously the categorical claim of former CIA Director William Colby that we had nothing to do with the coup 126. It is perhaps worth stressing that the significance of all these contextual factors and courses of action depended on their capacity for accentuating domestic political cleavages, and encouraging forces of sufficient intrinsic strength to take political action consistent with those objectives. We know that by 1965, there were strong domestic forces, especially in the Army High Command, whose interests were congruent with, if not always identical to, those of the United States and its allies. And on the basis of the evidence presented here, we can be certain that those powers did what they could to provide such forces with a convenient opportunity to act and assurances that they might do so with impunity. By contrast, there is as yet no evidence to support Army claims that China had a direct hand in orchestrating or planning the September 30th movement as part of a strategy of world revolution. Chapter 5. Mass killing. Members and sympathizers of the PKI who were to be murdered had their hands tied. Then an Ansar gang, accompanied and protected by an army unit, took them to the killing places, the village of Sentung and the botanic gardens in Purwodadi. Holes had already been prepared in these places. The victims were taken one by one up to the holes, nooses were put around their necks and then tightened until the victims collapsed. Then they were beaten with iron rods and other hard implements. After the victims had died, their heads were cut off. Dozens of people were killed like this in Sentong and about 1,000 in the Botanic Gardens. Banana trees were planted over the graves. Anonymous, additional data on counter-revolutionary cruelty in Indonesia. The campaign of violence against the PKI and its allies began just days after the alleged coup, and by mid-1966, an estimated 500,000 people had been killed. In a 1968 report, the CIA described those events as one of the ghastliest and most concentrated bloodlettings of current times. Half a century later, there is still uncertainty and disagreement about even the most basic facts of those killings. There are also serious misconceptions about their nature and underlying logic. In the absence of any systematic official record of the killings, the task of reconstructing those events entails the careful excavation of a variety of accounts, including the testimonies and memoirs of both witnesses and perpetrators, declassified documents of foreign governments, and internal reports and official statements by military officials. Point to this chapter, the first of two concentrating on the killings, draws on such sources to address two related sets of questions. First, with a view to clarifying what happened and dispelling at least some of the more persistent misconceptions, it asks, how many people were killed? Who were the victims? How, where, and when did they die? And who killed them? It then examines some of the arguments that have been advanced to explain the killings, focusing on those that stress underlying cultural, religious, and socio-economic tensions. The chapter concludes with reflections on the merits of those explanations while posing a number of questions that they leave unanswered. Figure 5.1. Member of the anti-communist Pemuda Marhan militia holding a machete, Bali, ca 1965. Patterns. 50 years of official obfuscation, societal fear, and international indifference have helped to fuel some serious misconceptions about the killings in Indonesia, not to mention significant gaps in our knowledge of what happened. If we are to have any chance of understanding these events and thinking about them in a comparative way, these uncertainties need to be clarified and the misconceptions corrected. How many were killed? How many people were killed in the immediate aftermath of the alleged coup? The estimates range from 78,500 to 3 million. 3 That broad range is partly the result of how quickly the killings were carried out, along with the fact that the bodies of victims were dumped in countless unmarked graves across the country. Perhaps more important, it reflects the reality that those responsible remained in power for some 3 decades, rendering impossible any serious investigation into the extent of the killings. As discussed elsewhere, it is also a consequence of the posture of deliberate silence and indifference adopted by Western states, international organizations, and the media with regard to the killing of communists at the height of the Cold War. Not surprisingly, the question of numbers has been part of a sometimes bitter polemic between the critics of the New Order and its apologists, with critics generally citing higher figures and apologists typically insisting on lower ones. Some among the latter group have even seized on the uncertainty over numbers to question whether there was any mass killing at all. Notwithstanding the CIA assessment cited above, for example, a former CIA official who was posted to Jakarta at the time has referred to the myth of the massacre, and others agency officials have claimed that the numbers have been wildly inflated. 4 And while the Indonesian authorities have never categorically denied that mass killings took place, they have routinely obscured rather than illuminated the numbers killed. Indeed, from the outset, they have sought to focus attention almost exclusively on the killing of the 6 generals, making these the centerpiece of an elaborate official history that glorifies the military, while relegating the mass killing of leftists to a mere footnote. One looks in vain in official accounts for any serious discussion or reckoning of the numbers killed beyond the generals. An official history of the coup attempt and its aftermath published in 1968, for instance, devotes only 2 paragraphs in a book of over 200 pages to the killings, and offers no idea of their extent or causes. Tensions, the authors write, finally exploded into communal clashes resulting in bloodbaths in certain areas of Indonesia. 5. Despite these obstacles, a broad scholarly consensus has emerged in recent years that the number killed was somewhere around 500,000. That figure is consistent with the internal estimates of major Western embassies, which concluded in late February 1966 that a suggested figure of 400,000 was a very serious underestimate and that the true figure might be as high as 1,000,006. It is also consistent with estimates given by senior Indonesian military officers at the time, including an armed forces officer who cited it in a briefing for Western military attaches in January 1966.7. Significantly, the figure of 500,000 dead is lower than the numbers cited by other senior Indonesian officials, including the powerful Kopkamtib Chief of Staff Admiral Sutomo, who in an October 1976 interview on Dutch television said that more than 500,000 people were killed following the attempted coup. Moreover, it is less than half the figure of 1.2 million killed cited by one of General Suharto's confidants, Jan Walendu, in a meeting at the U.S. State Department in September 1966.9. In other words, the figure of 500,000 killed is not a rhetorical fantasy of the Indonesian army's critics but an estimate equal to or lower than those provided by its own officials and allies. If anything, the figure of 500,000 dead must be regarded as a conservative estimate, at least until more thorough investigations and documentary evidence prove otherwise. Who were the victims? A common misconception about the killings is that they were driven primarily by ethnic or racial hostility, and that many or most of the victims were ethnic Chinese. 10 Popular accounts and some scholarly ones also suggest that many of those killed were the victims of private vendettas over thwarted love, business deals gone awry, or family feuds. 11 Without question, some were killed for such reasons. In Jakarta, and other large cities like Medan, Semarang, and Surabaya, a good many Chinese Indonesians were beaten and detained in the aftermath of the supposed coup, some were tried and sentenced to long prison terms, and some were killed. 12 The chaotic atmosphere after October 1 undoubtedly also provided an ideal opportunity for the settling of private scores. The central characters in Joshua Oppenheimer's film The Act of Killing, for example, proudly describe how after the alleged coup, they roamed through the city of Medan killing all the Chinese they could find, including the father of a young woman who had rejected one of their amorous advances. 13. But what is really striking about the Indonesian killings is that the vast majority of victims were targeted not because of their ethnicity or for personal reasons but rather because of their political beliefs, activities, and associations. 14 The victims were overwhelmingly leaders and members of the PKI and its affiliated organizations, especially Pemuda Rakyat, Jerwani, the BTI, the Unified Movement of Indonesian University Students, LKRA, the Indonesian University Graduates Association, and the League of Indonesian Youth and High School Students. Even those Chinese Indonesians who were killed after October 1965 seem to have been targeted not because of their ethnicity per se, or at least not only because of their ethnicity, but instead because of their involvement in one or another of the left-leaning or Sukarnoist political parties or associations like Baperki and the Indonesia Party that had been accused of involvement in the alleged coup. 15. Perhaps unsurprisingly, senior national leaders of the PKI were among those targeted. Adit, Lukman, Anyoto, and Sakirman, for example, were all shot dead under mysterious circumstances after being detained by the military. 16 Of these, somewhat more is known about Adit's killing than the others. He was summarily executed by the army after allegedly confessing his own and the PKI's responsibility for the coup attempt. An official army history describes his killing as follows. Adit was then interrogated and made his confession in the presence of witnesses. His confession included the statement, "I alone bear responsibility for the G30S affair," which failed and was supported by other PKI members and by the PKI's mass organizations. As is already known, I worked out a plan to assemble communist forces in Central Java. After the interrogation, and after Adit had signed his confession, Colonel Yasir Hadabrato took him out of the city by jeep. They turned off the main road at Boyolali and came to a dry well in the middle of a banana grove. There Adit was shot dead. His body was thrown into the well and covered with banana tree trunks. 17. The murder of Adit and other PKI leaders notwithstanding, most of those killed in 1965 to 66 were not major political figures. They were overwhelmingly poor or lower middle class people, farmers, plantation laborers, factory workers, school teachers, students, artists, dancers, and civil servants living in rural villages and plantations, or in ramshackle kampungs on the outskirts of provincial cities and towns. They were not, by any stretch, people with direct knowledge of or involvement in the events of October 1st. On the contrary, they were targeted because they, or a family member or close friend, had joined the PKI or one of its many affiliated organizations, all of which were both legal and popular at the time. Writing about Kediri, East Java, Kenyang captures the sense of ordinary people being caught up in the violence simply because of those affiliations. With great suddenness, their cause was lost, and they were to die not only for what they had done or believed in, but simply because they could be labeled PKI. To have the wrong friends, to wear such a label was to warrant summary execution. 18 In short, the vast majority of those killed were not targeted for anything they had actually done, and certainly not for any criminal act, but rather for their membership in lawful political and social organizations. How were they killed? The enormous numbers of people killed in just a few months might lead one to suppose that the killing relied on modern technologies of destruction, such as high-powered firearms, aerial bombardments, gas chambers, or chemical weapons. But that was not the case. Indeed, like most mass killings of the late 20th century, Indonesia's were carried out with the most rudimentary implements, and without resort to sophisticated technologies beyond the radio, gun, and motor vehicle. The closest parallel, then, is not Germany but Rwanda or Cambodia. While some were killed with automatic weapons or other firearms, the vast majority were felled with knives, sickles, machetes, swords, ice picks, bamboo spears, iron rods, and other everyday implements. And while some died in military or police detention centers, most died in isolated killing fields in plantations, ravines, and rice fields, or on beaches and riverbanks in thousands of rural villages dotted across the archipelago. At the same time, with few exceptions, the killings were neither random nor spontaneous. On the contrary, virtually all accounts in widely varying locales point to a high degree of organization in the identification and execution of suspects as well as the disposal of their remains. They also make it clear that the victims were, in most cases, detainees, that is to say, the killings were summary executions. As Rusa writes, for all the diversity in the anti-communist killings, one finds a remarkable consistency across the provinces in the practice of disappearing people who had already been taken captive. 19 suspects were often rounded up at night, sometimes on the basis of lists prepared by army interrogators, anti-communist organizations, or helpful foreign embassies, then bound and blindfolded before being transported in trucks to killing sites. There, they would frequently be made to line up in front of large pits, beside a riverbank, or at the edge of a ravine. Then they would be shot, clubbed with heavy objects, or hacked to death, and their bodies tumbled into the open holes or the nearby ravine or waterway. Figure 5.2. Captive PKI members executed by a Republican soldier with bayonet in Magetan, near Madiun, East Java, 1948. The fact that most of those killed were detainees, and that the killings were effectively summary executions, is confirmed by the testimony of witnesses and perpetrators from across the country. In November 1965, a British military officer, K.L. Charney, provided the following account from East Java on the basis of information he had received from an Indonesian army officer. PKI men and women are being executed in very large numbers. Says he knows the chief interrogator who also takes part in executions. Apparently the victims, toughs whom no rehabilitation would ever change, are given a knife and invited to kill themselves. Most refuse and are then told to turn round and are shot in the back. When asked how he could bring himself to take part in the executions, he replied that if he had seen and heard what he would consider it a duty to exterminate what he called less than animals. 20. Figure 5.3. PKI captives lie dead in trench after being executed by a Republican soldier in Magetan, near Madiun, East Java, 1948. Reporting on his study trip through East Java in February 1966, the Swedish ambassador, Harald Edelstam, likewise reported an account of systematic executions in the vicinity of Pasuruan, East Java. 2 English textile engineers, who are helping the Indonesians build a spinning factory in Pasuruan 40 kilometers south of Surabaya, described having been invited during the Christmas period to witness how the communists in Pasuruan were executed. A third of the factory construction workers, all members of the Communist Party, were killed on this occasion. They had been pre-selected by the military, which had relied on the membership rosters of the local Communist Party. 21. An eyewitness described a mass killing by soldiers just outside Solo, in central Java, in early December 1965. On the way home to Cairnganyar from Solo when we went over the Bengawan River, I saw lots of people who were bound and tied up. I thought to myself, what is going on here? I was confused. Then, after some discussion between the prisoners and the army there, suddenly the prisoners were shot. As they were shot, their bodies fell directly plunk into the Bengawan Solo River. The location was just under the railway bridge. 22. In mid-1966, the head of the Goodyear rubber plantation near Medan, North Sumatra, told the Swedish ambassador what had happened to the hundreds of plantation workers who had been detained. Every Saturday night, a couple of trucks arrived and took away 100 or so to the nearby bridge by a fast-flowing river close to the plantation headquarters. They were killed with jungle knives on the bridge and their bodies were thrown into the river. 23. That account is consistent with a description provided by the former leader of a village death squad in the vicinity of the Snake River in North Sumatra. Every night we would load our quota onto a truck and drive to Snake River. The truck would stop there. We'd pull our prisoners off the truck and drag them 100 meters downstream. Some screamed. Some cried. Some begged for mercy. We beat them on the truck so they couldn't run away once we got there. 24. An eyewitness from Lhoksiama, Aceh, offered a similar account of the systematic execution of prisoners there. The PKI prisoners who had been arrested and held in the jail, they were taken in the middle of the night and taken to Munazil Haq. Later there would be a few people from the community that had been chosen by Koramil to become executioners. After they were killed, a hole would be dug to put the bodies in. 25. The testimony of a small farmer who witnessed 3 days of mass killings in West Timor, several hundreds of miles to the east, likewise highlights their systematic character. Prisoners were thrown onto the ground like a sack of rice, some landing on their heads, some on their buttocks. Curious bystanders were ordered to grab each one to a prisoner. As soldiers called out numbers, one by one the prisoners were stood up on the edge of the hole, and shot in the back of the head, upon which they toppled into the hole. 26. That account is consistent with the testimony of a police officer who took part in the execution of PKI detainees in West Timor. The prisoners were ordered to dig their own graves during the day. The shooting usually took place at night. Before they were taken to the execution site, they were beaten black and blue, then their hands were bound and they were ordered onto a truck. When they got to the execution site, they were blindfolded and ordered to stand with their backs to the grave, facing the firing squad. Then they were shot. If some were still alive after being shot, they would be bayoneted. Then they were pushed into the hole. The members of the firing squads were given quotas. There was one quota for army and one for police. 27. Apart from the systematic quality of the killings, accounts by perpetrators and eyewitnesses often underscore their shocking brutality. A former death squad member from North Sumatra offered the following summary of the many ways his group killed detainees: "We shoved wood in their anuses until they died. We crushed their necks with wood. We hung them. We strangled them with wire. We cut off their heads. We ran them over with our cars. We were allowed to do it. And the proof is, we murdered people and we were never punished." 28. A death squad leader from the same area provided the following account of his execution of one detainee: My men were afraid of blood, so I choked him like this. His tongue came out. You asked. I ripped him open. His intestines spilled out. 29. A perpetrator's account of the killing of Suwoto, a PKI leader in Turan, Malang, likewise captured the immediacy and brutality of the killings. Suwoto ran. He was chased. And with a single hack from a broad-blade knife, his back was torn open. The cut went through to his chest. Suwoto fell to the ground. His body convulsed. And then he was dead. Suwoto's corpse was left there on the road. 30. As if to underscore the fact that those killed were less than human, and perhaps also to sow confusion and uncertainty about the fate of detainees, the remains of the dead seldom, if ever, received a proper burial. Most were dumped down dry wells, thrown out to sea, tossed into rivers, ravines, and irrigation canals, or buried in mass graves. A Western journalist reporting from Bali at the time of the killings, for example, heard of a beach in the district of Klungkung where 1,500 people were supposedly buried. Another journalist reported that in the district of Jemrana in Bali, many thousands of corpses had been dumped in mass graves or into the sea. 31. In one of the most notorious cases, the Brantas River in East Java was said to have become clogged with dead bodies, some of them floating freely, some tied to bamboo stakes, and others piled up on rafts. 32. A resident of the area who had hidden out near the river in fear for his life after the alleged coup later described the scene. In November the rains came. The river ran muddy and fast with weeds, leaves, human limbs, and headless corpses. 33. Another witness, not affiliated with the PKI, provided more details of the grisly scene. Usually the corpses were no longer recognizable as human. Headless. Stomachs torn open. The smell was unbelievable. To make sure they didn't sink, the carcasses were deliberately tied to, or impaled on, bamboo stakes. And the departure of corpses from the Kediri region down the Brantas achieved its golden age when bodies were stacked together on rafts over which the PKI banner proudly flew. 34. As these accounts make clear, those killed were often decapitated or dismembered. Indeed, the beheading and dismemberment of captives appears in the accounts of both witnesses and perpetrators from across the country. So too do stories of headless corpses and body parts being left in public places. Reporting on a conversation with Ross Taylor, who was employed at a spinning factory in East Java, a British embassy official wrote in mid-December 1965. About a fortnight ago, Taylor was taking an early morning walk by the side of a stream which flows by his house in the compound when he was horrified to see 3 headless corpses, one of them female, floating in the stream. A little way on, half a dozen heads were neatly arranged on the parapet of a small bridge, and still further along a group of small children were, with bamboo poles, helping another few headless corpses down the stream. Another member of the team, riding home on his scooter after an evening with a friend, was shocked when his headlamp picked out a head decorating one of the kilometer stones at the side of the road, some distance from the compound. 35. An account from Banyuwangi, East Java, painted a similar picture. Victims were strangled with nooses around their necks. The bodies were then placed in a sitting position under trees along the main road. In some cases, the victims were beheaded, the body being left in the middle of the road and the head taken elsewhere. The killings took place along the roads and the river banks, and bodies were buried in mass graves. 36. Likewise, recounting the summary execution of several PKI members in Kediri in mid-October 1965, a member of a local vigilante group described another member's skill with a broadsword. Every time the right hand that was holding the sword struck, a PKI head would be sliced off and fall to the ground. 37. An eyewitness later wrote about the summary execution and decapitation of an elderly schoolteacher, Pak Mukhtar, by Ansar members, with his hands still tied. His neck was hacked by Rijo, the youth from Wiyung. He finished off the unconscious, weak old man. His head was removed and put in the sack. Then they dragged his body to the river and tossed it in. It washed away slowly in front of me. 38. Dismemberment and decapitation also figure prominently in reports about the killings in Bali. Describing the murder of a BTI official by the victim's friend on a beach in Klungkung, the journalist Don Moser wrote, "Then Ali took his parang, a short sword-like knife used for chopping in the fields, and cut off his friend's left ear, then his right ear, then his nose. Finally, he raised his parang high and chopped his friend's head off." 39. A plantation manager in North Sumatra told a U.S. consular official in Medan that at least 100 headless corpses left on his estate in recent weeks. 40. And an eyewitness from Aceh recalled seeing the head of a man named Rauf being stuck on a pole and attached to the front of a jeep, paraded around town. There were people on top of the car, military, all of them. It was a big procession. My child followed, parading around the town. I saw this with my own eyes. A head on top of a car. Ya Allah subhanallah. 41. The public display of corpses, heads, and other body parts was almost certainly intended to sow terror. 42. The story of a former executioner from North Sumatra is instructive. He told the filmmaker Oppenheimer, "Once I brought a woman's head into a Chinese shop. The Chinese screamed." Asked why he had done so, the man said, "So they'd be scared." 43. The same objective, to sow terror, was almost certainly the reason the authorities sometimes arranged public executions. One especially gruesome case was the public mutilation and burning to death of a local PKI official in the town of End, East Nusa Tenggara. Gary Van Klinken describes the scene as follows. The military arrested him and put a poster up at the central monument advertising the place and time of his execution. This was carried out in daylight by Muslim activists belonging to Ansar. Along the way to Tanjung, he was slashed with razors and dragged along the ground. Barely alive, he faced the flames in silence, watched by a large crowd. 44. Women were not spared, particularly if they were real or alleged members of Jirwani or another PKI-affiliated organization. Some were raped and mutilated with knives or sickles before being killed. An account by a Banzer commander in Kediri, East Java, for example, described the murder of a Jirwani member by men in his unit. Among the Jirwani leaders who were detained, there was one very beautiful woman named Jamzia. As it happened, she was very tenacious in her belief that the PKI was best in every way. In the end, Jamzia was picked up and taken to Sumberbij forest in Gadungan. She resisted, but her body was cut in two by Banzer. 45. An account from the district of Blitar, East Java, recounts the rape and killing of another Jirwani woman, Japik, a leading figure in the local branch of Jirwani and a member of the PGRI Non-Vac Central, was killed along with her husband Jamadai. They had been married only 35 days. She was raped many times and her body was then slit open from her breasts to her vulva. This was done by an Ansar gang. 46. An account from the Regency of Malang, East Java, described a similar fate that befell a woman PKI member. Arab Kalsum, a woman who was Lura of the village of Denkel in Singasari, was a member of the PKI. Before being killed, she was ordered to take all her clothes off. Her body and her honor were then subjected to fire. She was then tied up, taken to the village of Sentung in Lawang, where a noose was put around her neck and she was hacked to death. 47. As these examples suggest, sexualized violence was a significant feature of many killings. Women suffered especially shocking violence, but men were also subjected to abuse. In acts that seemed to mimic the false allegations about the mistreatment of the 6 generals, for instance, some men were castrated. An anonymous account compiled sometime in the 1970s provided the following description of acts of violence committed in the area of Banyuwangi, East Java, in late 1965 and early 1966. In many cases, women were killed by being stabbed through the vagina with long knives until their stomachs were pierced. Their heads and breasts were then cut off and hung on display in guard huts along the road. Male victims had their penises cut off and these too were hung up on guard posts. The heads of Pemuda Rakyat members were cut off and placed on bamboo stakes along the roadside or hung from trees. 48. Another account from East Java, by Pipit Rokajat, portrayed a similarly gruesome scene in a red light district near Kediri, East Java. Once the purge of communist elements got underway, clients stopped coming for sexual satisfaction. The reason, most clients and prostitutes were too afraid and, for, hanging up in front of the houses, there were a lot of male communist genitals like bananas hung out for sale. 49. Some men who played an active role in the killings in North Sumatra have more recently provided similar accounts of their treatment of the women and men in their custody. Two former members of a death squad described, for example, how they had castrated a young man named Ramli. As they reenacted the scene of his execution on the bank of the Snake River, "We cut Ramli again and again, and stabbed him like this until he looked dead. Then, we pushed him in the river. He clung to the tree roots begging, 'Help me.' So we fished him out, and killed him by cutting off his penis." 50. These awful accounts are not reproduced here merely to shock and repel but rather because they supply important clues about the nature and pattern of the killings in 1965–66. They make it clear, for example, that the killings were neither random nor spontaneous. On the contrary, they clearly entailed a significant measure of planning and organization. Far from being driven by emotion or popular anger, these were carefully organized summary executions. These accounts also highlight striking commonalities in the methods and techniques employed by perpetrators in widely dispersed locales, including deliberate brutality, decapitation, mutilation, corpse display, and sexualized violence. As such, they point to a distinctive and common repertoire of violence shared by the groups responsible for the killing across the country, a repertoire that seems to have been deliberately designed to terrorize leftists and the wider population. These patterns provide some crucial clues about the identity of the perpetrators and their motivations. Who killed them? Like the victims, the perpetrators of these killings were not defined primarily by their ethnicity or religion but rather by their political and institutional affiliations as well as their ideological positions. Indeed, what is most striking about these killings and what distinguishes the Indonesian case from many other instances of mass killing is that the perpetrators and their victims were almost always of the same ethnic and religious group. Thus, Javanese Muslims killed Javanese Muslims, Balinese Hindus killed Balinese Hindus, Protestant Bataks killed Protestant Bataks, Flornesa Catholics killed Flornesa Catholics, and so on. In fact, the killers and their victims were not only from the same broad ethnic and religious group, they were often from the same village, the same neighborhood, and sometimes even the same family. Thus, with some exceptions, the perpetrators were not distinguished from their victims by virtue of ethnicity, race, or religion. The centrality of the perpetrators' political and ideological, as opposed to religious or ethnic, identity needs to be underscored in part because it distinguishes the Indonesian case from so many cases of mass killing, but also because so much of the scholarship on Indonesia has focused on the role of Islam in the killings. Islamic leaders, symbols, and rhetoric are frequently given credit for igniting and driving the killing. It is certainly true that the majority of killings were committed by Muslims, and Islamic symbols and ideas were used to incite and justify violence, yet that is hardly surprising in a country that is roughly 85% Muslim. The more important point is that adherents of all major religions, notably Catholics, Protestants, and Hindus, joined in the killing, and deployed religious symbols and authority to incite or justify the violence. It is also noteworthy, as discussed elsewhere, that in the deeply Islamic province of West Java, there were relatively few killings. These patterns suggest strongly that contrary to most of the prevailing wisdom, Islam was not the driving force behind the killings, though religious symbolism and identity, broadly speaking, were undoubtedly contributing factors. Regardless of their ethnicity or religious affiliation, and even beyond their shared political and ideological orientation, what virtually all perpetrators had in common was membership in a military, paramilitary, or vigilante organization. 51 That is to say, those who killed were either soldiers, members of a civil defense organization, or belonged to one of the many anti-communist militia groups and student associations that were mobilized in the campaign to crush the G30S and PKI. Those institutional associations, and the social psychological influences of such ties, arguably shaped the attitudes and actions of those who killed. Indeed, I think it is likely that members of these groups came to accept and embrace a distinctive institutional culture that valorized extreme violence, and learned to carry out specific kinds of violent acts from the group's repertoire. In this regard, the killers in Indonesia probably did not differ greatly from members of the German Reserve Police Battalion described in Christopher Browning's Ordinary Men. 52. In both cases, a combination of group dynamics, pressure of authority, and fear led otherwise ordinary people to do things they might not otherwise have done. But the significance of military and paramilitary institutions in the killings of 1965–66 was not limited to the realm of social psychology and group dynamics. Arguably more important was the fact that the killings were, for the most part, initiated and organized by the army. Contrary to official claims that the violence of 1965–66 was a spontaneous consequence of popular anger at the PKI, and against the received wisdom that the killings were driven mainly by local tensions and led by local people of violence, the preponderance of evidence noted in the accounts above and detailed in Chapter 6 points to the army as the chief instigator and organizer of the violence. Within the military, certain units were significantly more active and engaged in killings than others. The most notorious unit was the RPCAD, a crack special forces unit that played a direct role in the killings, especially in Central Java and Bali. 53. But many other army units also took part, acting independently to arrest, interrogate, and kill alleged communists. Units from the police, Marines, and Navy were somewhat less involved. Air Force units, because of their real or presumed leftist sympathies and purported involvement in the September 30th movement, were kept out of the action and so played almost no role in the killings. Among the vigilante groups, those most actively involved were the militarized youth groups linked to one or another anti-communist political party or religious organization. These included the News Answer and Banser, PNI's Pemuda Demokrat and Pemuda Marhen, IPKI's Pemuda Pancasila, and Parti Katolik's Pemuda Katolik. Also active in some areas were a variety of religiously oriented student movements, including the Masiamai-affiliated HMI, the Union of Catholic University Students, and the Indonesian Christian Student Movement. These organizations sometimes acted independently, organizing mass rallies, signing petitions, destroying homes and offices, and beating up alleged leftists. When it came to killing, however, they seldom acted alone. Although there were some exceptions, they almost always killed at the behest of the army. Where and when were they killed? While there appear to have been killings in virtually every corner of the country, they were most concentrated in the densely populated provinces of Central Java, East Java, and Bali, and also in Aceh, North Sumatra, and parts of East Nusa Tenggara. 54 Mass killings were significantly less concentrated in certain areas, including the capital Jakarta and the province of West Java. 55 There was also variation in the timing, with the earliest killings beginning in some areas within a few days of the alleged coup, while in other areas they were delayed for several weeks and even months. Significantly, whenever it had started, the mass killing stopped almost like clockwork after several weeks. And while the worst of the killing was over by mid-1966, in some parts of the country the violence continued intermittently into 1968.56. By all accounts, the mass killings began first in the province of Aceh, at the far northern tip of Sumatra, within a few days of the supposed coup attempt, and then stopped suddenly in November 1965, leaving some 10,000 people dead. 57 In neighboring North Sumatra, despite serious tensions and some violence, mass killings did not start until early November 1965, at which point they spread quickly in the city of Medan, and through the province's many agricultural estates and plantations. By March 1966, at least 40,000 people, and perhaps twice that many, had died there. 58 In the densely populated province of Central Java, mass killings began around the third week of October and continued until mid-1966. Although there is no certainty about the number killed there, the estimate of 140,000 is widely accepted. 59 In neighboring East Java, systematic violence accelerated dramatically in early November, with especially high concentrations in the towns of Kediri, Blitar, and Pasuruan, and a cluster of rural regencies in the northeastern coastal region of the province. 60 The killings subsided there in December and had largely ended in mid-1966, by which time an estimated 180,000 had died. 61 In early December 1965, a full 2 months after the alleged coup attempt, the killings began on the island of Bali, where some 80,000 people, of a total population of just over a million, were killed in the space of about 3 months. 62 The killings began even later in other areas. For example, in the province of East Nusa Tenggara at the far eastern end of the archipelago, there were no killings to speak of until mid-February 1966, and they ended in mid-March 1966 after as many as 6,000 alleged communists had been killed. 63 The broad geographic spread of the violence clearly suggests that it was not rooted in purely local conflicts or personal animosities but instead in some larger, national dynamic. At the same time, the distinctive geographic distribution of the killing, especially its concentration in Aceh, Bali, Central Java, East Java, North Sumatra, and East Nusa Tenggara, and its near absence in Jakarta and West Java requires some kind of explanation. If the driving force was a national-level directive, command, or dynamic, why did the killing happen in some areas and not others? In other words, how can we explain the distinctive spatial pattern? Likewise, the temporal distribution in the killings, the fact that they began almost immediately in some areas, but only after delays of weeks or months in others, raises questions about causation. How can we explain that pattern of variation? At the very least, the long delays suggest that the violence was not spontaneous but instead depended on some external stimulus, and forces us to think harder about its proximate causes. In particular, we need to ask what it was that caused local tensions to escalate into mass killings. Explaining the killings. Over the past 50 years or so, government officials, journalists, and scholars have tried in different ways to answer at least some of these questions. Many have sought to explain the killings by reference to certain deeply rooted cultural, religious, and socio-economic features and conflicts in Indonesian society. 64 Those who adopt such approaches often speak of underlying causes and long-standing conflicts that explode or erupt into mass killings. While such analyses seldom provide a completely satisfactory account of genocide or other forms of mass violence, they can form some part of the explanation. With that caveat in mind, I want to look briefly at the main arguments of this kind that have been made for the case of Indonesia. Personal and group psychology. Many popular and literary accounts of the 1965-66 killings focus on the personal and psychological motivations of the perpetrators, the soldiers, militia members, vigilantes, and gangsters who detained, tortured, and killed, and the bystanders whose indifference or inaction helped to fuel the violence. These accounts highlight factors like peer pressure, fear, compliance with authority, cultural norms, revenge, and the opportunity to settle scores in motivating participation and acquiescence. The pressure to conform, even to the point of killing, is a central theme in autobiographical and nominally fictional accounts by the perpetrators in 1965-66. In one such account, a short story titled Death, written soon after the killings, the protagonist describes the agonizing difficulty he faced in resisting the social pressure to conform and the urgings of a military official. And indeed, he did not resist but instead took part in the cold-blooded killing of his village neighbors, including a friend named Beatty. 65 Waiting for the detainees, bound and blindfolded, to be unloaded from military trucks and taken to their place of execution, he reflects on his involvement. I regretted having come. The military commandant of the city lived in our sub-district. We were on good terms, he insisted that I come. It'll be good experience, friend. I could still have refused, but several of my friends had been on other nights and I felt left out. Ali had insisted. I was frightened but wanted to go. Now I was in agony. It was even worse when Turi, one of my companions, came and told me that Beatty was on the other truck. In memoirs and testimonies, many former perpetrators also cite their obligation to follow orders and a fear of the consequences if they failed to do so as key reasons for their participation. A small-town police officer from West Timor, for example, explained his involvement as follows: Suharto ordered us to kill those communists. The local police chief passed that order on to us. At that time, no one dared question the truth of the story. Even to utter a word of comfort to the victims was seen to be sympathizing with the communists, and you could be killed for it. 66. For some perpetrators, such considerations were mixed with the notion that they were helping to defend the state. In Oppenheimer's film The Look of Silence, the uncle of a young man killed in 1965 explained to a relative that although he was guarding the prison where the boy was held and knew what was going to happen to him, he could not intervene because his militia group was following army orders. Commando Axi was under army command, and so was I. I was ordered to guard the prison, and so I did. I did it to defend the state. Pressed to explain why he had not at least asked his superiors not to kill his nephew, he replied, "If I refused, I'd be accused too. Better just to follow orders." 67. Many people must have become caught up in the killings for such reasons because they were pressured by those in positions of authority, were fearful, believed that they were serving the state, or did not want to stand out from their peers. 68 Once they were part of a military unit or militia group, and the expectation of extreme violence was made clear, it is not difficult to imagine how hard it would have been not to go along with it. That is surely one of the clearest conclusions of Browning's study of Reserve Police Battalion 101, as well as Hinton's analysis of low-level Khmer Rouge executioners in Why Did You Kill? At the same time, many must also have joined in the killings for the same reasons young people everywhere join gangs and armies: for the excitement, the chance to prove one's toughness, the opportunity to step away from the everyday, and to have a measure of power otherwise impossible. That is the strong impression one gains from Oppenheimer's The Act of Killing and The Look of Silence. In both films, we learn about the killings through the grisly recollections and reenactments of a handful of low-level gangsters from the Medan area. As far as one can tell from their accounts, they were driven mainly by feelings of revenge toward people who had slighted them, and an intoxicating cocktail of unconstrained power and sexualized violence. As a former member of the militia group Pemuda Pancasila later boasted, "If they were pretty, I'd rape them all." Especially back then, when there was no law, when we were the law. Especially if you get one who's only 14 years old. I'd say it's going to be hell for you, but heaven on earth for me. 69. Such motives were undoubtedly at play in the Indonesian killings. Without them it is difficult to see how mass violence could have happened. And yet, as we also know from the wider literature and as the accounts of killing outlined above make abundantly clear, such personal motivations were never decisive to the onset and overall trajectory of the violence. In every instance, they were contingent on and shaped by other forces, social, economic, and political, particularly at the national and international levels. Massacre as culture. Other accounts suggest that the killings can best be understood in terms of certain essential features of Indonesian character, culture, and religion. One especially resilient variant of that claim suggests that the killings reflected Indonesia's amok culture. Indonesians, this argument goes, are prone to sudden, inexplicable, and irrational outbursts of violence running amok, in the course of which they lash out indiscriminately, killing everyone around them. According to such accounts, the killings of 1965–66 were simply a case of amok on a grand scale. As noted earlier, this sort of explanation has long been favored by Indonesian officials and their allies, and appears in many popular accounts. 70 A New York Times story from April 1966, for instance, offered the following description: Indonesians are gentle and instinctively polite, but hidden behind their smiles is that strange Malay streak, that inner, frenzied bloodlust which has given to other languages one of their few Malay words, amok. This time, the entire nation ran amok. 71. Combining such Orientalist fantasies with evocations of an unruly peasant mob, Le Figaro informed its readers in mid-1966 that in Indonesia, the population had run amok that strange, murderous fever which befalls at times the Malays and the Javanese. And 500,000 of them perished under the cries of the peasants let loose. 72. And in December 1966, a U.S. Embassy report concluded that the mass killings had stemmed from fear, from a desire to settle old scores, and from a kind of mass running amok as much as from any hatred of communism per se. 73. There is a certain appeal to this kind of argument. It may appear to explain how people who are otherwise gentle and docile could commit acts of such terrible brutality. But there are reasons for skepticism. Beyond the obvious problem of its simplistic cultural reductionism, its implication that all Indonesians are the same, and their actions are explicable only in terms of an exotic and unchanging culture, the amok assertion fails to account for even the most basic facts of the violence. For example, it does not explain why the killings happened when and where they did. Nor does it explain why those targeted were overwhelmingly leftists. Perhaps more to the point, it ignores the fact that historically at least, amok has always been a form of ritual suicide because other members of the community or government authorities generally killed amokkers. 74. That certainly never happened in the killings of 1965 to 66. On the contrary, as noted above, those killers worked closely with the authorities and have never been punished for their deeds. Perhaps most important, it cannot possibly explain the systematic quality of the violence, its wide geographic spread, or its long duration. A closely related claim, favored by Indonesian authorities and their apologists, is that the killings were a spontaneous reaction to the disruptive and threatening behavior of the PKI and its affiliates. Answering the question why these people of grace and charm had embarked on so frenzied a massacre in Bali, for example, the journalist John Hughes wrote in 1967, obviously the catalyst was the sudden boiling over of resentment toward the communists, who had been busy beneath the placid surface of Bali but had made the serious mistake of deriding and attempting to undermine not only the island's religious values but its deep-seated cultural traditions as well. 75. Similarly, in a 1972 report, the military governor of East Nusa Tenggara claimed that killings began in the city of Kupang when the emotions of the people, and their zeal to crush the G30S/PKI spontaneously reached a peak. 76. Likewise, a former death squad commander from North Sumatra who later served for many years as Speaker of the regional legislature claimed that the mass killings were the spontaneous action of the people. The people hated communism. 77. The same theme recurs in a number of studies by U.S. scholars and officials published since 1966. A 1968 article by Parker is a case in point. Drawing on the work of Clifford Geertz, he claimed that the local custom in Java and, he implied, in Bali too was to do all things quietly, subtly, politely, and communally, even starve. By acting in stark contrast with local custom, he argued, the PKI and BTI in Java and Bali made themselves not just enemies of the more prosperous elements in the village, but enemies of the community as a whole, whose ancient ways they were disrupting. These considerations, more than genuinely ideological controversies, may have been the decisive factor behind the killings, which were as widespread in Bali, as in East and Central Java. 78. In a memoir published in 1990, the U.S. ambassador to Indonesia at the time of the alleged coup, Green, made virtually the same argument. Summarizing most of the familiar myths about the harmonious nature of both Javanese and Balinese society, Green laid responsibility for the massacre squarely on those who were its victims. In the last analysis, he wrote, the bloodbath visited on Indonesia can be largely attributed to the fact that communism, with its atheism and talk of class warfare, was abhorrent to the way of life of rural Indonesia, especially in Java and Bali, whose cultures place great stress on tolerance, social harmony, mutual assistance, and resolving controversy through talking issues out in order to achieve an acceptable consensus solution. 79. A related contention, most commonly found in accounts of the killing in Bali, is that the violence was motivated by mysterious religio-cultural passions, and more specifically, that it was a form of ritual exorcism or purification. In a typical passage, Moser wrote in 1966, "From the very beginning the political upheaval had an air of irrationality about it, a touch of madness even. Nowhere but on these weird and lovely islands, could affairs have erupted so unpredictably, so violently, tinged not only with fanaticism but with bloodlust and something like witchcraft. 80 Overcome by their religious passions, this argument has it, Balinese and Javanese exploded spontaneously into a wild and frenzied purge of communists." Likewise stressing the alleged spontaneity and unpredictability of the violence, Hughes writes that Bali continued its way of life until December 1965, when suddenly it erupted in a frenzy of savagery worse than Java's 81. There is just enough truth in this sort of interpretation to make it seem plausible. It is possible that many Balinese and Javanese did understand the campaign against the PKI in terms of the need to exorcise evil or purge atheists. Yet there is also much that is misleading in this view. For if the cultural and religious passion of Indonesians can help us to understand the intensity of the violence once it started, it cannot plausibly explain how the idea of physically annihilating the PKI members developed, why it started when it did, and why it took the particular forms that it did. Moreover, as the outline of the killings above makes abundantly apparent, they were not spontaneous but systematic, they were not the product of uncontrolled emotions but rather of planning. As Melvin writes of Aceh, there is simply no support in either the documentary evidence or oral testimony from the province that the killings were the result of spontaneous, popular, and religiously motivated violence. 82. In short, the fact that massive violence could somehow be justified or portrayed in terms of religious beliefs or cultural analogues may have contributed to the dynamic of the killing. But the physical annihilation of the PKI was not simply or even primarily the unavoidable consequence of spontaneous, religious, and cultural impulses. As I will argue later, they were rather the products of political processes in which human agency, in particular, the cynical political calculations of the Army High Command, played a central part. Religious and ethnic tensions. Clearly, arguments that locate the dynamic of the killings in simplified notions of Indonesian character and culture must be treated with deep skepticism. But that does not mean cultural and religious conflicts were of no consequence. The killings in each locality seem to have followed in some measure the broad lines of conflicts over religious belief and practice, and to have been framed in their language and symbols. To make sense of the pattern of killing, then, we need to have some idea what those conflicts were. One pattern much discussed in the literature locates the dynamic of violence and killing, at least in Central and East Java, in marked differences within the Muslim community. The chief tensions were between those Muslims who saw themselves as more pious and those they regarded as less devout because their religious observances blended Islam with a variety of pre-Islamic, Javanist beliefs and practices. 83 A key marker of the Santri community was the respected position of the Islamic teacher, or Kiai, who provided direction to the community on a wide range of matters. It was the Kiai, for example, who typically presided over the traditional Islamic boarding school, the pesantren at which young boys learned to recite the Quran and receive life lessons. By contrast, Islamic practice in Abangan communities coexisted comfortably with older Hindu and animist practices like ancestor worship and black magic. People who were adept at such practices were said to be spiritually powerful. The leaders of Abangan communities were unlikely to be Islamic scholars, and few of their children enrolled in pesantren. In these and myriad other ways, the two communities were distinct, and indeed there was between them a degree of mutual mistrust, even fear, with a fairly long history. These were important cultural and religious distinctions, but on their own they were not enough to ignite mass killings. 84 What arguably made their differences more combustible was the way in which they came to stand in for and overlap with political as well as class identities in the increasingly fractious and polarized politics of late-guided democracy. By the early 1960s, the so-called Santri-Abangan cleavage had come to overlap significantly, though of course not perfectly, with differences in social class and political affiliation. Santri communities were more likely to be led by wealthy landowners and to be supporters of conservative religious parties like the New. By contrast, Abangan communities were likely to be poorer, with greater numbers of landless and tenant farmers. They were also more likely to be affiliated with the PKI or the left wing of the PNI. Given this overlap, religious and cultural tensions came increasingly to be expressed in political terms, while political rivalries came to be framed as conflicts over religious identity and practice. 85 The new and smaller Islamic parties, for example, routinely accused PKI members of being atheists or practitioners of black magic, while the PKI denounced the new and other conservative parties as corruptors, exploiters, and religious fanatics. The existence of such tensions goes some way toward explaining the intense hostility toward the PKI that was expressed by the new and other religious parties in the weeks and months after the events of October 1965, at least in some parts of Java. 86 The overlap of religious and political identities and the prior political mobilization of both communities may well have fueled hostility and violence, in part by providing the language, symbols, and leadership through which it could be fomented. It helps to explain, say, why new and Ansar members in East Java set off to attack PKI members shouting Allahu Akbar, and why Santri youths demanded the dissolution of the PKI, and that the death of each general be paid for with those of 100,000 communists. As Rokajat wrote of the situation in late 1965, in an atmosphere of crisis suffused with so much hatred for the PKI, everything became permissible. After all, wasn't it everyone's responsibility to fight the kafir? 87 It is less clear that it was these tensions alone that led to the violence. 88 The shift from underlying conflict to mass killing is seldom so simple or automatic. In other areas, different kinds of religious and cultural tensions were at work. In Bali, for instance, where the vast majority of the population practiced a distinctive variant of Hinduism, there were simmering tensions between those who saw themselves as more devout and those they regarded as heretical, atheist, or at a minimum, irreligious. The tension had roots in long-standing conflicts over caste, but also over the degree to which different communities accepted the more formalized and hierarchical version of Hinduism advocated by the self-appointed arbiters of the religion. 89. But again, this was not simply a matter of religious difference. As in Java, religious conflict in Bali overlapped in significant ways with social status and political affiliation. Those who regarded themselves as arbiters of religious rectitude were more often than not people of high caste, members of one of the island's aristocratic families, with significant landed wealth. They tended to side with parties of the right, especially the right wing of the PNI and PSI, as did a substantial number of poorer people who regarded them as indispensable patrons. They also tended to resist the PKI's aggressive efforts to implement national land reform laws. Those less inclined to follow the lead of the religious conservatives and feudal families, who favored land reform, or who remained loyal to Sukarno and his local protege Governor Anak Agung Bagasutja, more often sided with parties of the left, especially the PKI and Part Indo. As in Java, such overlapping identities meant that political and social differences were often expressed in the language of religion and culture and in debates over tradition, increasingly so as national political life became more polarized in the early 1960s. Thus, for example, the more conservative supporters of the PNI accused PKI followers of being atheists and threatening Balinese cultural traditions. Those on the left, by contrast, accused their opponents of clinging to Bali's feudal past, and standing in the way of economic and social progress. The overlap between political and religious identities, and the infusion of religious claim and counterclaim into the debate, unquestionably made political debate more vitriolic. and that certainly provided a strong rhetorical foundation on which conservatives could attack the PKI after the supposed coup. But as in Java, these tensions alone cannot explain mass killings on such a scale. In yet other cases, the conflicts had ethnic overtones. The clearest example was a long-standing, if fluctuating, hostility toward ethnic Chinese, some of whom were attacked and killed after the alleged October coup. That hostility, which had roots dating back several hundred years, was sometimes expressed as intolerance of Chinese cultural practices, for instance, speaking Chinese, eating with chopsticks, reading Chinese language newspapers, and living in separate areas of town. Such hostility had an economic dimension as well. Whatever the reality in any particular case, Chinese Indonesians were widely perceived to be wealthy. Yet, as noted above, these tensions also had a crucial political dimension, especially in the polarized climate of the early 1960s. All too often, conservative political leaders and the army deliberately highlighted the alleged cultural, social, and economic distinctiveness of Chinese Indonesians, leading to resentment, hostility, and sometimes violence. 90 Meanwhile, because the PKI and other parties of the left had a record of defending their interests, many Chinese Indonesians joined or supported them. Such tensions were especially pronounced in the months immediately preceding and following the events of October 1. Worried by Sukarno's increasingly close ties with China, and the PKI's close relationship with its Communist Party, anti-communists of all stripes began to question whether Chinese Indonesians could be trusted to remain loyal to Indonesia. Rumors began to circulate of Chinese Indonesians working as spies for China and the party, and bankrolling the PKI. And so when the alleged coup attempt happened, antipathy toward ethnic Chinese reached a fever pitch. Many in the army, moreover, shared that antipathy and suspicion, and thus fanned the flames or, at a minimum, declined to intervene when crowds attacked Chinese. It was against this backdrop that some ethnic Chinese were killed in the aftermath of the alleged coup, notably in Medan, where as many as 100 may have been killed on a single day in December 1965, and in Aceh, where many were killed and some 10,000 were expelled in May 1966.91. And yet, as mentioned above, these killings were an exception. On the whole, ethnic Chinese were not the main targets, and those who were killed were more often than not members or leaders of one of the leftist parties or associations like Baperki. 92. In short, underlying religious and ethnic tensions point to some of the grievances that may have driven enmity and conflict in certain areas, and may help to explain why the language and symbolism of the violence varied as it did from one area to the next. At the same time, like most accounts that locate the origins of genocide in long-standing conflicts and tensions, those that stress underlying religious and ethnic tensions do not really explain why and how those tensions escalated to mass killing when and where they did. If the differences between groups were so bitter and intractable, why had they not led to more than a few isolated instances of violence before the events of October 1? Why was there such a long delay before the onset of violence in some of the most affected areas? And why did comparable tensions elsewhere in the country not also result in mass killings? Socioeconomic conflicts. Some scholars highlight the role of socioeconomic conflicts, most notably conflicts over land and working conditions, in driving the violence and killings after the alleged coup. 93 Such conflicts appear to have been important in shaping the pattern of violence, especially its geographic distribution, but also in defining both its perpetrators and victims. Conflicts over land, for example, were especially intense in the densely populated provinces of Bali, Central Java, and East Java, precisely the provinces that saw the most concentrated killings in 1965–66. Those tensions were dramatically heightened after national land reform legislation was introduced in the early 1960s. While the PKI, and more specifically its Peasant League, the BTI, were energetic in seeking the implementation of the reform, the PNI, New Parti Catholic, and their affiliated peasant organizations either dragged their feet or actively opposed the reform. Tensions were accentuated by the BTI's unilateral land seizures known as Aksi Sepihak, which led to some isolated physical clashes between opposing sides before October 1965. It appears that some of the worst violence after the alleged coup occurred where land reform had been most successfully implemented or at least where it had been most bitterly contested, including, for example, Boyolali in Central Java, Kediri in East Java, and parts of Bali. 94 At the same time, it would be a mistake to imagine that the mass killing in these areas stemmed naturally or inevitably from conflicts over land. For while such conflicts were nothing new, the violence was. The critical question is how and to what extent the pre-existing conflicts over land became the basis for widespread killings. The same may be said for conflicts between labor and management. Such conflicts were increasingly common in the larger urban centers and port cities, like Jakarta, Surabaya, and Medan, where left-wing trade unions, under the umbrella of the PKI-affiliated Central Organization of Indonesian Workers, had become active in demanding better conditions for their members. They were also common in areas with a high concentration of commercial estates and state-run plantations, chiefly rubber, palm oil, sugar, and tobacco, where PKI-affiliated unions such as the SARBUPRI had achieved considerable success in mobilizing agricultural laborers to demand better treatment and even rights to the land they worked. 95. All these efforts placed workers and organizers on a collision course with factory and plantation owners and managers. It was no coincidence that most of the latter were either active in or affiliated with parties of the right, like the PNI, NU, and the Band Masyami. After the imposition of martial law in 1957, moreover, many of those factory and plantation managers were military officers, as nationalized plantations and industries were placed under military control. That shift gave the army a direct economic stake in those enterprises, and inevitably hardened its attitude and position with regard to left-wing unions. 96 It also inspired the army to establish its own trade union group, the Central Organization of Indonesian Socialist Employees, as a counterweight to SABSI and SARBUPRI. In some areas, too, the army began to train and arm militant youth groups and the anti-communist unions, leading to isolated physical clashes with left-leaning unions. In short, by October 1965, the unions had fought bitterly for several years, perhaps creating the conditions for the violence that followed. 97. In sum, socio-economic conflicts do appear to correlate with observed patterns of mass violence in 1965–66, with the worst violence occurring in Central Java, East Java, and Bali, where conflict over land was most intense, and in the plantation belt of North Sumatra, where tensions between labor and capital had reached a critical peak in 1965. Here again, however, it needs to be stressed that with only one or two exceptions, these conflicts over conditions of work, and the tensions between left and right-wing unions, had not resulted in widespread acts of violence before October 1965. Thus, like analyses that explain mass violence by reference to deeply rooted religious and ethnic tensions, those based on such socio-economic conflicts fail to explain why such conflicts should have suddenly escalated to the point of mass killings. Nor do they offer a satisfactory explanation for the distinctive temporal variations in the killings. The key question, then, is how and why those tensions, bitter as they may have been, escalated into widespread violence when and where they did. In short, some of the existing explanations of the killings are clearly more persuasive than others. Analyses rooted in ostensibly immutable features of Indonesian character and culture are largely unconvincing. Nor is it plausible that the killings represented a wholly spontaneous eruption of popular anger against the PKI, as Indonesian authorities and some popular accounts have claimed. Arguments focusing on long-standing tensions, religious, political, and socio-economic, appear to provide more useful insights into the logic of the killings. For example, they offer at least partial explanations for the distinctive spatial distribution of the violence, in the sense that there appears to be some correlation between the worst mass killings and the deepest conflicts. They may also help to explain the bitterness and mutual suspicion that seems to have fueled the killings in many areas. Importantly, they offer some understanding of the language and symbolism of the violence, even as it varied from place to place. And yet approaches that focus on underlying causes and long-standing tensions still leave critical questions unanswered. How and why did cultural, religious, political, and socio-economic tensions escalate into mass killings in some areas but not in others? Why did the killings begin and end at markedly different times in different parts of the country? Why, despite such geographic and temporal variations, did the mass killings nevertheless take broadly similar forms across the country? Why, for example, did vigilantes or death squads everywhere play such a central role, and why were methods like summary execution, bodily mutilation, corpse display, and sexual violence so common? Perhaps most significant, approaches that locate the roots of violence in deep underlying causes tend to divert attention from more immediate political processes and human agency. In that way, they serve to obscure rather than enhance our understanding of the patterns of violence and leave unanswered the crucial question of responsibility. Chapter 6. The Army's Role. Dear listeners, it is clear that the actions were counter-revolutionary and must be destroyed down to the very roots. We have no doubt that with the full assistance of the progressive and revolutionary population, the counter-revolutionary September 30th movement will be crushed to bits. Major General Suharto, radio address, October 1, 1965. Who, then, was responsible for the mass killings of 1965 to 66. To put the matter simply, it was the Army. In making that claim, I do not mean to suggest that the Army acted alone. In fact, it worked closely with a variety of local groups and actors who had their own reasons for taking action against the PKI and its allies. Nor am I claiming that cultural, religious, and socio-economic factors were of no importance. Clearly they were. They provided real and imagined reasons for grievance against the PKI and its affiliates, as well as some of the language and symbolism through which those grievances were expressed. Nor, finally, do I mean that powerful international actors like the United States and United Kingdom played no role in facilitating or fomenting the violence. Unquestionably they did. My point, rather, is that whatever underlying religious, cultural, and socio-economic conflicts may have existed in October 1965, however willing civilians were to join the fray, and no matter how permissive the international context may have been, the mass killings of 1965 to 66 were neither inevitable nor spontaneous. On the contrary, the evidence is now clear that the killings were deliberately encouraged, facilitated, directed, and shaped by the Army's leadership. Point 1. In other words, without Army leadership, the events of October 1, 1965 would not have resulted in what some authors have called genocide. This chapter develops that argument in several parts. It shows first how the temporal and geographic variations in the pattern of mass killing corresponded closely to the varied political postures and capacities of Army commanders in a given locale, and how the Army's logistical assets facilitated the killings. That close correlation strongly suggests that, all other considerations aside, the posture and capacity of the Army leadership in a given area was a critical factor in triggering and sustaining the mass killings. Next, it outlines how the Army encouraged and carried out mass killings by mobilizing civilian youth groups and death squads, and encouraging them to identify, detain, and kill members of the PKI and their allies. The close relationship between the Army and these groups belies the common claim that the killers acted spontaneously on the basis of religious or other deeply rooted impulses. Third, the chapter describes how the Army provoked and legitimized mass killings by launching a sophisticated media and propaganda campaign that blamed the PKI for the kidnap and murder of the generals, and called for the party and its affiliates to be physically annihilated. Fourth, it shows how a variety of religious and political leaders embraced and replicated the Army's polarizing and retributive language and propaganda, adding their considerable authority to the campaign of violence. Finally, it draws on this evidence to address the critical question of responsibility. Temporal and spatial variation. Within a few days of the kidnap and murder of the generals on October 1, the new Army leadership under Major General Suharto set out to crush both the September 30th movement and the PKI and its affiliated organizations. It carried out that intention in a number of ways, none of them more important than the use of overwhelming armed force against the alleged perpetrators and hundreds of thousands of unarmed civilians. Without the army's resort to armed force, and without access to its substantial logistical assets, the mass killings could not and would not have happened. Army posture and capacity. Perhaps the clearest evidence of the Army's central role in the killings is the uncanny relationship between the political disposition and capacity of Army commanders in a given area and the timing and intensity of the violence there. This pattern makes clear that far from being a spontaneous popular reaction to the treachery of the PKI, as the Suharto regime and its successors have always insisted, the killings were set in motion by the Army leadership itself. It also suggests strongly that the marked geographic and temporal variations in the pattern of killings did not stem directly or inevitably from long-standing religious, cultural, and socio-economic tensions in a given locale, but rather from the capacity of army commanders in each area to fuel and mobilize those tensions with a view to destroying the left. Point 2. Their ability to do so was contingent on a number of other factors, including the willingness of civilian political and religious leaders to work with them, the degree of cooperation or resistance they encountered within their own ranks, and their success in mobilizing anti-communist vigilante groups in support of their cause. The close connection between the posture and capacity of army commanders and the killings in a given area is discernible in three distinct patterns. First, where the regional military command was united and had sufficient troops at its disposal, the killings were either swift and extensive, as in Aceh, or limited, as in West Java. In Aceh, for example, the scene of the first mass killings, the military commander, Brigadier General Ishak Juarsa, and his direct superior, Lieutenant General Ahmed Makajinta, were united in their opposition to Sukarno and the PKI, and had ample troops loyal to them. They immediately embarked on an operation to annihilate the movement and the PKI, and carried it out with singular speed and efficiency. Thus, contrary to the conventional wisdom that the violence in Aceh was a kind of holy war driven by the anger of its deeply religious Muslim population, the available evidence now makes clear that the killings were part of a deliberate army operation to destroy the PKI. Point 3. Meanwhile, in West Java, the regional military command under Brigadier General Ibrahim Aja was also unified and had sufficient troops available. And yet West Java saw relatively few killings. The decisive difference was that Aja decided against the strategy of mass killing, preferring a program of mass arrest. Point 4. Though an ardent anti-communist, Aja had a deep personal loyalty to Sukarno and, unlike many of his fellow officers, he followed Sukarno's admonition not to resort to violence against the PKI. Point 5. No doubt he was also reluctant to arm and empower Muslim villagers and militias so soon after defeating the troublesome Dar al-Islam rebellion in the province. Aja explained his approach to the British military attaché and another British embassy official in the course of a conversation in early February 1966. According to their account, Aja commented that it was not always necessary for blood to show. His tactics had been to put the leaders of the PKI in concentration camps, work on the masses to prove how the leaders had deceived them, and then let the leaders out. Aja was critical of the different tactics employed in East Java. The kind of internecine war that had gone on had been wrong and had left many wounds open. Point 6. Second, where the army command was politically divided, faced resistance, or did not have sufficient troops at its disposal, conditions that prevailed in many parts of the country, the mass killing was delayed for some time, but then accelerated dramatically when the balance of forces tipped in favor of the anti-communist position. In North Sumatra, for example, both the regional military commander, Brigadier General Darjatmo, and the governor, alongside Pu, were sympathetic to the left, and as many as 30% of troops were thought to have leftist sympathies. Point 7. The result was a tense stalemate with anti-communist forces that delayed the onset of mass killings for at least a month. Thus, notwithstanding the deep-seated socio-economic and political conflicts in the province, the killings did not begin there until after October 29, when Brigadier General Sobiran, whom U.S. officials described as violently anti-communist, replaced Darjatmo. Point 8. Similarly in Bali, where the regional military commander, Brigadier General Shafuddin, was a supporter of Sukarno and had the backing of the leftist governor, Sutja, mass killings were forestalled for a full 2 months, and began only after both Syafuddin and Sutja had been sidelined. Thereafter, the killings spread rapidly, resulting in the death of some 80,000 people in a little over 3 months. 9 In East Java, too, where the regional military commander, Brigadier General Basoiki Rakhmat, had limited troops at his disposal and not much confidence in their loyalty, mass killings did not begin in earnest until early November. 10 Moreover, when army leaders began to fear that conservative Muslims who had been mobilized to help with the killing were challenging army dominance, the violence was brought swiftly to a close. 11 Meanwhile, in Flores, where the sub-regional military commander, Lieutenant Colonel Soet Armiji, had been reluctant to support the anti-communist campaign, mass killings did not begin until February 1966, after he had been replaced by a more compliantly anti-communist officer. 12 In each of these cases, then, mass killings were delayed until the relevant army commander had been removed or replaced. Third, in areas where there was no consensus within the military leadership or where loyalist troop strength was insufficient, the onset of mass killings coincided with or immediately followed the deployment of troops loyal to Suharto from outside the command area. The most notorious of those troops were from the elite Paracommando Regiment, the RPCAD. As I have argued elsewhere with respect to Bali, and others have demonstrated for Central Java, the violence in these contested areas coincided with the arrival of these elite mobile forces. 13 Units of the RPCAD were first deployed from Jakarta to Central Java, where some elements of the army had shown open support for the September 30th movement. Arriving in the provincial capital, Semarang, on October 18, they quickly set about crushing all possible support for the movement and the PKI, and in the process gained a reputation for extraordinary brutality. Summarizing these actions, Jenkins and Kamen write, in the months ahead, at the behest of Suharto, Sarwoedi was to instigate a reign of terror and mass murder in Central Java, crushing both the September 30th movement and the PKI, and tipping the uncertain political balance decisively in the army's favor. 14 With their task in Central Java accomplished, RPCAD troops apparently returned to Jakarta in late November. 15. Finally, in early December, RPCAD troops arrived in Bali, where there had been almost no killings in the 2 months after the alleged coup. Within days of their arrival, the killings accelerated dramatically, and quickly reached levels comparable to or worse than the other areas. The conventional wisdom is that the violence in Bali spread spontaneously and became so frenzied that when crack troops arrived from Java in December, their main job was to stop it. In fact, virtually all the evidence indicates that RPCAD forces together with political party authorities orchestrated and incited the violence in Bali, as they did in Java and Aceh. 16. Guns, trucks, and hit lists. Although the killings were largely carried out with simple weapons and did not rely on elaborate modern technologies, they required planning and logistical support. The army played a crucial role in providing both, often supplementing its own assets and capacity by mobilizing the local population and confiscating the property of private citizens. Without the army's logistical and organizational leadership, it is safe to say that the mass killings could not have happened, or at least would not have been nearly as swift and widespread as they were. Figure 6.1. Detained members of the PKI-affiliated Pemuda Rakyat are transported in the back of a military vehicle under armed guard in Jakarta, October 10, 1965. The Army's logistical role took a number of forms. The first, and most obvious, was the provision of firearms to its own soldiers and militia allies. Firearms were not the only means used in killing, as we have seen. Machetes, knives, bamboo spears, and swords were also common, but they were important in projecting the army's power. The display and use of high-powered firearms, for example, were a crucial aspect of the show of force strategy employed by the RPCAD and other army units. So too were armored personnel carriers and tanks. A U.S. Embassy cable from November 1965 provided a glimpse of that strategy, gleaned from an official Army account of the killing of 9 Jerwani women in Central Java. Army Info Bureau also reported that paracommandos in armored vehicles entering city of Surakarta, were blocked in village at outskirts by 9 witches from PKI women's affiliate Jirwani, who insulted them and refused to let them pass. After asking them quietly to give way, and firing into the air, para-commandos were forced by their intransigence to terminate breathing of these 9 Jirwani witches. 17. Firearms were also important in lending authority to the local allies the army empowered to round up and kill PKI members. These included the civil defense units, known as Hansip and Hanra, which were mobilized down to the village level across the country. According to one recently discovered document, Hansip and Hanra units in North Asia were provided with rifles and automatic weapons for the specific purpose of assisting in the campaign to exterminate the G30s. 18 Given the fact that Hansip and Hanra were part of a national civil defense apparatus, it is reasonable to assume that units in other parts of the country were also supplied with weapons. The army also gave weapons and training to selected members of the anti-communist vigilante groups it mobilized. According to one account from East Java, for example, the commander of the 16th Infantry Brigade, Colonel Sam, gave a lugger to the Ansar chairman in Kediri and trained him how to shoot at Mount Kolatak, a small mumnane west of Kediri. 19 Similarly, a former student leader in Central Java has recounted how the army gave him and others arms and training and a license to kill communists. I had a license to kill people who were proven involved in the PKI. 10 people were given FN pistols and trained in Kali Orang. The pistols were provided around November 1965. I returned to Kostrad head office in Yogyakarta most often to secure bullets. With the pistol, I launched operations to find PKI sympathizers and leaders in Yogyakarta nearly every day, from 1965 to mid-1966. 20. Equally important were the trucks and other vehicles the army provided for the transport of soldiers, vigilante killers, and their victims. Accounts from virtually every part of the country describe the transportation of suspects, bound and tied, in open-backed military-type vehicles. 21 Many of the trucks belonged to the army itself, while others were commandeered from private citizens as part of the army campaign. Among the most vivid accounts is from Nico, a former detainee from West Timor. When the truck stopped, it was a terrible sound. The horns were the sound of death. When the truck stopped, it was like the instruments of death you hear on the radio. Even the geckos were quiet. The birds were still. The roosters stopped crowing. When we heard that sound, our hair would stand on end and we would experience the most terrible fear. Some of the prisoners would be loaded onto the trucks. We would wait for them to come back, but none of them ever did. Anyone whose name was called quickly climbed up on the high tray of the truck. If they were not quick about it, they would be pushed from behind. 22. In the town of Negara, Bali, eyewitnesses reported that dozens of army trucks, loaded with alleged communists picked up from surrounding villages, formed a slow and orderly procession down the main street for several days. At a large warehouse, the prisoners were unloaded one by one, hands bound, and taken inside, where they were shot with automatic weapons. In the course of 3 days in December, an estimated 6,000 were killed. 23 An article in Bali's local newspaper in the second week of December 1965 declared that they don't even need to see the red beret, it is enough simply to hear the roar of the truck, and the hearts of the big shot G30S types begin to beat wildly with fear. 24 A man who served on an army organized night patrol in Aceh also remembered the trucks. We were on the night watch. I saw when they were brought on the back of a truck. When they were killed, I didn't see. I knew that they were brought on trucks, 1 truck, 2 trucks. I saw the graves. 25 Photographic and film images of the period likewise highlight the centrality of military vehicles in the implementation of the plan to crush the PKI. Many accounts also mention the existence of lists on the basis of which victims were targeted for arrest or execution. 26 Reporting a conversation with Ross Taylor, an English engineer living in Pasuruan, East Java, a British embassy official wrote in December 1965 that the engineer had given him horrifying details of the purges that have been taking place at the Naberdxt factory in the village of Pasuruan, where Taylor lived. The local army commander told me, has a list of PKI figures in 5 categories. He has been given orders to kill those in the first 3 categories. So far, some 2,000 people have been killed in the environs, starting with those living nearest the main roads, and working outwards. In the factory itself about 200 have been liquidated. 27. In some cases, such lists were prepared by the army, and then passed along to vigilantes with orders to kill those named or to select those who should be killed. According to a Banzer leader from Kadiri, for example, what usually happened was that Banzer would receive a list of PKI detainees from the district military command headquarters with the instruction to choose who among the detainees should be executed. So, the killings were done in accordance with the law. 28. Likewise, a former vigilante group member from Mesa testified that we only picked up people we knew were definitely PKI. He read their names on a list made up by the leadership. 29. And according to a former death squad commander in North Sumatra, we exterminated communists for 3 months day and night. We got lists of the prisoners we brought to Snake River. Every night I signed the list. 30. In some cases, army authorities sought and secured the acquiescence of local religious and political party leaders in compiling as well as vetting death lists. An anonymous account from the town of Mamara, Flores, for instance, described a meeting at Army headquarters in late February 1966, at which the leaders of political parties and social organizations were pressured to take part in deciding who among those detained should be secured. One by one the names of the detainees was read out, the reason why they had been detained and the nature of their supposed offense. The atmosphere was edgy, it made the hairs on their necks stand up, because each of the military personnel in the room had his weapon in his hand. In this situation the parties and organizations one by one had to state clearly their attitude to the detainees whose names had been read out. This night of February 27, 1966 was the moment that Catholic leaders started losing their grip, or to put it more strongly they had already abandoned Catholic principles. 31. Similar lists were reportedly compiled by Army intelligence officers in Kupang, West Timor, and likewise vetted by local political party representatives. 32. Such procedures, and the lists themselves, leave no doubt that the killings were planned and premeditated, and not the result of a sudden frenzy. Indeed, those procedures and lists were almost certainly part of the system for cleansing political suspects that was set up by the Army shortly after October 1. Under that system, suspects were placed by military officials in one of several broad categories according to their alleged degree of involvement in the September 30 movement. The classification system was spelled out in a decree issued by General Suharto on President Sukarno's authority on November 15, and so had the force of law. 33. Finally, the Army provided the places of detention in which many suspects were held, and where some either died under torture or from which they were transported to a killing field. 34. In addition to small local jails and larger prisons, the detention sites included military camps and buildings as well as sports stadiums, warehouses, and private homes seized from their owners by the Army. In some parts of the country, the Army also established concentration and work camps to house the ever-expanding numbers of detainees. These logistical assets became an essential part of the infrastructure of mass killing. Mobilizing the population. Of course, the Army did not act alone. On the contrary, because of lingering uncertainty about the loyalty and capacity of some military units and officers, and also to cover their tracks, the Army leadership sought allies wherever it could find them. Chief among those allies were leaders of the ardently anti-communist political parties, like the new PNI, IPKI, and Parti Catholique along with their respective mass organizations. Crucially, the Army also formed alliances with, and mobilized, a variety of armed vigilante groups and militia forces, deploying them in a coordinated campaign of violence against the left. Mass organizations. Mass organizations had been actively involved in politics for some years before the events of October 1965, and were ripe for quick mobilization afterward. 35. That was especially true of the religious and political party youth organizations, which had been engaged in increasingly bitter and occasionally violent conflict with PKI-affiliated groups since at least 1963. It was to these groups that the army turned in its campaign against the PKI and its allies. What changed after October 1, 1965, was that the mass organizations began to work more closely and openly with the army than ever before, coordinating plans for demonstrations, declarations, and sweeping actions. With explicit and tacit army support, these mass organizations were mobilized to demand action against the traitors who had killed the generals, providing the army with a useful rationale for taking firm action against the PKI, on the grounds that the people demanded. In the course of those actions, they committed acts of violence, including the destruction of homes and offices, looting, beating, and eventually, mass detention and killing. The earliest expression of this new cooperation was an umbrella group of militant anti-communist mass organizations, known as Kapgestapu. The participating mass organizations included those affiliated with the new IPKI and the Catholic Party, among others. Although ostensibly an independent civilian body, Kapgestapu was set up on the initiative of the army leadership just a few days after the alleged coup, with financial assistance later provided covertly by the U.S. government, and effectively served as an anti-communist political action command for the Army. 36 Once Kapgestapu had been established, many more coordinating bodies and action fronts were set up, in each case with the support of army authorities. Figure 6.2. Suspected PKI members detained by army and anti-communist militias near the base of Mount Merapi, Central Java, ca. 1965. Among the most active of the new organizations were Kami, Kapi, and a parallel organization for college graduates, KASI. In addition to these national bodies, army authorities established parallel organizations at the provincial and local levels. 37 Despite their benign middle-class names and appearance, these student action fronts played a crucial role in the campaign of violence against the left in 1965–66. As a political insider confided to a researcher in late 1966, the students were fanatical right-wingers, used by the army and ZE. Subchin. One could never be sure whom they would arrest and what would happen if they did. They were not a democratic but a fascistic phenomenon. 38. The close cooperation between these organizations and the army was no secret. U.S. Embassy officials spoke of the relationship between the students and army in the most natural way. A report on a meeting with one of the leaders of these groups, A.B. Nasution, noted that the reporting officer has been impressed with Nasution's contacts both with the army and with younger people in other branches of the Indonesian government. A.B. Nasution, the report continued, was one of the founders and editors of a new anti-communist weekly newspaper, Jawa Proklamasi, and as Kami stepped up its actions, Nasution became the founder of a parallel cooperating organization of college graduates, KASI, which has subsequently become a significant pressure group working in close cooperation with both the army and student groups. 39 In short, as the Indonesian Foreign Minister, Malik, told Ruth McVeigh in October 1966, the students could move because they had relations with the army. The army let them know when and how much they were to move. 40. Militias and death squads. Even more important in fueling the violence and killings, however, were the anti-communist militia groups that were mobilized after October 1. Most of these were directly affiliated with political parties such as Nus Ansur and Banser, PNI's Pemuda Marhen, and IPKI's Pemuda Pancasila. Other units, such as the Hansip and Hanra, were part of the existing civil defense apparatus. After October 1, all these groups became, in effect, anti-communist militias. It was to these groups, and their leaders, that the army turned to identify and locate local PKI leaders and members. It was they who surrounded the houses of alleged leftists at night, angrily demanded their arrest, destroyed their property, and burned their houses. And it was they who made up the squads that tracked down and detained alleged leftists, took them to sites of detention, and joined in killing them. There is no firm indication of how many joined these groups, but it must have been in the hundreds of thousands. According to a U.S. Embassy cable from mid-November 1965, in the Solo area alone the army was training and equipping some 24,000 Muslim youth for action against communists. 41 Likewise, the districts of East Aceh and North Aceh were each reported to have some 15,000 militia members. 42. The relationship between these groups and the army has been the subject of much speculation and discussion over the years. Some observers have embraced or inadvertently lent credence to the official position that such groups acted on their own initiative, independently of the army, on the basis of long-standing local antipathies and conflicts. 43 A more common position is that while in some areas vigilante groups operated at the army's behest, in others they acted independently on the basis of local interests and conflicts. 44. It is now clear that this consensus view was mistaken, and with rare exceptions, these militia groups and death squads operated under army direction and control. Although there was some variation from one region to the next, the basic pattern was the same wherever the mass killings took place. Militias were mobilized, armed, trained, and supported by the army, and more often than not, carried out the arrests and killings. That is not to say that the members of such groups were always simply following orders. Most had real motives for cooperating with the army, including fear, peer pressure, anger, and sincerely held religious or ideological beliefs. But that does not mean their involvement in mass killings was spontaneous or inevitable. Indeed, in virtually every case, they engaged in killing only after being given the green light or being prodded to action by the army. A few examples from different parts of the country make this apparent. In a report from early November 1965, a senior U.S. Embassy official described the Army's strategy as it had been explained to him by an Indonesian Army contact. In Central Java, Army is training Muslim youth and supplying them with weapons and will keep them out in front against the PKI. Army will try to avoid as much as it can safely do so direct confrontation with the PKI. 45 And as the RPDAD commander, Sarwo Ethi, told a journalist, we decided to encourage the anti-communist civilians to help with the job. In Solo we gathered together the youth, the nationalist groups, the religious organizations. We gave them 2 or 3 days training, then sent them out to kill communists. 46 Internal Army documents confirm, in somewhat more circuitous language, that the mobilization of the population to attack the PKI was a deliberate strategy. An army history of the campaign against the PKI in Central Java, for example, says, in order to defeat the PKI tactic of arousing the mass of its followers in a campaign of terror and disruption, the government itself mobilized the mass of the people. The RPDAD gave military training, including instruction in the use of weapons and techniques for securing villages, as part of a general program of cooperation between the army and the people to crush the remnants of the G30S/PKI. 47. A November 1965 report by the U.S. Consulate in Surabaya about the killings in Kediri and Pair, East Java, tells a similar story. American missionary from Baptist Hospital Kediri told us that 3,400 PKI activists were killed by Ansar with probable assistance from Marhanist youths over period Nov 4, Nov 9. Source also stated same slaughter took place at Pair 30 kilometers northeast of Kediri, 300 communists reported killed there. Armed forces did nothing to stop the slaughter and in fact apparently colluded with anti-PKI youths and perhaps instigated them. Col. Weli Sotjono, commander for Madiun Kediri area, reported by sources to have been in Kediri at time and to have told youth leaders that he's sure they could find more than 3,500 communists in Kediri if they really looked. 48. Further evidence of the cooperation between the army and militias in East Java comes from the accounts of militia members and commanders themselves. A history of the Banzer campaign to crush the PKI in East Java offers a rare glimpse into that world. 49 Three patterns stand out clearly. First, local Banzer commanders repeatedly mention that their people received military training from elite army units, such as the Raiders, Brimob, and RPDAD, and that this training gave them an important advantage in their efforts to crush the PKI. A commander in Banyuwangi, for instance, noted that Banzer quietly strengthened its forces by undertaking military training with RPGAD instructors. 52nd, Banzer leaders describe how local army units assisted Ansar and Banzer in their attacks on PKI villages, often with deadly consequences. One account explained that Banzer operations to hunt the PKI were quietly backed by local military forces, while another stated bluntly that the army facilitated and supported the extermination of the PKI. 51. Finally, they describe how, at the end of October 1965, the army informed them that the arrest and killing of PKI could only be done with army permission. 52. Accordingly, Banzer and Ansar units received formal written orders to arrest and kill PKI members. As one Ansar member from Turan, Malang, put it, orders to kill PKI members came from Abri. The transfer of PKI detainees to Banzer units was always accompanied by an official order. 53. A Banzer leader from Rengel district, East Java, later told researchers, "We were called up whenever there was an execution scheduled. Usually it was at night after the prayer. There was a schedule, along with the name of the victims, that was transferred from the district office to the district military command." 54. The same basic pattern was reported from North Sumatra. As Ken Young writes, the army encouraged local youth groups in the capital city to murder their communist rivals. The youth squads here were Muslim, Catholic, and Pemuda Pancasila. 55. According to U.S. officials in Medan in December 1965, Sumatra military officer reported that army, while counseling public restraint, is actually encouraging Muslims to kill all PKI cadres, and that hundreds are being killed every day in North Sumatra. 56. A death squad commander responsible for many executions in the vicinity of the Snake River similarly described the army's behind-the-scenes role. "They waited at the road with the truck. They didn't come down here. They called this the people's struggle, so they kept their distance. If the army was seen doing, the world would be angry." 57. In Bali, too, the army worked closely with civilians and vigilante groups in carrying out the killings. The main vigilante group was the PNI-affiliated Taman Marhanis, but the News Ansar was also active on some parts of the island. Sometimes the army took the lead. According to Hughes, after the troops had arrived from Java, the military and police got together with civilian authorities and made sure the right people were being executed. People were arrested and, usually, shot by the soldiers. 58. In other cases, the job of killing was delegated to villagers. Hughes writes that sometimes villages were specifically assigned to purge themselves of their communists. Then took place communal executions as the village gathered its communists together and clubbed or knifed them to death. 59. The evidence from Asa points to a similar pattern and provides definitive proof that the main vigilante groups were officially sanctioned. 60. Those groups included the Front Pembela Pancasila, formally established in Banda Asa on October 6, 1965, and in West Asa a few days later, and Pembela Rakyat, formed in South Asa in the first half of October. 61. As in Bali, the killings in Asa were sometimes carried out by the army itself, and sometimes by the death squads operating under army supervision. In virtually every case, the killings began shortly after the regional military commander, Brigadier General Juarsa, and other senior officials arrived in a district and exhorted the population to take action against the PKI. 62. John Bowen recounts the aftermath of one such visit to Takegan, Asa, in early October. On each evening for the next few weeks, men and women were seized from their homes, taken to the jail, and then driven to secluded spots along the road to the north coast and executed. The army carried out the killings but ordered boys and young men to join the arrests. "The government wanted us to be out in front, to give them a way out later on," said one sub-district civil defense commander. 63. In Kupang, West Timor, religious youth groups coordinated closely with the Chief of Staff of the District Military Command, Major M. Noor, in conducting anti-communist sweeps. As Van Klinken writes, these sweeping operations led inexorably to the detention and, in many cases, summary execution of alleged communists, the youths handed them over to the military in such numbers that the old colonial jail ran out of space and many were held in the Merdeka football stadium. From the beginning of January and peaking between February and April 1966, the military began taking them out at night to their executions. 64. In short, the evidence now available from a wide range of locales suggests that with few exceptions, militia forces and vigilantes operated under explicit army control, especially when it came to killings. That case, long accepted for Central Java, is now strong for other parts of the country as well, including Aceh and Bali. That is significant because, according to the conventional wisdom, it was precisely in those areas that the local populations had clearly taken the initiative and run amok, and that the army's role had been to stop the violence. It is now clear that that picture was untrue, and that the claims of popular and spontaneous violence were, in fact, deliberate lies concocted and spread by the very army officers who orchestrated the killings. Language and propaganda. The idea of killing members of the PKI and the left did not emerge spontaneously. On the contrary, it was encouraged and facilitated by the army leadership through the use of language calculated to create an atmosphere of hostility and fear in which killing anyone associated with the PKI appeared not only morally justifiable but also a patriotic and religious duty. 65 That language spread rapidly across the archipelago, partly through the army-controlled newspapers and television, but also through radio as well as countless mass rallies, demonstrations, ceremonies, declarations, sermons, and face-to-face meetings. In the resulting atmosphere of anti-communist hysteria, existing conflicts over politics, religion, culture, and land were easily ignited. 66. Down to the very roots. Several aspects of this official language and propaganda were especially important in fomenting violence against the PKI. First, it was extraordinarily bellicose. To some extent, this may be understood as a continuation of the combative style and tone of political life under Sukarno's guided democracy. After all, under that system political parties on all sides had been in the habit of denouncing their enemies in highly aggressive language, calling for Malaysia to be crushed, capitalist bureaucrats to be retooled, and the U.S. ambassador to be strung up. And yet even by those standards, the Army's language after October 1, 1965, was shocking. High-ranking Army officers, including Major General Suharto, declared early on that the September 30 movement and the PKI must be smashed, crushed, buried, annihilated, wiped out, exterminated, and destroyed down to the very roots. And like so many campaigns that have led to genocide, the actions against the culprits were repeatedly described as cleansing operations and sweeping. In a national radio broadcast on RRI at 10:10 p.m. on October 1, 1965, Suharto first used the phrases that would be repeated many thousands of times over the coming months and years, and employed as justification for violence against the PKI. Dear listeners, Suharto said, it is clear that the actions were counter-revolutionary and must be destroyed down to the very roots. We have no doubt that with the full assistance of the progressive and revolutionary population, the counter-revolutionary September 30 movement will be crushed to bits. 67. Almost immediately, military and religious figures across the country began to mimic the army leadership's violent and exclusionary language. In a speech broadcast from Medan at midnight on October 1, Lt. General Makajinta declared that in order to safeguard the state/nation and the revolution, it is ordered that all members of the armed forces resolutely and completely annihilate this counter-revolution and all acts of treason down to the roots. 68. An official statement from Aceh's Executive Council, dated October 4, went even further, declaring, it is mandatory for the people to assist every attempt to completely annihilate the counter-revolutionary September 30 movement along with its lackeys. 69. At a mass rally in Jakarta the same day, the new vice chair, Z.E. Subchan, read out a statement on behalf of an anti-communist umbrella group, which stated, in part, we call upon all political parties and mass organizations, to assist the armed forces in destroying the counter-revolutionary September 30th movement down to its roots, and we are ready together with the armed forces, to defend and safeguard the Pancasila state, to the last drop of our blood. 70. The same day, October 4th, General Suharto used the occasion of the exhumation of the generals' decomposing bodies to point the finger of responsibility for their deaths directly at the PKI and its affiliates. 71. One day later, the news governing board followed the Army's lead, naming the PKI and its affiliates as the culprits, and warning that every counter-revolutionary movement must immediately be eliminated down to its very roots. 72. In Bali, a PNI-affiliated youth group called on all members to provide concrete assistance to the armed forces in annihilating the G30s. 73. And at a mass rally in November 1965, the newly appointed anti-communist Bupati of Gianyar told a crowd of some 100,000 that those who are not prepared to repent and who remain obstinate must be cut down to the very roots. 74. Speaking to members of a student action front in Jakarta on November 12, 1965, General Nasution said that the PKI has clearly betrayed the state and nation, and therefore we are obliged and duty-bound to wipe them from the soil of Indonesia. 75. Later, warning against the revival of the PKI in North Sumatra, Lt. General Makajinta told an audience, "We will be condemned by our children if the counter-revolutionary Gestapo were to occur again. In order to prevent that, the PKI must be buried as deep as possible so that it cannot rise again from its grave to haunt the people." 76. Traitors and whores. The army propaganda campaign also sought to cast the movement and the PKI as barbaric, inhuman, morally base, and evil. In his remarks on the occasion of the general's exhumation, broadcast nationwide on state radio and television on October 4, Suharto specifically implicated Jirwani and Pemuda Rakyat in the barbaric actions against the generals. The text of his speech appeared in army-controlled newspapers the following day alongside grisly photographs of the decomposing bodies of the slain generals. The funeral procession and ceremony for the generals, which took place on October 5, and the death of Nasution's young daughter the following day, provided further opportunities to vilify the alleged perpetrators. In this heated atmosphere, the army coined the term Gestapo to describe the September 30th movement. The term was clearly intended to equate the movement with the Gestapo, and invoke its connotations of arbitrary power and evil. 77. Indeed, in a briefing to newspaper editors on October 7, 1965, the chief of the Army Information Center, Brigadier General Subrato, explicitly alluded to that historical comparison, describing the September 30th movement as a Gestapo-like terror. 78. Recognizing the dangerous political ramifications of the term and the devious objectives of those who coined it, President Sukarno insisted on using the term Gestok. But the term Gestapo prevailed. 79. In other ways as well, the Army's language routinely portrayed members of the PKI and its affiliates as beings outside the bounds of civilized, moral society, describing them as traitors, devils, child murderers, atheists, whores, terrorists, and animals. On October 14, the editors of the Army newspaper Angkatan Bersenjata wrote that there are no words which can be found to describe how low and lacking in decency were the terroristic actions of the Gestapo in savagely murdering Army officers in a pattern seen in so many genocides. Then, the Army portrayed the movement and the PKI, in Helen Fine's apt phrase, as outside the universe of obligation of the perpetrator. 81. In doing so, the Army facilitated and encouraged acts of violence against them. As the references to devils and atheists attest, moreover, the Army's propaganda invoked powerful religious norms and symbols. In his speech by the general's graveside on October 5, General Nasution spoke of how the Army had been insulted and slandered, and called on Allah to provide guidance. 82. In the following days, the Army-controlled press was thick with references to the holy task of the Army and its allies in destroying the PKI. On October 8, for example, the Army newspaper Angkatan Bersenjata called for holy war. The sword cannot be met by the Quran, but must be met by the sword. The Quran itself says that whoever opposes you should be opposed as they oppose you. 83. And on October 14, the same paper editorialized, God is with us because we are on the path that is right and that he has set for us. 84. Army leaders outside the capital conveyed the same message. In North Sumatra, General Makajinta addressed the newly formed North Sumatra Muslim Joint Committee, urging his audience to extend their organization down to the district and even village level in order to undertake an Islamic offensive against the PKI. 85. In no case, perhaps, were the intentions of this official vilification so evident and consequences so grave as in the demonization of Jerwani, the women's organization loosely affiliated with the PKI. In the days and weeks after the movement fizzled, army propagandists and their allies circulated a story that the 6 generals had been sexually assaulted and mutilated before they were killed on the morning of October 1.86. The story, reported in the army-controlled press and then endlessly repeated, described in lurid detail how members of Jerwani had danced naked around the generals, before castrating them with razor blades and gouging their eyes out with ice picks. 87. Apart from casting the Jerwani women as inhuman witches, the story powerfully evoked male anxieties about castration. Moreover, as Saskia Waringin has convincingly argued, it played on the particular anxieties of conservative Indonesian men, for whom the ostensibly uncontrolled sexuality of Jerwani women, not to mention their autonomy and lively political engagement, represented an unacceptable threat to their patriarchal position and worldview. 88. Before long, similar stories began to appear in places outside Jakarta. In Bali, officials claimed that their interrogation of a senior Jerwani figure had revealed that members of the organization had been instructed to sell themselves to soldiers in order to obtain weapons for the PKI, and having done so, to murder and castrate the men they had seduced. As the local paper dutifully reported, it is clear from these revelations how base and depraved PKI plans were. After scraping as much profit as possible from their shameless sexual activities, Jerwani members were supposed to murder and at the same time cut off the genitals of their victims. 89. Such stories were plainly intended to make Jerwani members, and the PKI generally, appear to be not merely political traitors but also immoral, debauched, and inhuman. 90. In all these ways, the story seemed calculated to stir up deep hatred and fear of Jerwani, and thereby to provide both a powerful motivation and justification for acts of violence against its members. The problem is that the story was false. Official autopsies performed on the generals confirmed that they had not been tortured or mutilated, a crucial fact that President Sukarno tried in vain to impress on the population. 91. More troubling still, given the existence of those autopsies, it is certain that the top army officials up to and including Suharto knew at the time that the story was false. The only possible conclusion to be drawn from these facts is that the army leadership deliberately concocted and disseminated the false story to impugn Jerwani and to incite violence against its members. Documents, graves, and weapons. Meanwhile, the army had commenced sweeping actions that provided further opportunities for provocation and violence. In practice, sweeping meant raiding the offices and homes of PKI members, and either beating or detaining them. In the course of those raids, the army and its civilian allies claimed to have discovered documents detailing PKI plans to annihilate anti-communists. These discoveries were breathlessly reported in the army-controlled press and on the radio, where they were held up as evidence that the PKI had indeed been behind the movement, and had planned to destroy its enemies and seize state power. 92. Soon enough, military and political authorities across the country began to report similar discoveries, and to highlight them in mass rallies, sermons, and declarations. In November, authorities in Bali claimed to have found documents implicating the local PKI, including a list of army personnel allegedly involved in an underground PKI. 93. Likewise, in dozens of speeches made in towns across central Java, Rptad Commander Sarwo Athi announced the discovery of documents which, he claimed, revealed communist plans to massacre members of the nationalist and religious groups. 94. And in Aceh, the head of the National Front claimed to have received an anonymous letter from the PKI with the ominous warning, "We will have revenge on Islamic youth." 95. Curiously, as far as we know, None of these documents was ever introduced as evidence in the political trials of PKI leaders or members. The army and its allies also reported the discovery of large holes, which they alleged had been dug by the PKI and Pemuda Rakyat to serve as mass graves for their victims. As in the case of the documents, reports of large holes soon began to appear around the country, and the story quickly spread that they had been dug by the PKI to bury those they planned to kill. 96 Army authorities also claimed to have found the weapons that were to be used. 97 The weapons included firearms, supposedly of Chinese provenance, as well as knives, sickles, machetes, and ice picks. Although all but the firearms were everyday tools that would be found in almost any home at the time, the army and its allies portrayed them in the most sinister possible light. Ice picks, they said, were to be used by the PKI to gouge out the eyes of their victims, just as Geoffrey had allegedly gouged out the eyes of the generals. Whatever the truth of these claims about documents, killings, grave-like holes, and weapons, and there is good reason to doubt them, army leaders, politicians, and religious authorities seized on them to spread the message that in light of the PKI's evil plans, there was no choice but to kill or be killed. 98 That message was repeated in hundreds of speeches, meetings, and mass rallies, and through countless face-to-face conversations across the country. It is hard to believe that such language, especially coming from people in positions of some authority, would not have incited or at least given license to real acts of violence, including killing. Indeed, most perpetrator accounts of the killings emphasize these discoveries as the reason that they had no choice but to crush the PKI. Media war and Psy-war. As these examples make clear, a crucial avenue for the dissemination of the army's inflammatory language and propaganda were the mass media, which at the time meant printed newspapers, radio, and for a select few, television. The media had been a vital political battleground long before October 1965, with most newspapers being closely affiliated with one or another political party or institution. The National Press Agency, NTHRA, as well as the state-run radio and television bodies were in theory nonpartisan, yet they too had become the focus of intense political fights for control. 99 It was hardly surprising, then, that the movement leaders had first seized the national radio station, or that one of Suharto's first moves against them had been to seize it back. It was likewise natural that within 24 hours of the movement's first actions, the army had closed down virtually all the country's newspapers, except those it owned or controlled. The papers that were allowed to remain open, Angkatan Bersenjata and Berita Yudha, were controlled by the army. Before long, the army permitted other papers to publish, but always under the strictest control and guidance from the Army Information Office. According to one prominent newspaper editor, he and others were told in early October that the army was starting a campaign against the PKI, and anyone printing information critical of that campaign would be considered an ally of the PKI. No neutrality was permitted. 100 In practice, then, the papers that were permitted to publish were either run by the army or, like the notoriously anti-communist daily, API Pancasila, and the News Tuda Masyarakat, closely parrot official army statements. The main message was that the PKI was guilty of treason. As the British ambassador reported to London on October 19, 1965, certainly the press and radio, which since the 2nd of October had been entirely in army hands, has kept up a steady supply of reports and articles pointing up the guilt of the PKI. 101 That was the context in which, oddly, the PKI's national daily, Harian Rakyat, was permitted to publish one final issue containing an editorial expressing support for the September 30th movement. As noted earlier, that October 2nd editorial turned out to be the sole piece of documentary evidence available to the army to implicate the PKI in the alleged coup. In its effort to destroy the PKI and the left, the army also adopted a psychological warfare strategy that almost certainly accentuated tensions and increased the likelihood of violence, including killing. In parts of the country thought to be sympathetic to the PKI and its affiliates, the army deployed psychological warfare teams, known in some areas as Tim Penerangan Operasi Mental, and in others as Tim Komando Operasi Mental or Tim Indoktrinasi. 102 In Bali, These teams went from village to village spreading the army's deadly message of non-neutrality. One could either be against the PKI or for it, but there was no middle ground. As one newspaper described the message, it was stressed that there are only two possible alternatives: to be on the side of the G30s or to stand behind the government in crushing the G30s. There is no such thing as a neutral position. 103. Army officers stressed that declarations of loyalty were not enough. At an official ceremony just days before the mass killings began in Bali, the district military commander in Kirambaitan told his audience that the army needed concrete evidence of ex-PKI members' loyalty to the Republic of Indonesia and to Pancasila, because making a written statement is very easy, what matters most is real proof. 104. Likewise, in a series of mass rallies across Aceh in October, the regional military commander, Brigadier General Ishak Juarsa, exhorted the population to kill PKI members or risk punishment. As one eyewitness from Takegan recalled, Juarsa told a crowd, "I will destroy them to their roots. If in the you find members of the PKI, but do not kill them, it will be you who we punish." 105. That kind of language, coupled with a natural impulse for self-preservation, compelled not only the genuinely neutral but also even former PKI members to join in the attack on the PKI. In all likelihood, these Psy-war operations were conducted under the auspices of the powerful Kopkamtib that had been established by Suharto on October 10, 1965, and was under his direct command. From the outset, Suharto had interpreted Kopkamtib's mandate broadly to encompass both military and political domains, and in December a presidential decree specified that it had the power to restore the authority of the government by means of physical, military and mental operations. 106. An army order outlining the strategy for crushing the PKI explicitly mentioned the use of psychological warfare. The G30s/PKI should be given no opportunity to consolidate. It should be pushed back systematically by all means, including Psy-war. 107. Beyond its barely concealed threat of and incitement to violence, what is most striking about this language is how much it sounds like the rhetoric of a country at war. The entire political field was reduced to a battle between good and evil, between loyalists and traitors, between the nation and its enemies. Here again, one can perhaps see the rhetorical imprint of guided democracy and the Cold War. But that is not the whole story. What made this different, in both degree and kind, was that the language of war was now being articulated by the army, that is, by the institution that had a near monopoly on the means of force and was trained in the use of violence and was being directed at hundreds of thousands of unarmed civilians. That was an altogether different matter than a ragtag group of students angrily denouncing their political enemies while waving hand-drawn placards. When an army declares war, especially against its own civilian population, the stakes are much higher and the results are inevitably more catastrophic. Religious allies. The army was not alone in employing the language of demonization, fear, and war, or provoking violence. That language was eagerly embraced and recycled by religious leaders, political party officials, and other anti-communist groups. When used by religious leaders, it was especially powerful and provocative, and must have been persuasive to many. Leading the charge was the NU, which had worked assiduously to push for strong action against the PKI from the outset. On October 5, it had called for the banning of the party and its affiliates, and had instructed its branch committees to actively campaign for that objective. On October 7, the party's newspaper, Duta Masyarakat, gave voice to a bellicose and provocative anti-communism that invoked God while echoing the army's propaganda: "Let us safeguard the revolution and help the armed forces in their holy task of destroying the so-called September 30th movement, and always pray to God that our correct struggle will have His help and blessing." 108. On October 8, a large crowd made up mainly of Muslim youth organizations staged a rally, after which it attacked the national PKI headquarters, looting it and setting it alight. Within a few days, Muslim political and religious leaders across the country began to describe the September 30th movement and PKI using religious imagery and language that was certain to spur their followers to action as well as violence. Those who had killed the generals, the statements said, were not merely traitors but also atheists and infidels whose vile actions demanded a firm response by Muslims. Islam was a religion of peace, they said, but when people had acted against it and against God, there could be no mercy shown. What was required was jihad against the infidel. These themes resonated powerfully in East Java, the center of the news strength, and parts of Central Java. Respected Muslim figures, such as the venerated Islamic teachers known as Qiyai, encouraged young men to join the campaign against the PKI, and provided those who did so with spiritual guidance. 109 When those young men set off to raid a PKI village, they would shout "God is great." 110 The alleged atheism of the PKI was frequently invoked as a justification for killing its members in the most brutal fashion. Qiyai Abdul Gofar Mustaqim, of Pesantren Pita in Tulungagung, East Java, gave the following account. I once witnessed a Pesantren student aged 14 who got hold of a PKI member who was disguised as a cigarette vendor. The student knew that the PKI member had often insulted religion/Islam in the past. And so, as soon as he had got hold of the guy, he slit his throat with a knife so that his head almost came off. The student was covered in blood. 111. Spiritual guidance and prayer were also invoked to explain and legitimize such killings. Recounting the story of a mass killing of PKI members in Kadiri in which none of his men had suffered any injury, a Banzer commander later commented, perhaps as a result of the spiritual training they had received from the Qiyai, not a single one of the Banzer members was wounded or killed. 112 In another story, a Qiyai explained how he had used the power of Islam to help his students defeat and kill spiritually powerful PKI members who had used black magic to make themselves invulnerable. 2. Defeat someone like that, I supplied my students with lengths of rotan that had been blessed. Praise be to Allah, with those lengths of rotan the Sakti PKI members were defeated and then killed. 113. The accounts of many former killers give a clear sense of the importance of religious sanction in motivating their actions and justifying them after the fact. A former member of an Islamic boarding school who took part in killings in Kadiri and Probolinggo, East Java, explained that he saw the killings as a personal religious obligation, because if the PKI had won, Islam would have been destroyed. Moreover, my parents and the Qiyai gave their approval. 114 An Ansar member from Tempe district, East Java, recalled attending meetings organized by new leaders before Ansar and Banzer members went out to conduct killings. At these meetings, he noted, the religious figures said murdering PKI members was a form of jihad, that if they were not killed first, then we would be killed. 115 A Banzer member from Sumbersuko district, East Java, who admitted to killing many PKI prisoners later recalled that when doing so, he thought of the words of a new religious scholar, who had said, a person is not a real Muslim if he does not want to exterminate PKI members. 116 And a former Banzer leader from Rengel district, East Java, explained, I felt this conflict with the PKI was not just over ideological difference, but was a holy war. They had attacked our faith. 117. But it was not only Muslim clerics and party leaders who employed religious language and symbols to encourage and legitimize killing. Leading Hindu, Protestant, and Catholic figures spread similar messages. Religious authorities in Bali, including Brahmana priests, lay priests, and soothsayers were in a position to stoke a sense of outrage against the PKI, contributing to the violence. Sometimes out of genuine religious conviction, yet often for narrow political reasons, religious leaders justified the killing of communists on the grounds that the PKI was anti-religious. Donald Kirk quotes a priest as saying, our religion teaches us not to kill or hurt, but we felt we had to crush whoever tried to disgrace God. 118 Religious symbols and sanction were used in other ways as well. A former political prisoner from Bali recalled that members of the PKI and its mass organizations in his village had been summoned to the main temple, where they were made to swear an oath, I curse the deeds of the Communist Party and I no longer want to be a member. Rather than being spared, however, that oath was then used as proof of their guilt, and as the basis for targeting them for detention and execution. 119. The political parties in Bali, in particular the PNI, also fostered the idea that the campaign against the PKI was a holy war. 120 According to a PNI Bali member writing in 1967, the killing of PKI members and sympathizers was not seen by the killers themselves as a criminal deed or a political act. If one asks a Balinese what made him join in the killing, the answer will always be the same: the fulfillment of a religious obligation to purify the land. 121 But that idea did not spring naturally from Bali Hindu theology, it was an interpretation concocted and disseminated by religious and political leaders. Thus, for example, the educated, high-caste figure who would later become Bali's governor, Dr. Ida Bagasoka, told a rally in Bali, "There can be no doubt that the enemies of our revolution are also the cruelest enemies of religion, and must be eliminated and destroyed down to the roots." 122. Christian religious leaders also helped to fan the flames of fear and hatred. Reporting on a visit to Makassar in April 1966, Sweden's ambassador Edelstam related the following story about his encounter with the Protestant bishop there, whom he described as a sympathetic Indonesian about 35 years old. His congregation in Makassar included about 10,000 people, and I was invited to participate in a service. They sang the psalms with enthusiasm, but the emphasis of the service was the hour-long sermon. I heard the preacher frequently mention the words communist and kill, which led me to ask the bishop after the service whether it wouldn't have been more in line with the Christian faith to speak of reconciliation, forgiveness, and peace. He responded, a bit embarrassed, that nowadays it was standard practice in all sermons and public speeches to condemn communism, and, he added, there are no communists left in this part of the country anyway. 123. On the predominantly Catholic island of Flores, church leaders not only failed to protect parishioners from arrest and killing but also used their considerable religious authority aggressively to praise the army's campaign against the PKI and encourage Catholics to take part in it. In a pastoral letter written from Rome in early December 1965, the Archbishop of Ende, Gabriel Manek, lavished praise on the army for defeating communism and called on all Catholics to help the government to cleanse the land. Praise and thanks without end to the omnipresent, Almighty God who has defeated the cruel aim of the communists. Abundant praise and thanks for the vigilance of our armed forces who have saved our motherland from such a terrible disaster. Praise and thanks that God did not permit our Catholic religion throughout the country to be handed over to the enemies of the country and of religion. In whichever Catholic organization you are involved, we implore you to give as much assistance as possible to our government, help to the utmost of your ability to cleanse our land from the enemies of the revolution, from elements that betray the country with their September 30th movement. In requesting such, I urge you to give assistance everywhere with the greatest generosity and in our own Catholic way. In supporting the act of cleansing, let us continue to uphold the principle of humaneness and the Catholic principle of love. 124. 2 months later, the Catholic Party and Catholic Youth Organization in the area eagerly joined the army in conducting a cleansing campaign in which some 2,000 alleged communists were killed in about 6 weeks. In the midst of that killing spree, the Archbishop issued a second letter to the religious and clergy of the diocese, in which he once again praised both God and the army for rooting out and destroying the serpent's poison, and told Catholics that it was their obligation to support the cleansing and extermination. From the event of last year we can conclude, with heartfelt thanks, that God's love for our nation and country is overwhelming. Apart from that, whether we like it or not, we have to focus our attention on the cleansing action which is presently being carried out and is reaching its climax. We thank God that the serpent's poison, which had spread widely in the body of society, is now being rooted out and destroyed. This extermination, by a nation that was threatened by dangerous elements, is nothing more than our obligation to make ourselves secure. 125. In short, the manipulation of cultural and religious symbols by political and religious leaders was crucial to the dynamic of the killing. For while the PKI was in some respects iconoclastic, it was not self-evidently or officially atheistic, nor had its members actually committed any crime. These ideas about the PKI's nature and culpability had to be, and were, nourished as the foundation for collective action. Moreover, the idea that the PKI's alleged guilt would best be resolved by mass murder did not emerge naturally from the precepts of Islam, Hinduism, Protestantism, or Catholicism, but instead originated with the Indonesian army leadership. All these ideas were consciously disseminated with the assistance of political party and religious leaders eager to see the demise of the PKI at any cost. Far from being a spontaneous popular reaction to the treachery of the PKI, as the New Order regime and its successors have always insisted, the mass killings of 1965–66 were set in motion by the army itself. It was the army leadership, under Major General Suharto, that introduced the idea that the political crisis of October should and could be resolved through resort to violence, and provided the means through which that intention was achieved. It was the army whose territorial and elite paracommando units took the lead in conducting cleansing campaigns in which members of the PKI and its affiliates were detained, beaten, and killed. It was the army that provided the essential logistical materiel and organizational backbone for those operations. It was the army that mobilized, trained, and armed tens of thousands of young people to serve in the militia groups and death squads that detained and killed communists across the country. It was the army that led the campaign of vilification that portrayed the PKI and its members as atheists, traitors, devils, barbarians, whores, and terrorists, thereby providing both motive and justification for the killing of many thousands of civilians who had committed no crime. It was the army that made sophisticated and unscrupulous use of the mass media to achieve these ends, and in all likelihood, to create false documentary evidence of the PKI's guilt. And it was the army that deployed the language of war, deliberately creating an atmosphere in which there was only friend and foe, but in which violence was to be used only by those with weapons, against those with none. The army had allies in this effort, of course, none more enthusiastic than the anti-communist religious and political leaders who fanned the flames of hatred and violence by allusions to long-standing religious and cultural differences. As argued in the next chapter, the violence was also fueled by the wider international context of the Cold War and the acts and omissions of key foreign powers. But without the army's orchestrated campaign to cast the PKI as evil, without the conscious decision to effect its physical annihilation, and without the mobilization of the army's considerable organizational and logistical capacity to carry out that decision, it is unlikely that any of those long-standing tensions or external influences would ever have given rise to violence of such staggering breadth and brutality. Chapter 7. A Gleam of Light in Asia. The Indonesian business is developing in a way that looks encouraging. The Muslims have burned the PKI headquarters in Jakarta last night, and they seem to be moving against the communists around the country. For the first time, the army is disobeying Sukarno. If that continues and the PKI is cleaned up, we will have a new day in Indonesia. George Ball, U.S. Undersecretary of State, October 8, 1965. The U.S. and other Western states have steadfastly denied any responsibility for the terrible violence that followed the alleged coup of October 1, 1965. That violence, they have maintained, was the product of domestic political forces over which outside powers had little, if any, influence. 1. That claim is untrue. There is now clear evidence that in the crucial 6 months after the alleged coup, Western powers encouraged the army to move forcefully against the left, facilitated widespread violence including mass killings, and helped to consolidate the political power of the army. In doing so, they helped to bring about the political and physical destruction of the PKI and its affiliates, the removal of Sukarno and his closest associates from political power, their replacement by an army elite led by General Suharto, and a seismic shift in Indonesia's foreign policy toward the West and the capitalist model it advocated. 2. As Australian Prime Minister Harold Holt joked in a speech to the Australian-American Association in New York City in July 1966, with 500,000 to 1 million communist sympathizers knocked off, I think it is safe to assume a reorientation has taken place. 3. The central players in this drama were the United States and United Kingdom, but key allies, including Australia, Germany, and New Zealand, and regional partners, most notably Malaysia, Thailand, and Japan, ably supported them. While some foreign officials harbored doubts about the culpability of the PKI, and privately discussed the extent and brutality of the killings, few governments expressed any opposition to the violence or army's seizure of power. Moreover, despite the Cold War context, even the Soviet Union and its bloc members adopted a position of passivity and silence with respect to the violence, and quickly adjusted to the new military regime. Only China and on a much smaller scale Sweden expressed any real concern about the violence or criticism of the army takeover. The concerted campaign by foreign powers had three principal elements. The first was a pattern of secret assurances to the army leadership of political support and non-interference in Indonesia's internal affairs. These assurances were intended to encourage the army to act forcefully against the left and amounted to a green light for the violence that ensued. The second was a sophisticated psychological warfare campaign designed to tarnish the PKI and Sukarno, and stir up opposition to them both inside Indonesia and abroad. Set in motion within a few days of the supposed coup, that operation spread inflammatory and misleading information, much of it based on army propaganda, which encouraged widespread violence and silenced critical or skeptical voices. The third element of the campaign was a carefully calibrated program of material assistance to the army in the form of rice, cotton, communications equipment, medical supplies, cash, and possibly weapons, thereby facilitating and effectively rewarding the army's campaign against the PKI and Sukarno. In all these ways, Western powers but most especially the United States and the United Kingdom share responsibility for what today we would call crimes against humanity. Encouraging the army. Western officials sensed quickly that the failed coup of October 1 offered an ideal opportunity to destroy the PKI and Sukarno from power, and they were determined that the opportunity should be exploited. To that end, they readily embraced the army's plan to pin the blame for the killing of the generals on the PKI and use that questionable claim as a pretext for an all-out assault on the left. At the same time, they realized that any overt expression of support for the army on their part would be counterproductive, and so decided early on that any assistance would have to be clandestine. With that in mind, they sought out and maintained secret contacts with army leaders and other anti-communist groups, while avoiding all but the most cursory contact with President Sukarno and his cabinet. They also coordinated closely with their allies to provide secret assurances of support and non-interference to the army while it dealt with the PKI. In all these efforts, the governments involved exhibited a bland indifference to the credible and mounting reports of massive arrests, sweeps, and killings. In fact, Western support for the army solidified as it demonstrated its resolve through such campaigns. Assurances and silence. In the days and weeks after the alleged coup, senior U.S. officials reported with enthusiasm on the unfolding campaign against the PKI and its affiliates. 4 In a phone call on October 8, 1965, for example, Under-Secretary of State Ball told the Vice President that the Indonesian business is developing in a way that looks encouraging. The Muslims have burned the PKI headquarters in Jakarta last night and they seem to be moving against the communists around the country. For the first time, the army is disobeying Sukarno. If that continues and the PKI is cleaned up, we will have a new day in Indonesia. 5. If US officials had any concern at this stage, it was that their Indonesian army friends might not act quickly or forcefully enough against the PKI and Sukarno. In a memorandum to the White House, dated October 5, the CIA noted that the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta estimates that the Indonesian army must now act quickly if it is to exploit its opportunity to move against the PKI. 6 And after noting that the Indonesian army had published gruesome photos of the dead generals in all newspapers, the Johnson administration's Indonesian working group commented, "The major question is whether the army will capitalize on the feelings aroused by the death of its generals and move to a showdown with the PKI." 2 days later, on October 7, the CIA wrote, "The U.S. Embassy comments that there is danger the army may settle for action against those directly involved in the murder of the generals and permit Sukarno to get much of his power back." 8 In other words, embassy officials favored broad, arbitrary attacks against PKI members rather than targeted police action against those who might actually have been guilty of a crime. The CIA conveyed that message to the highest authorities, including President Johnson, and as far as one can tell from the documentary record, it was never challenged or contradicted. Figure 7.1. Generals Nasyushin and Suharto at a gathering in September 1966. To ensure that the opportunity to crush the PKI and drive Sukarno from power would not be squandered, the United States acted to assure the army leadership of its support and encourage it to act more forcefully. To that end, almost immediately after the supposed coup, U.S. officials sought out and maintained close contacts with key anti-Sukarno officers. Beyond the goal of gathering information about army plans, the main purpose of these contacts was to provide reassurances of U.S. political, economic, and military support. Ambassador Green cabled Washington to propose that he indicate clearly to key people in armies such as Nasyushin and Suharto our desire to be of assistance where we can. 9. The central problem was how to support the army without appearing to be doing so. The problem was twofold. If the army were seen to be backed by the United States and its allies, it would be an easy target for criticism from Sukarno and the left generally, and such criticism could greatly weaken the army's political position and popular legitimacy. In addition, the army leadership had to consider the powerful residue of support for Sukarno within its own ranks and among its officer corps. Any sign that Suharto and Nasyushin were working with outside powers to undermine Sukarno or even the PKI might easily lead to a backlash within the army, to a revival of Sukarno's position, or to their displacement by other officers. These considerations led to the early conclusion that to be of maximum benefit to the army, any support from the United States would have to be covered. On October 14, 1965, the U.S. Embassy outlined the logic of that position. Main reason we must move cautiously is that we will handicap army if our support shows, at least as long as Sukarno is head of state and government. In this context, anything we can do for army will obviously have to be of very discreet or covert nature. Within those limitations and on case-by-case basis, I believe we can do kindly things which express our true nature. Do things which will help Indonesia as a whole, where we can channel such help indirectly, as in case of Title III PL 480 food for welfare organizations. Find way to reassure army of our sympathy when they are uncertain, as with their concern over confrontation. Help army by keeping our mouths shut here and elsewhere. Point 10. In short, the apparent absence of foreign involvement was a deliberate illusion. Far from precluding the provision of assistance and support to the army and its allies, the policy of silence simply dictated that support would be provided on a strictly clandestine basis. As the State Department wrote in mid-1966, until late March, our major policy on developments in Indonesia was silence. This policy remains generally sound, particularly in light of the wholesale killings that have accompanied the transition. While continuing this public position, we have throughout made it privately clear that we are ready at the right time to begin making limited material contributions to help the new leaders get established. 11. It was against the backdrop of such silence that the army was able to conduct its campaign of violence against the left without fear of criticism or challenge. Beyond general expressions of support and a policy of deliberate silence, the United States and its allies also discussed what more might be done to encourage the army to act forcefully against the left and Sukarno. Just 2 weeks after the alleged coup, the United States and United Kingdom settled on a joint strategy. The plan was to provide General Suharto and Nasyushin with secret assurances that the two countries would do nothing to interfere while the army undertook the necessary task of dealing with the PKI. The plan was proposed by British Ambassador Gilchrist less than a week after the alleged coup and was quickly embraced by the United Kingdom's Office of the Political Advisor to the Commander-in-Chief for the Far East, in Singapore. In a cable to the Foreign Office, the Political Advisor's office agreed that we should get word to the generals that we shall not attack them whilst they are chasing the PKI in order to ensure that the army is not distracted from what we consider to be a necessary task. 12. These deliberations laid the basis for a crucial joint US-UK intervention just 2 weeks after the alleged coup. An October 13 cable from the Department of State to the US Embassy in London outlined the plan. 1. You will have been briefed on subject assurances to Indonesians about our and UK intention not to attack them or otherwise take advantage of Army PKI fight. 2. Department today reviewed subject with British Embassy, pointing out that we believe most effective step would be to give Indonesians quiet but official reassurance in general terms re our intentions, and handed him following language which we would pass to Indonesians through appropriate channels. He wished to assure you that we have no intention of interfering in Indonesian affairs, directly or indirectly. Second, we have good reason to believe that none of our allies intend any offensive actions against Indonesia. 13. In a follow-up cable to the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta, the State Department noted that the language of the message had been approved with minor amendments, saying, "You may pass via who may make clear message originates Washington but should not present in writing. In view its importance, you may wish to reiterate it to Nation and other military leaders through other secure channels if available." 14. The next day, the embassy reported with evident satisfaction that Colonel Ethel conveyed to Nation's aide today our oral message. Aide took it down on a piece of paper and said he would give it to Nation within the hour. He commented to effect that this was just what was needed by way of assurances that we weren't going to be hit from all angles as we moved to straighten things out here. 15. As the Americans and British surely understood and intended, this confidential promise of non-interference delivered directly to General Nation represented a crucial reassurance to the Army that it had the political support of two powerful states. It constituted, in effect, a bright green light for the Army to continue and even accelerate its campaign of violence against the left. Condoning violence. By late October 1965, Western officials began to express greater confidence in the Army's resolve in destroying the PKI. That confidence appeared to grow in November as it became apparent that a major campaign of violence was underway, though there was concern that the Army might not be willing to finish the job by removing Sukarno. When the Army finally seized power in mid-March 1966, Western officials lavished praise on Suharto for his skill in bringing about a victory by moderate forces. At no point during these critical 6 months did any Western government utter a word of criticism of the individuals and institutions responsible for the killings on the back of which Suharto had engineered his takeover. On the contrary, at every opportunity they condoned and encouraged it. In a cable to the State Department, dated October 22, days after the RPDAD began its reign of terror in Central Java, Ambassador Green reported that the Army was working hard at destroying PKI and I, for one, have increasing respect for its determination and organization in carrying out this crucial assignment. 16 A week later, on October 28, the embassy approvingly reported that to date Army has done far better than expected. It has gone ahead with attacks on PKI despite well-known and frequently expressed wish of President that these attacks stop. In general, we believe top Army leadership prepared to continue go against President's wishes in order to make real cleanup of communists and their allies. 17. By November, Western embassy reports were referring to killings on a very wide scale, slaughter, and massacres, and accurately describing the Army's key role in this violence. But embassy officials went out of their way to stress that their governments supported the Army's repressive actions. Thus, at the end of a report outlining systematic Army-backed purges, arrests, and killings in Central Java, the U.S. Embassy's Deputy Chief of Mission wrote that he had made clear that Embassy and USG generally sympathetic with and admiring of what Army doing. 18. That report was copied to the White House, the CIA, the National Security Agency, and the USIS, and there is no record of any objection to the position it conveyed. By early 1966, Western officials were fully aware of the extraordinary scale of the violence. In January, Canadian authorities were informed by the respected Indonesian ambassador in Ottawa that as many as 500,000 people had likely been killed by that date. 19. In mid-February, the British and Australian embassies concluded that the number killed might be significantly higher than 400,000. That conclusion was reported in a confidential cable to the Foreign Office, dated February 23, 1966, by British Ambassador Gilchrist. 20. It was based on the account he had received from the Swedish ambassador, Edelstam, who had recently returned from a tour of Central and East Java with the Swedish head of Ericsson Indonesia and his Indonesian wife. The ambassador and I had discussed the killings before he left, Gilchrist wrote, and he had found my suggested figure of 400,000 dead quite incredible. His inquiries have led him to consider it a very serious underestimate. Gilchrist shared this information with U.S. Ambassador Green, who then cabled Washington, explaining, "British ambassador informed me that as a result of calculations by his embassy as well as Australians, a total of about 400,000 killed as a result of the Sept 30 affair had been agreed, but that Swedish ambassador determined figure of 400,000 for country far too conservative." 21 Western embassy officials also knew that the killings were being committed either by the army directly or strong armed groups, acting with army support. They were being committed in circumstances of great brutality, and they must be arousing widespread bitterness and disappointment. 22 Under the circumstances, it is striking that with the sole exception of the Swedish ambassador those officials voiced no protest and expressed no concern about the killings. A short time later, moreover, these same officials were praising Suharto's March 11 move against Sukarno as constitutional and bloodless, as though it were quite unrelated to the violence that preceded it and was still going on in some parts of the country. In a cable to the Foreign Office dated March 18, 1966, for example, Gilchrist offered high praise for Suharto's achievement. Concurring with a colleague's comment that Suharto had the courage of Patton and the intelligence of Montgomery, he said without apparent irony that the general seizure of power must be one of the most sweeping, yet skillfully and constitutionally engineered purges of government in a world where violence and lawlessness in the change of governments has become all too familiar. 23 Likewise, in a political assessment written in early April 1966, U.S. Embassy official Edward Masters avoided any mention of the violence. Instead, he wrote that moderate political forces had succeeded in ousting Sukarno in a circuitous, peculiarly Javanese fashion which has cost few casualties and has preserved national unity. 24. The indifference of Western powers and the violence they thereby condoned and abetted was also facilitated by the silence of key international organizations, most notably the United Nations. One possible reason for that silence was the fact that Indonesia had angrily withdrawn from the organization in January 1965, thereby dampening any enthusiasm its members and deliberative bodies may have had for raising concerns. Another, and more likely, reason was that Western states and their regional allies saw no advantage in raising questions at the United Nations about developments they regarded as broadly favorable to their interests. Whether by design or inattention, the United Nations' silence in the face of the anti-leftist violence of 1965–66 arguably expanded the moral and political space within which that violence was able and likely to spread. That effect was exacerbated by the absence in 1965 of anything approaching the powerful international human rights organizations and networks that had emerged by the late 1970s and 1980s. For example, while Amnesty International had been founded in 1963, it was another 10 years before it gained the traction and reputation, let alone the basic research capacity, to take on human rights crises in more than a handful of well-known trouble spots. Skeptics and critics. It is worth highlighting that acquiescence, covert support, and silence were not in any sense the only possible responses to the army's seizure of power and one-sided violence that ensued. Indeed, not all states or organizations were so easily convinced of PKI responsibility for the apparent coup attempt. Nor was there unanimity that widespread violence was the appropriate response to the crisis or that army rule represented the best possible outcome. Dutch, Australian, and even some British officials, for instance, expressed skepticism about the PKI's culpability and army's reliability, while Sweden's ambassador voiced serious concern about the campaign of violence against the left. There was some muted criticism from the Soviet Union. But the strongest public criticism came from China, which condemned attacks on the PKI and its affiliates, and on Chinese nationals, while extending a welcome mat to Indonesian leftists seeking refuge from the violence. 25. Among the first to express doubts about army claims of PKI responsibility and the wisdom of backing the army as a solution were Dutch government officials. According to a British cable of October 7, the Dutch representative to NATO thought it was unlikely that the Communist Party had instigated the coup. 26. A Dutch official in The Hague told the British ambassador there that he doubted that the PKI or Sukarno were behind the supposed coup, and expressed strong reservations about the Indonesian army leadership. Rookmaker has emphasized to me, the ambassador wrote, that it would be a grave mistake to regard the generals as knights in shining armor who have only to suppress communism for all to be well. Several of them are notoriously corrupt and poor material for popular leadership. 27. Somewhat surprisingly, perhaps, Australia's Department of External Affairs also expressed early doubts about the culpability of the PKI and Sukarno in the killing of the generals. In an October 14 cable to its High Commission in London, the department noted that while Sukarno probably had some prior knowledge of the plot, we doubt whether he would have condoned murder. The department also expressed caution in attributing to the PKI a central role in the apparent coup. PKI personnel certainly participated in the events of October 1, but it is unlikely that the party was directing the operation. It appears to have been ready to exploit a situation of which it was aware but which was not its creation. 28. Even some British officials were skeptical of U.S. enthusiasm for getting immediately into bed with the army, mainly because of continued concern over Indonesia's confrontation with Malaysia. An exchange among officials in London, for example, revealed anxiety about the prospect of a regime that would come to power with strong U.S. economic and military backing. It is undeniable that a strong military regime would be preferable to a communist regime. However, a strong military regime which had not called off confrontation with Malaysia would be very awkward for us, possibly even worse than Sukarno's regime before the coup. 29. And in a letter to a member of its NATO delegation, the Foreign Office spelled out its disagreement with the U.S. view that the situation in Indonesia was almost entirely domestic. Unfortunately, some Americans tend to have their eyes so focused on the internal struggle for power that they are brushing aside the significance of confrontation. The Foreign Office suggested that the official should tell his NATO colleagues that attitudes towards confrontation continue to be our acid test for discriminating between one Indonesian faction and another. 30. There was also pushback from neutralist middle powers, most notably Swedish Ambassador Edelstam, who shook Jakarta's easy diplomatic consensus by traveling through Java, North Sumatra, and Sulawesi in the first half of 1966 to investigate the killings for himself. No other ambassador had done anything remotely like that. 31. Apart from his stunning conclusion that the figure of 400,000 killed was a serious underestimate, the ambassador's reports stand in stark contrast to those of other embassies. In their clear expression of concern and even revulsion at the behavior of the Indonesian army. In one report dated May 13, 1966, for example, he explicitly compared the events in Indonesia to scenes from Nazi Germany. The circumstances, he wrote, are reminiscent of the persecution of the Jews in the 1930s in Nazi Germany and of the Greek minority in Istanbul between 1955 and 1965. 32. The Soviet Union and its bloc partners did not immediately respond to the events of October 1 or the repression of leftists that followed. 33. In part, that hesitation was a product of the Sino-Soviet rift that led the Soviets to judge that under Chinese influence, the PKI and Sukarno had indeed been behind the apparent coup attempt and, in some sense, had got what they deserved for being so undisciplined. 34. In part, too, it reflected a concern that the wrong move might jeopardize the repayment of a debt on the order of $1 billion and drive the country closer to the West. 35. Eventually, however, Soviet officials did condemn the killings. By one account, for example, the Soviet ambassador in Jakarta complained to General Nasution about the persecution of leftists. And when the massacres began in earnest in November 1965, the Soviet Foreign Minister, Anastas Mikoyan, reportedly expressed official concern about the repression, referring to it as White Terror. 36. Despite such criticism, the Soviet Union and its allies ultimately sought accommodation with the new military regime. Perhaps not surprisingly, The most pointed criticism of the Army's moves after October 1 came from the People's Republic of China. Jakarta diplomats noted, for instance, that Chinese officials did not lower their embassy's flag to half-mast on the day of the general's funeral. Official Chinese protests and denunciations became more vocal after demonstrators began to turn against Chinese institutions and individuals, resulting in the burning of a Chinese university and an assault on the headquarters of the Chinese commercial counselor by security forces in mid-October. 37 China lodged an official protest against that attack, charging that it had been carried out by Indonesian troops that had struck a commercial attaché and searched their premises for documents. The note demanded an apology, punishment for the culprits and their instigators, and a guarantee against similar incidents in the future. 38 Over the next few weeks, Radio Peking and the People's Daily issued an ever-growing number of vitriolic protests, demands and evaluations of events in Indonesia. 39 And in late October, the People's Daily reportedly described the September 30 movement as having acted against a subversive movement engineered by the CIA. 40 Chinese criticism reached new heights in early 1966 following an attack on the Chinese embassy by anti-communist students and the army. The Indonesian army responded by accusing China of yellow neo-imperialism. 41 Although China's protests tended to focus on Indonesia's treatment of its own nationals or Chinese Indonesians, it provided a place of refuge for some 4,500 Indonesian leftists who were stranded in China or sought protection there after October 1.42 in 1967. The two countries severed diplomatic relations. Finally, although they received scant notice in the mainstream media, there were significant protests and campaigns by international organizations and movements, or as Catherine McGregor has called them, communities of resistance. These included the Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Organization, which included some Indonesian leftists stranded in exile after 1965, a network of Dutch socialist women with strong ties to Indonesia, the Dutch-based Indonesia Committee, the International Labour Organization, and Amnesty International. 43 With the exception of Amnesty International, these organizations were connected to international socialist networks, and their critiques tended to reflect the political and economic preoccupations of the left rather than highlighting violations of human rights broadly speaking. In a similar vein, the leftist international media voiced criticism not only of the mass killing and detention but also the new regime's economic policies and political directions. The French communist daily El Humanite, for instance, spoke out consistently against the army's politics and in defense of the Indonesian left. 44 For a variety of reasons, however, these critical voices were drowned out by the steady drumbeat of support for the army, and never really stood a chance of slowing or reversing the relentless move against the left. War. One reason the critics and skeptics were not easily heard was that information about the alleged coup and the violence was deliberately skewed by a sophisticated international propaganda and war operation organized by British and US government agencies and their Indonesian army friends. The campaign, set in motion within just a few days of the events of October 1, was explicitly designed to blacken the PKI and Sukarno, strengthen the political position of the army, and hasten Sukarno's removal. Through that campaign, British and US authorities and their allies including Australia, Germany, Malaysia, and others effectively encouraged widespread violence amounting to crimes against humanity, while dampening international sympathy for or action on behalf of its victims. Blacken the PKI. Although there was serious doubt, even among Western states, about what had happened on October 1 and who was responsible for it, British and US officials wasted no time in seizing the opportunity to turn the tide against the PKI and Sukarno. 45 An October 5 memorandum from the United Kingdom's Office of the Political Advisor to the Commander-in-Chief for the Far East to the Foreign Office spelled out the thinking and strategy with admirable clarity. It is not in our interests to see the PKI recovering its influence and preparing itself for the day when it will be strong enough to seize power. I submit that we should not miss the present opportunity to use the situation to our advantage. I recommend that we should have no hesitation in doing what we can surreptitiously to blacken the PKI in the eyes of the army and the people of Indonesia. The CNC has addressed himself to the Chief of the Defense Staff on this subject. 46. In its reply of October 6, the Foreign Office fully endorsed the proposal for unattributable propaganda or Psy-war activities which would contribute to weakening the PKI permanently, and offered a number of concrete suggestions for suitable propaganda themes. These included PKI brutality in murdering generals and Nation's daughter, Chinese interference in particular arms shipments, PKI subverting Indonesia as agents of foreign communists, fact that aided and other prominent communists went to ground, the virtual kidnapping of Sukarno by Untung and PKI, etc., etc. The same memo underscored the need for great caution and secrecy in conducting the operation, and provided the following specific guidance. We want to act quickly while Indonesians are still off balance, but treatment will need to be subtle, e.g. all activities should be strictly unattributable. British participation or cooperation should be carefully concealed. We should cooperate as closely as possible with the Malaysians. Material should preferably appear to originate from Pakistan or the Philippines. Overt Malaysian, and British, attitude should be one of strict non-interference. 47. At precisely the same time, U.S. officials were hatching almost identical Psy-war plans. A cable from the embassy to Washington dated October 3, for example, advised that Voice of America reporting on the apparent coup attempt should stick to the facts for now, but at the same time focus on PKI and Air Force responsibility. Factual information indicating PKI in SEP-30 movement and involvement leadership Air Force, particularly Omar Dani, might be usefully worked into general content of broadcast if it can be done subtly. Might be especially effective if used in third country broadcasts for background briefing press. 48. Behind the scenes, U.S. and British officials had begun to coordinate their propaganda plans. 49. On October 5, an officer with the U.S. Embassy in London shared with his British counterpart several cables from the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta updating the situation and suggesting publicity guidance for the VOA, USIS, and other agencies. 50. Those telegrams offered clear direction to U.S. agencies to stress the PKI's alleged role in the alleged coup and emphasize its brutality, while at the same time playing down any signs of splits within the military. Following army cues, they also suggested stirring up memories of the 1948 Madiun uprising. One cable, for example, advised that fast-moving events require immediate treatment. For now, play up communist participation, go easy on mention Sukarno and Army, Air Force differences and repeatedly emphasize horrible mutilation of Army generals, shock of Indonesian people and brutality exhibited by those involved in the coup. References to similar brutalities by PKI at Madiun in 1948 may be usefully insinuated. 51. As events on the ground unfolded, the focus of the US and British Psy-war campaign expanded. PKI culpability and brutality remained the dominant themes, but these were now supplemented with reporting and commentary on the alleged role of China in the supposed coup and its connection with the PKI. This focus provided an opportunity to tarnish both the PKI and China, and at the same time score propaganda points against North Vietnam. In a cable dated October 11, 1965, for example, the U.S. Embassy suggested that broadcasts inside Indonesia should insinuate a Chinese role in the events of October 1. For Indonesia, we should claim Chikoms were trying to gain control and end Indo-independence, using PKI and other elements under their influence, even some at highest level of GOI. For non-Indonesia broadcasts, the embassy recommended a focus on the purported Chinese strategy of violence and terrorism, commenting that the PKI had followed this strategy with disastrous consequences. 52. What is striking about these efforts to link China to the September 30 movement and PKI culpability is that U.S. officials themselves had doubts about the veracity of the claim of a Chinese role, and lacked even the most rudimentary evidence to support it. Summarizing a detailed analysis of the alleged coup attempt, for instance, the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta admitted in late October 1965 that China's involvement had not been proven. There's circumstantial evidence that Peking aware of or perhaps even had hand in plot, but this not established. 53. At about the same time, The U.S. consulate in Hong Kong expressed strong doubt about the allegations of Chinese involvement in the alleged coup, noting that those allegations were based solely on circumstantial evidence and were being circulated by elements with an obvious political agenda. The consulate also pointed out that any evidence that the United States was spreading this story was likely to undermine its credibility. Despite these reservations, the consulate's cable concluded with recommendations on how best to spread the unfounded allegations of China's role in the plot. In sum, for the time being, at least, believe best means of spreading idea of Chicom complicity are first, to let events and statements in Indonesia tell their own story, second, continuation covert propaganda, third, conversations in other countries as emerging evidence of Indonesian and local circumstances permit. 54. Using army media. Western diplomats understood well that in the days following the purported coup, print and broadcast media had become crucial fields in the political struggle. They also knew that the army had a clear advantage in that war. The army's most obvious advantage, as discussed in an earlier chapter, was that within 2 days of the alleged coup, it had closed down all opposition media outlets and exercised almost complete control over those that remained open. As the U.S. Embassy wrote on October 5, Thra News Service and all newspapers have been suspended with the exception of 2 army newspapers which publish with an increasingly anti-communist tone. Radio Indonesia, the main source of news for the population as a whole, is tightly controlled by the army. 55. Describing the army's dominant political position a few days later, the embassy remarked, additional asset is the fact that army controls information media. Taking effective stand against 30 Sept movement and its supporters. Army continues exercise tight reign over press. Indonesian Daily Mail appeared on Streets Today listing Army Information Director Soekhandi as chief editor. 56. U.S. officials were aware that the news coverage provided by the Army-controlled press was highly sensationalistic and deliberately provocative. 57. As the CIA wrote in a memo on its covert operations in Indonesia, the Army leadership had already instituted psychological warfare mechanisms, control of media prerequisite to influencing public opinion, and have harassed or halted communist output. 58. It was against this background and with this knowledge that the U.S. government decided to use Indonesian media stories and army press briefings as the sources for its own stories and guidance to the media. 59. On October 6, the State Department wrote, "We plan and are already carrying out VOA and information program based on citation Indonesian sources and official statements without at this stage injecting U.S. editorializing. At least in present situation we believe ample such material pointing finger at PKI and playing up brutality of September 30 rebels is available from Radio Jakarta and Indo Press, but we will look at situation again if in coming days or weeks these sources dry up. Similar cover will be given by VOA to Indonesian situation in key broadcasts other than to Indonesia. 60. This was a disingenuous move, deliberately calculated to facilitate the dissemination of scurrilous and inflammatory army propaganda, while maintaining the pretext of simply reporting the facts without editorializing. As an official in the British Embassy in Washington said at the time, the sort of thing which interests the Americans is the line being taken in the 2 army newspapers attempting to link the PKI with the September 30 coup, to work up emotions about the dead generals, demand the banning of the PKI youth wing and so on. 61. Notwithstanding their condescending comment about the kinds of stories the Americans liked, the British used precisely the same strategy, as revealed in an October 13 Commonwealth Relations Office telegram to the British High Commission in Canberra. After repeating the Psy-War guidelines spelled out in the October 6 Foreign Office cable cited above, the telegram added the following instruction on the use of army-controlled media: "We are seeking to put these ideas across to Indonesians by means of overt broadcasting from BBC, Radio Malaysia, etc., drawing on the often helpful output of Jakarta Radio, army newspapers, etc., particularly while Indonesia's own communications media are partially inoperative." 62. An exchange between the British Embassy in Jakarta and the Foreign Office in late November provided evidence of a broad willingness among British officials to employ army propaganda. It revealed, for example, that Gilchrist's account of the alleged mutilation of the generals was taken directly from an army-controlled paper, the Daily Mail. Mimicking the sensational prose of the army press, moreover, Gilchrist added the following commentary: it was during the previous hour, or perhaps rather less, that the revolting mutilations with knives and scissors had taken place. 63 Foreign Office officials then repeated the story without caveat, despite the valid denials by President Sukarno, among others. One official commented that the atrocity story will be included in SIMU's output, in spite of Sukarno's denial on December 12, that the generals were mutilated. Officers of several departments then duly signed the document. 64. There is also evidence that U.S. and other Western officials willingly adjusted their own coverage in accordance with direct and indirect Indonesian Army requests. In a cable dated October 7, 1965, for instance, the U.S. Embassy wrote, "Have indirect request from Indo Army not to unduly emphasize that Army is seeking revenge against Communists. Army feels it has hands full restoring order and stability without creating impression it going to massacre Communists. This does not mean that we should let up on the PKI or soft pedal our efforts to associate Communists with the CEP 30 movement. These should be stressed. It does mean that we should go easy on any speculation or inference that there will be an army vendetta against all Communists and should avoid pinning anti-communist label on Army. 65. Australian and German officials showed a similar willingness to influence their own country's media coverage in response to the Indonesian Army's needs and preferences, and on the basis of its propaganda. 66 Richard Tanter writes, for example, that the Australian Department of External Affairs works systematically to ensure that RA coverage of events in Indonesia conform to its guidelines, and notes that at the height of the killings, the Indonesian Army requested the assistance of the department to ensure that RA reported on Indonesian politics in Army's preferred manner. 67 Likewise, Bernd Schaefer reports that in the aftermath of the alleged coup, the German embassy in Jakarta helped to orchestrate West German press coverage via the German news agency DPA correspondent Ulrich Grundinski. In addition to providing Grundinski with embassy facilities to prepare and transmit his reports, Schaefer notes, embassy officials ensured that he had access to all army-supplied information. 68. Indonesian army officers also made direct requests for propaganda assistance from friendly regional governments. One of the key figures in those approaches was Brigadier General Sukendro, a former army intelligence officer and Minister of State, and the only member of General Yanni's brain trust not to have been killed on October 1.69 at a meeting with a Malaysian Foreign Ministry official in early November, 1965, Sukendro spelled out army plans to tarnish the PKI and undermine the foreign minister, Subandrio. To that end, he requested Malaysian government assistance in the character, political assassination Subandrio. Sukendro to supply background information. Sukendro also made a specific request for treatment by the official Suara Malaysia radio. Sukarno should not be attacked but PKI atrocities 30 Sept coup emphasized. Tape-recorded statements Untung and others re 30 Sept coup which were furnished GOM will not be broadcast Suara Malaysia until Army gives green light. 70. Given the clear evidence that Western governments initiated covert psy-war and propaganda operations within days of the October 1 action, and that the operations focused on the print and broadcast media, it is not unreasonable to think that their agents were also involved in a covert psy-war campaign inside Indonesia itself. Suspicion has centered on the media blitz that was set in motion in the weeks and months after the alleged coup, as described in Chapter 6. Anderson has argued, for instance, that the coordination and sophistication of that operation was beyond the capability of a disorganized Army Information Bureau, raising the possibility of foreign, especially CIA and MI6, involvement in coordinating and funding the domestic media campaign. 71. One of the more suspicious media events of the period was the sudden emergence of the sensationalist anti-PKI newspaper API only days after the alleged coup and its disappearance after the population had been provoked to violence. The suspicion that the paper was part of a Psy-war operation with international links is deepened by the fact that it was owned and published by the former Army intelligence officer Sukendro. 72 Perhaps more germane to the question of his possible involvement in a Psy-war operation, in the post-October 1 period Sukendro served as a key point of contact between the army and a range of foreign governments, traveling widely through Asia and Europe to secure economic and military aid and support. Given his role as owner and publisher of API, moreover, and his requests for Malaysian propaganda assistance in tarnishing the PKI and Subandrio, it is more than likely that those discussions and negotiations also encompassed Psy-war media strategy and planning. Friendly journalists. A further element of the international Psy-war campaign was the cultivation of friendly foreign correspondents and journalists by various Western governments. As an October 13 cable to the British Embassy in Canberra explained, UK government officials were doing what they could to stimulate helpful media commentary. We are giving background guidance to press with a view particularly of stimulating helpful comment as widely as possible, especially in non-aligned countries. And we are trying to get the right matter into newspapers which are read in Indonesia, example Straits Times. The telegram then asked that Australian and New Zealand authorities be informed of these plans and invited to cooperate in the propaganda effort. We should be grateful for their views, the cable says, and any cooperation which they may feel able to offer in these short-term propaganda activities. Finally, the telegram alluded to more covert activities to be discussed through different channels. We are also considering more surreptitious activities, of which we will tell the Australians through other channels. 73 The Australians were eager to cooperate in the propaganda effort. In October or November 1965, an Australian embassy official, Richard Wilcott, proudly cabled Canberra to report that we are now in a position to influence the content of leaders in practically all major metropolitan newspapers. 74. Without a doubt, the US government was doing the same thing, providing briefings, access, and encouragement to sympathetic journalists in the expectation that they would spread helpful stories about the events in Indonesia. On October 4, in a telephone conversation with the influential, Pulitzer Prize-winning New York Times columnist and associate editor James Reston, Under-Secretary of State Ball offered up a preferred storyline, saying that he did not know whether he wanted this attributed to the administration, but anybody could say on his own that the PKI was behind this and Sukarno was trying to play his tactic to restore his balance and bring PKI in. Ball added that this is a very critical time for the army. If the army does move, they have strength to wipe the earth with the PKI, and if they don't, they may not have another chance. 75 A staunch supporter of US government policy in Vietnam and reliably anti-communist, Reston responded, "Everyone is entitled to hate someone and he is my man. He can do without him." Perhaps unsurprisingly, a Reston article that later described the annihilation of the PKI and ouster of Sukarno was titled "A Gleam of Light in Asia." 76. In February 1966, the embassy expressed concern that the United States was missing a chance to convey the facts and implications of what was happening in Indonesia. To remedy the situation, it proposed calling on reliable U.S. journalists and giving them background briefings based on recent embassy reporting, so that they could spread the word through the U.S. and world media. Two journalists mentioned in the cable were Jerry King of the New York Times and Ted Stannard of UPI, both seasoned, discreet correspondents known to Embassy. 77 Other journalists no doubt also received briefings from the embassy and Indonesian army, with the result that few offered accounts that departed in any significant respect from the official line. Indeed, most U.S. journalists repeated the hyperbolic stories of the army-controlled press without critical comment, even though those reports were known at the time to be of dubious validity. Brian May writes, for example, that one Western correspondent reported that the bodies had been decapitated and dismembered. But photographs provided by the army showed no dismemberment, and Brig. Gen Sugandi, who saw the bodies when they were retrieved, said there was none. 78. Economic and military assistance. Alongside secret political assurances and Psy-war operations, the U.S. government and its allies began almost immediately after October 1 to provide the army leadership with covert material assistance, in the form of communications equipment, large quantities of rice, cotton, medical supplies, cash, logistical support, and possibly weapons. 79 And when the army finally seized power through the ostensibly bloodless coup of March 11, 1966, and confrontation was ended later that year, the aid floodgates opened, and various states rushed in to supply unprecedented levels of economic and military assistance. 80 Although it was ultimately less important, it is worth noting that the Soviet Union and its allies continued to provide economic and military aid to Indonesia throughout this period, threatening to stop it only if Indonesia's new rulers should refuse to pay their debts. 81 While in dollar terms the amount of aid in the first 6 months after October 1 was relatively small, it was carefully calibrated to ensure the maximum political benefit to the army while weakening or destroying its rivals. The documentary record makes it clear, for example, that an exception to the generally cautious posture on aid was explicitly made for any assistance that might bring about or encourage the destruction of the PKI and its allies. It is also noteworthy that the flow of material aid to the army and its allies continued, and even increased, as the campaign of violence accelerated and Western governments learned more about it in November, December 1965. On December 3, for instance, Ambassador Green called for the quick provision of emergency rice through covert channels to tip the balance in favor of the friendly forces now positioning for power. 82 It is difficult to escape the conclusion that the wholesale physical annihilation of the left in the 6 months after the alleged coup was seen as evidence that the army was on the right path and was encouraged. The political logic of aid. Discussion among Western officials about possible aid to the army began almost immediately after the alleged October coup. From the outset those talks weighed the potential value of aid against the political dangers that public knowledge of such aid might pose for the good guys. In a top-secret cable to the Foreign Office, dated October 11, 1965, British Ambassador Gilchrist noted that notwithstanding remaining doubts about the culpability of the PKI and Sukarno, his Australian and US counterparts in Jakarta shared a desire to back the army to help them crush the PKI. I may add, Gilchrist wrote, that my Australian colleague seems equally anxious with the Americans to consolidate the position of the generals by meeting their main deficiencies, money and rice. The aim to enable them to settle with the communists once and for all. 83. By the third week of October, the U.S. government's policy on short-term aid to Indonesia had been more or less worked out. A State Department memo, dated October 22, made it clear that targeted material aid would be provided to the army, that to avoid political problems for both parties it would have to be covert, and that it would be responsive to expressed army needs. In view of foregoing, we assume Indos will want to avoid anything looking like overt GOI turn toward US. For short-run our assistance to them would probably have to be on covert or semi-covert basis related specific, small, ad hoc needs. We quite willing go along with this. In addition showing Indos we will not take advantage of difficult internal situation to intervene, we recognize probable need for passage of time to allow cooling off period. If real PKI insurgency situation develops we would, of course, try to meet Army needs as expressed to us by Army. 84. The U.S. Embassy in Jakarta concurred with the State Department's assessment, stressing that the purpose of the aid should be to bolster the political position of the army against its rivals. It advised that small amounts of carefully placed assistance given without publicity to strengthen the hands of those we want to see win in the current mortal struggle for political power. Thus, if the embassy were asked for such aid, a one-shot secret USG contribution might be considered. I suggest the department now explore the availability of funds for this purpose in order to prepare for prompt reply any such request and also explore how this operation could be done. 85. As this and later cables show, the primary purpose of U.S. aid was political. It was intended to help the army consolidate its political position, and simultaneously destroy the PKI and undermine Sukarno. The point was underscored in an embassy cable of November 19, 1965, which discussed plans for aid to Indonesia in advance of planned talks in Bangkok. Above all, the cable stressed, we should not provide assistance that will redound to benefit of Sukarno. Then, after spelling out the need for caution in providing any substantial overt aid to the army until its political intentions were clear, it added the caveat that aid to assist the army in crushing the PKI would not be constrained by such considerations, carefully placed assistance which will help army cope with PKI actions. Different 86. Central to all these discussions on aid was rice. As the essential staple food for much of Indonesia, and a key element of the pay packet of both civil servants and army personnel, rice was understood to be vital in helping the army to consolidate its political position. Just over a week after the supposed coup, the State Department wrote to the embassy in Jakarta, "We interested being in position to assist Indonesian army in making rice available to meet urgent needs." To that end, the department asked the embassy for estimates of rice stocks and supplies for the general population and for distribution to civil servants and the armed forces. In latter connection, your judgment as to whether for near term, in order to give army some credit, army could distribute GOI stocks and publicize distribution in way which would not require large quantities and yet score some points for them. 87. It was probably no coincidence that just a few days later, there was a sudden drop in the price of rice in Indonesia. According to a story in the new newspaper Duta Masyarakat, the price had fallen because the army had discovered PKI warehouses filled with hoarded rice, which the army was now releasing onto the market. 88. That was a politically valuable spin. In one stroke, it maligned the PKI and scored points for the army. The story also concealed the fact that new rice had been shipped covertly to the army, from friendly countries like Thailand and Japan, with U.S. assistance. 89. As the U.S. Embassy reported on October 21, the price of rice, which was up to 2,000 rupees per liter, was down to 900 last Saturday due to releases of rice from local storage and rice seized on PKI premises. Army enabled to make these releases due to impending arrival of some 70,000 tons of rice from Thailand. 90. And as the embassy noted in a separate message, the army's move forced the price down to pre-coup levels, and the explanation in the kampongs is that once Suharto was put in charge, the rice flowed. 91. The covered food aid strategy was working. Military support. The events of October 1, 1965 also triggered a significant change in the policy of the United States and its allies with respect to military assistance, and the objectives of that aid were again almost entirely political. 92. Within days, U.S. officials began to provide covert military and logistical support to the Army, in the form of portable communications equipment, medical supplies, and possibly weapons and ammunition. Though relatively modest in dollar terms, this aid was carefully targeted to lend support and encouragement to the Army, especially to Generals Nasution and Suharto, in their campaign against the PKI and Sukarno. In September 1966, by which time the Army had isolated Sukarno and formally ended confrontation with Malaysia, a formal military assistance program was resumed, supplying critical backing to Army leaders and shielding them from accountability for the violence through which they had come to power. 93. In response to a request just a few days after the alleged coup attempt, for example, the U.S. Embassy provided General Nasution with the portable communications equipment he had requested. Shortly thereafter, Nasution's senior aide told the U.S. military attaché, Colonel Ethel, that Nasution had expressed great appreciation for portable communications equipment. 94. In mid-November, the Department of State cabled the embassy to report that we have just received request for simple communication equipment to enable Army leaders to stay in touch with one another, and matter now under consideration. 95. U.S. officials saw the provision of modern communications equipment to the Army as having both operational and political value. Operationally, such equipment would help Army leaders to coordinate their actions in the delicately balanced struggle against the PKI and Sukarno. It also made it possible for U.S. intelligence agencies to monitor those operations, giving the United States a picture of Army attacks on the PKI. 96. Politically, it would send a strong message of U.S. support and trust in the Army that would pay dividends in the months and years ahead. Commenting on the political benefits of providing even limited quantities of such equipment, Ambassador Green wrote, "I am naturally anxious to see that the Army gets equipment best suited their needs. Suggest 303 Committee give this early reconsideration. 97. U.S. government officials also considered the political advantages and dangers of providing more substantial military and logistical assistance to the Army. 3 weeks after the alleged coup, the Department of State suggested that the United States might assist the Army in transporting troops from the outer islands to Java to bolster anti-communist forces there. Embassy officials in Jakarta argued against the idea, however, on the grounds that it would be impossible to keep it a secret and evidence of U.S. involvement would hurt rather than help the Army. 98 Nevertheless, U.S. officials continued to support the idea of targeted, covert, military assistance to the Army. In considering such aid, officials made it clear that its central purpose was to maintain important channels of influence with Army leaders, to fortify their confidence that they could be the main actors in saving Indonesia from chaos, and to reassure them that they had some real friends. Official thinking on the logic of military assistance to the Army was spelled out in a State Department cable dated October 29, 1965. The Indonesian Army leaders' close service-to-service relations with our military provide important channels of influence. The next few days, weeks, or months may offer unprecedented opportunities for us to begin to influence people and events, as the military begin to understand problems and dilemmas in which they find themselves. We should try to fortify their confidence that Indonesia can be saved from chaos, and that Army is the main instrument for saving it. We should get across that Indonesia and Army have real friends who are ready to help. 99. The same document referred explicitly to the possible provision of lethal military assistance, noting that small arms and equipment may be needed to deal with the PKI. Responding to this cable, the embassy remarked, "We agree with general conclusions of department's analysis. On the specific subject of arms," it added, "we have already commented on possible need for small arms in another message. It is conceivable that Soviets might supply such items, even while Army is attacking PKI, if Moscow believes this is best way to keep Chicoms out." 100. In a later message, the department noted that it expected it might receive a request from the Army for small arms, and that such a request would involve wider and deeper considerations. 101. In early November 1965, in response to a request from Sukendro, discussions turned suddenly to the possibility of providing the Army with medical supplies. 102. Some observers have concluded that the terms medicines and medical supplies in the documentary record were code words for weapons and ammunition. 103. That possibility is explored below. But it is worth stressing that even if the subject of the cables was nothing more than medical supplies, the provision of such aid to the Army would have had real political, logistical, and psychological significance. It would have sent a clear signal to the Army leadership that the United States supported what they were doing, and would have freed up scarce Army resources for use against the PKI. Exchanges among U.S. officials on the subject of medical supplies make apparent the eagerness of U.S. officials to be of service to the Indonesian Army. In a telegram to the Department of State dated November 4, 1965, the embassy urged a sympathetic response to a request for such supplies made by Sukendro on behalf of Suharto and Nasution. Army is doing a first-class job here of moving against communists, and by all current indications is the emerging authority in Indonesia. It is against this background that I believe we should give sympathetic response to Sukendro's request for medicines. This is precisely the kind of item with which we can symbolize to new authority our desire to help. 104. A second cable, sent on November 5, underscored the perceived importance of the supply of this aid to both U.S. and Indonesian Army officials, and the U.S. government's eagerness to assist. That cable also raises questions about whether the terms medical supplies and medicine might actually refer to something more lethal. The cable, which was passed through the White House, reads in part, DCM saw source, afternoon November 5 and carried out instructions. Source was pleased. He said quantities of vitamins are particularly needed to keep soldiers as strong as possible. DCM emphasized that before we could go much further we would have to know a great deal more about direction of Army's thinking on political future of Indonesia. 105. Several aspects of this cable lend credence to suggestions that the subject under discussion might not have been medical supplies at all. For one thing, the great importance attached to the provision of vitamins in keeping soldiers as strong as possible seems puzzling, as does the deliberate omission of the source's name. Were vitamins really so vital to the Indonesian army, and was their provision really so sensitive that the name of the source could not be mentioned even in a secret cable? It also seems strange that a plan to supply the Indonesian army with vitamins should have to be passed by the White House for approval. Few cables made their way from Jakarta to the president's desk. Why was this one an exception? Finally, the comment that the U.S. government would need to know a great deal more about the Army's political thinking before going further seems odd, if indeed the subject of the conversation was nothing more than the provision of medical supplies and vitamins. Whatever the terms medicines, vitamins, and medical supplies actually referred to, their covert delivery to the Army was quickly approved by the 303 Committee, the secret NSC committee responsible for coordinating covert government operations, prompting the embassy to write, "Greatly appreciate Deptil 576 authorizing supply of medicines. Believe this is sound investment, defensible on all counts, which in time will yield dividends." 106. Logistics and quiet cash. Beyond such material aid, there is evidence that U.S. officials provided vital logistical assistance and quiet cash to the Army leadership and its allies at the height of the violence. As noted earlier, a journalist reported in 1990 that a U.S. embassy official in Jakarta, Robert Martins, had supplied the Indonesian army with lists containing the names of thousands of PKI officials in the months after the alleged coup attempt. According to the journalist Kathy Katane, as many as 5,000 names were furnished over a period of months to the army there, and the Americans later checked off the names of those who had been killed or captured. 107. Despite Martins's later denials of any such intent, these actions almost certainly aided in the death or detention of many innocent people. They also sent a powerful political message that the U.S. government agreed with and supported the Army's campaign against the PKI, even as that campaign took its terrible toll in human lives. U.S. authorities also provided financial assistance to ostensibly civilian groups formed by the Army and directly involved in the violence against the PKI, as well as other leftists. In early December 1965, for instance, by which time the extent and nature of the violence against the left was well known to U.S. and other officials, the Department of State authorized a payment of 50 million rupiah to Kapgestapu, the stridently anti-communist action front established by the Army in early October to crush the September 30 movement and PKI. In a secret cable to Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs William Bundy, Ambassador Green spelled out the plan and logic of the cash transfer as follows. "This is to confirm my earlier concurrence that we provide Malik with 50 million rupiahs requested by him for the activities of the Kapgestapu movement. The Kapgestapu activities to date have been an important factor in the Army's program, and judging from the results, I would say highly successful. This Army-inspired but civilian-staffed action group is still carrying burden of current repressive efforts targeted against PKI. The chances of detection or subsequent revelation of our support in this instance are as minimal as any black bag operation can be. 108. In light of this evidence, it is interesting to note that a U.S. Embassy cable of January 20, 1966, reported persistent rumors that the U.S. government, and specifically Green, had been orchestrating anti-Sukarno and anti-PKI protests. Those stories noted that Green was an expert in mobilizing youth demonstrations to overthrow undesirable governments and referred to his success in doing that on his previous posting in South Korea. 109. The same cable referred to information received from an API group source about Sukarno and Subandrio allegations that the student demonstrations were being orchestrated by Nicolem 110. Though the allegations were dismissed out of hand by U.S. officials, the documentary record of Green's support for funding Kapgestapu suggests that they were not far off the mark. Although official documents declassified to date offer no further cases of such black bag operations, it is reasonable to assume that other individuals and organizations also received some financial assistance. 111 Likely candidates for some quiet cash would have included reliably anti-communist figures and embassy contacts like the Minister of Plantations and Catholic Party Chair Franz Seda, API Group figure Darmawan Moinov, various Masyami leaders, members of anti-communist action fronts like AB Nasution, and an assortment of new leaders and associates including its vice chair, ZE Subchan. 112 Finally, though there is still no definitive documentary record to prove it, it seems likely that some financial aid flowed directly but covertly to individual army officers, including Suharto. As part of a request for material assistance, in November 1965, General Nasution's aide hinted broadly to Green that while Subandrio still had access to government resources and funds, the army's access was limited and that Suharto was especially short of financing. 113. Aid and violence. One of the more disturbing patterns in the disbursement of economic and military aid in this period was that assistance increased in tandem with evidence of army-supported violence. Indeed, the connection between the provision of aid and political reliability of the army was a recurring motif in diplomatic communications of this period. But the destruction of the PKI was only one part of the picture. Western governments also wanted the army to get rid of Sukarno, and reorient the Indonesian economy toward a free market that they dominated and would benefit foreign capital. The adoption of an expansive aid program remained conditional on the Army's willingness to meet that expectation. 114. In a January 1966 cable to the U.S. Embassy, the State Department clarified that while continuing targeted covert assistance to the Army, a more substantial and overt aid program would have to wait until it was clear that Indo-moderates really can and intend to take charge. 115 With Suharto's seizure of power in mid-March 1966, that political condition was at least partially met and the aid began to flow. In the view of U.S. policymakers, the provision of aid at that juncture would have far-reaching political benefits. As the Department of State noted in a cable to the U.S. Embassy in Kuala Lumpur on March 29, 1966, we believe emergency-type assistance of food and fibers can help to reinforce present non-communist leaders and thus serve interests of free world. 116. Accordingly, at a high-level meeting in Washington in late March 1966, U.S. Secretary of State Rusk informed the British ambassador that the United States would be sending 50,000 tons of rice to Indonesia. 117 An internal State Department memo also noted that arrangements were underway to sell Indonesia 75,000 tons of cotton on generous terms and that the United States was providing quiet support for other kinds of economic assistance including debt rescheduling. 118 In early April, Japan announced plans to provide Indonesia with $30 million in rice and cotton. 119 And in May 1966, the British followed suit, supplying Indonesian authorities with a bilateral aid injection of £1 million. 120 Later that month, Indonesia's new ambassador to Washington met State Department officials to discuss plans for long-term multilateral assistance and debt rescheduling as well as interim bilateral aid. The ambassador told State Department officials that Indonesia's total debt was $2.50 billion more than they could possibly pay and that it was therefore hoping for substantial economic assistance, principally from the United States, Germany, Japan, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. 121. In July 1966, Green expressed his enthusiasm about the positive turn of events. I venture that nowhere in the world in recent years has there been a more dramatic reversal of communist/Chicom fortunes than in Indonesia this past year. On that basis, he proposed a wide range of new forms of assistance, including military training, educational exchanges, and economic aid, including 100,000 bales of cotton, up to 500,000 tons of rice. 122 In August, Green reportedly promised Suharto $500 million in bilateral aid, and in September an individual bearing a letter from Estates Minister Seda requested $50 million of that amount immediately to cover Indonesia's debt to the International Monetary Fund. During a visit to Washington in September by Foreign Minister Malik, the U.S. government committed to provide Indonesia a further 50,000 tons of rice and 150,000 bales of cotton on generous terms. 123 At about the same time, Green held talks with an Indonesian official, whose name is deleted from the record, about a short-term assistance package for Indonesia. According to Green's account of the meeting, the unnamed official had discussed the U.S. offer with Suharto and reported that Suharto was appreciative and encouraged by our support, which would help move things forward along the stabilization front. 124. Meanwhile, friendly governments had begun to meet with Indonesian army officials and technocrats to plan for economic recovery. Those plans encompassed a major program of debt rescheduling, long-term economic and military aid commitments, and the relaxation of restrictions on foreign investment. In 1967, these efforts came together in the form of a new multilateral consortium known as the Intergovernmental Group on Indonesia, which channeled hundreds of millions of dollars of aid and investment to Indonesia. 125 From the perspective of the World Bank, the IMF, Indonesian leaders, and friendly governments, this multilateral economic assistance program provided the essential foundation for Indonesia's economic recovery and modernization. But the massive flow of aid and foreign investment starting in mid-1966 also had critical political consequences, bolstering the new army regime and whitewashing the massive campaign of violence through which it came to power. Suharto's seizure of power in mid-March 1966 also triggered a significant increase in military aid, without regard to the army's responsibility for the death and arbitrary imprisonment of hundreds of thousands of civilians. In a memo of October 27, 1966, that is, just months after the worst of the violence had subsided, the U.S. Embassy urged the resumption soonest of a full military assistance program. The embassy proposed that, among other items, the aid program should encompass selective non-combat items to help improve morale within the army and strengthen position of General Suharto and his colleagues. 126 As with economic assistance, the decision to resume military aid was based overwhelmingly on a political calculation, that a regime dominated by the army was the best possible outcome for the United States, and every effort should be made to consolidate its political position. In short, Western states were not innocent bystanders to unfolding domestic political events following the alleged coup, as so often claimed. On the contrary, starting almost immediately after October 1, the United States, the United Kingdom, and several of their allies set in motion a coordinated campaign to assist the army in the political and physical destruction of the PKI and its affiliates, the removal of Sukarno and his closest associates from political power, their replacement by an army elite led by Suharto, and the engineering of a seismic shift in Indonesia's foreign policy toward the West. They did this through backdoor political reassurances to army leaders, a policy of official silence in the face of mounting violence, a sophisticated international propaganda offensive, and the covert provision of material assistance to the army and its allies. In all these ways, they helped to ensure that the campaign against the left would continue unabated and its victims would ultimately number in the hundreds of thousands. Chapter 8. Mass incarceration. The whole household lies sleeping peacefully. Suddenly they are woken, startled, and shaken. By pounding at the door, the thud of boots. The nickel-plated pistol points, accusing. Commanding. Squat down there in that corner. Just in your underpants. How this scene stays in my memory. Ambushed as dawn breaks. Suedisman, PKI General Secretary, Analysis of Responsibility. Beyond 500,000 people killed in the aftermath of the alleged October coup attempt, many hundreds of thousands were caught up in a juggernaut of arbitrary detention, interrogation, torture, forced labor, and long-term imprisonment carried out at the behest of the Indonesian army. Like the killings, most of the mass detentions occurred in the 6-month period following the alleged coup, but there were further waves of arrest between late 1966 and 1968, and sporadic detentions continued well into the 1970s. A small fraction of those detained were charged and tried for their alleged involvement in the supposed coup attempt. Some of those tried were executed while others died in custody many years later. A few remaining prisoners were finally released shortly after General Suharto stepped down in 1998. The vast majority of detainees, however, were never tried. Instead, they were held in appalling conditions and legal limbo for months or years, before finally being released without explanation, apology, or compensation. Even after their release, those who had been detained and also their families were subjected to all manner of restrictions, both formal and informal, justified on the specious grounds of having once been arrested or for their alleged involvement in the September 30th movement. This chapter, the first of two on the subject, examines the campaign of mass incarceration with a view to understanding why and how it occurred, how it was related to the mass killings of the same period, and what its consequences were for those detained. It argues, in brief, that the campaign had three defining features. It was a highly organized program that entailed detailed planning and coordination at the national level. It was initiated and carried out by the army leadership and more specifically Suharto, and in its logic, rationale, and implementation, it bore striking similarities to campaigns of mass internment in other authoritarian contexts, most notably the Japanese occupation during the Second World War. The chapter also contends that mass incarceration and mass killing were integrally related in two ways. First, in the sense that most of those eventually killed were first detained, and second, that rates of long-term imprisonment were lower where the rates of killing were highest. 1. Finally, it makes the case that in its rationale, discourse, methods, and organization in almost every respect the campaign of mass incarceration was emblematic of the Suharto regime's hypermilitarism and obsession with order. The chapter develops these arguments in three parts. It begins by addressing some basic factual questions about the mass detentions, asking, how many people were detained, who were they, who detained them, and how were they treated? It then examines more closely key patterns in the program of long-term imprisonment, including the categorization of prisoners, the conditions of their detention, and the relationship between imprisonment and killing. Finally, the chapter takes a close look at the case of Buru Island, the penal colony where some 10,000 detainees were held without charge or trial, and subjected to forced labor from 1969 to 1979. Detention, interrogation, and torture. For at least a decade after the alleged coup attempt of October 1, 1965, Indonesia had one of the largest populations of political detainees anywhere in the world, comparable to those in the Soviet Union and China, Fascist Spain and Portugal, and the authoritarian regimes of Latin America. Scattered across the archipelago in cramped colonial-era prisons, army lockups, secret detention centers, and forced labor camps, hundreds of thousands of men, and a smaller but significant number of women, passed their days not knowing when, if ever, they might be released. If there were any doubt that the assault on the left and Sukarno that followed the events of October 1 was a deliberate campaign coordinated by the army leadership, the basic facts and patterns of this program of mass incarceration must surely lay them to rest. Patterns of detention. As in the case of those killed, there are no precise figures for the number of people detained after October 1, 1965. Indeed, the campaign of detention was so widespread and so swift that even the Indonesian authorities directly responsible for it had no clear idea exactly how many people were held at any time. As the Attorney General said in a 1971 press conference, it was impossible to give an exact number of political detainees because that figure was like a floating rate, like the yen vis-a-vis the dollar. Every day it changes too. The question of numbers is further complicated by the fact that many detainees were killed either in custody or after being loaned out by the authorities, with no record left either of their detention or death.